Alright, hello. Just gonna load anyway for add-ons, blah blah blah. I'll be making a new remix character in 1 second. I'm just first making sure that all of the stream stuff is working as intended. It looks like it is. It looks like we're all good. Twitch is being annoying as usual, but okay, I think we're fine. Cool. So I'm going to just jump right into it. I need to get my timer set up. Didn't really get a chance to do that, because... Get in. Let's get the timer going. And... check. Yeah, good enough. And I can resize it later if needed. Blood Elf over here, Vengeance DH, or Havoc DH, rather. I'm just gonna random, I can always change this later. I'll hit the random button until I find, like, an appearance that I'm remotely, like, decently okay with. And... just give people a chance to... Actually, that's actually decently close to my regular Demon Hunter. Do I have... I'll have to pick, like, some variation of my Demon Hunter's name. That is an insane name. I created this on Mal'Ganis, apparently. It's fine. We'll hop in. I'm not reading your username out loud, person on Twitch, but hello. Blazera said it's out today. Yep, it is. Lesduit said Legion is live. Yes, it is. You think we can do level 20 Twinks here too? I have no idea. So keep in mind, because a lot of people have asked about level 20 Twinks and stuff, there was no way to even test that on the PTR. Because on the PTR, you're just using your regular World of Warcraft account. There is no, like, trial account for the PTR, right? So that isn't something that we could have messed around with even if we wanted to. So, do I have... Yeah, I have Leatrix Plus working. Alright. Obviously, my UI is going to be completely messed up because, you know, didn't get a chance to do... Why? I don't know why the quests aren't auto-completing. Gonna go to edit mode, go to that. I'll have to, as we go, add stuff, but good enough for now. Havoc, even with, you know, being low level, no abilities, I should be able to just sustain myself with souls, so we should be fine. Are my frames dropping? No. So, if you see anything on your end, please let me know if there's, like, a problem or anything like that. I also, please tell me if the audio is good, because I've made a lot of changes to my, like, audio recording since the last time I streamed. It's worked fine for videos, obviously, but stream audio tends to work a little bit differently with how it handles a lot of that stuff. So it's entirely possible that the changes I made to my audio don't carry over to stream. Because, like, streams will use, like, your one audio track or something like that. And on videos, you can, like, choose that. It's a lot easier. Magical barriers, I guess, is this. You refreshed, it seems to be okay. Gotcha. How long was North American maintenance? It almost went the entire time. It's about 20 minutes until it was scheduled to end. I was literally, like, I was playing WoW Classic, just, you know, nothing else to really do, and I was about 5 minutes away from saying, okay, I guess I should get ready, and then the servers went up. Thankfully, I wasn't in the middle of anything. I was just, leveling up a profession, so... I queued up, like, a big set of, like, 50 crafts, and then immediately saw somebody log into Dornegal and went, oh crap, alright, cancel that, we're switching over. I'll fix my mount later, but that works for now. It's always kind of interesting doing these, like, fresh character, you know, release runs, because... So... One thing that I always like is people always try and remind me whenever I do, like, actual speedruns and stuff, like, oh, you know, you can do all these fancy things to, like, get the character UI set up. And there's almost, like, I kind of like having to, in my speedruns, optimize kind of like the UI placement and play with like a basically completely broken UI and build it as I go, because it's not like that's an unimportant skill for things like this. You know, when I'm doing leveling in this type of context, no matter what happens, I need to be able to do that correctly. So by making sure that I have to do that properly in my actual speedruns, it gives me good practice for, you know, real situations like this, where that's inevitable no matter what I do. Okay, overshot that a little bit. Thought I was going to hit the wall. Where are these threads that I need to get? Oh, okay. In this building. You wonder why it's a staggered release for Legion Remix now? If you remember correctly, Mop Remix was a global launch. Yeah, well, I mean, if by staggered release, do you mean for Europe and North America? I actually didn't realize that it was staggered. Or rather, that Mop wasn't staggered. I just didn't know. Or are you talking about the fact that there's phases? Because that's something that a lot of people have been discussing. But that's kind of two completely separate subjects. There. Anchor materials? Okay. I don't remember this from the PTR. I wonder if they added this after I tested. I'm gonna open all this stuff a little bit. Temporal fibers, okay. Look over chat. You need the trial account to boost yourself? I mean, you don't need to boost yourself with a level 20, right? There have been fast leveling methods in World of Warcraft for a long time that didn't involve boosting yourself with a separate account. It just so happened that that was fast in Mach, but I'm sure there's going to be a fast way to level here. It just may not be that. There may be something completely different. Is Legion Remix live? Yes, as you can see, playing. Choose my spec. I assume I'm in my preferred spec, right? Because I'm in Havoc. Yeah. Fell Rush gains an additional charge is good. Hello? Alright, can't skip that cutscene. Everything sounds good on YouTube? Awesome, glad to hear it. Anything majorly different this time compared to Mop Remix? Yes. Just yes. Everything is very, very, very different. It would take me too long to even go into all of the changes. Obviously, hello, choose artifact weapon tray. Oh, apply changes. Okay. I think it's lagging a lot. It's really struggling here. There's obviously, so there's a lot of similar stuff, right? Like bronze is still a currency. There's still all this transmog and stuff that you can buy, but it is very, very, very different. You don't have a cloak, you now have your artifact weapon. That's probably the biggest, like, highlight change that I think most people will need to be aware of. And the gearing system is different. So you still get, like, random pieces of gear that kind of scale to your level, as you might expect. But now it's just, like, flat stats. Before, it was still stats, but now it's, like, percentage-based. And you also would have, like, gem slots and stuff, and these, like, random cantrip effects. There still kind of is that, so you can see if I open up my artifact tree, it's the same exact tree for every single spec in the game. And a lot of, like, the cantrip-type effects that you would have been used to in Mop Remix are somewhere in this tree now. And as I level up and pick stuff, I will explain the different options. Legion armor scraps. What am I? I guess I just have to kill demons. It drops. Yeah, I'll explain what I'm choosing and why as we go. But that is kind of how it works now. There's also, like, a very big power that you get. And you can choose one from each of the... Or you can choose one tree, and each tree has, like, a really powerful ability. And I already have a rough idea of what I'm going to be doing. Okay, artifact weapon tree purchased. So I just do this, apply changes. And I guess I can purchase this too. And this. Alright. But yeah, I'm trying to focus now because, I mean, if you've seen any leveling ever before, you know that the most important thing is get out of the bottleneck. So I'm just trying to be really efficient and not worry about anything like anything super unimportant right now. Because I'm just trying to make sure that I get out of Dalaran, because it's already starting to lag really badly. Can I scrap my starting weapons? Looks like I can. Cool. And talk to Khadgar. Presumably, this lets me leave. So artifact tree looks crazy. I'm going to be honest. So I've already fully read through it on the PTR. That was one of the main things that I looked through. I actually didn't have time to do a full test run. And also, I mean, they changed so much in the PTR that I kind of figured it would be a waste of my time to do all that testing on the PTR if they're just changing so much. And I already knew I'm going to test a ton on live servers. So just figured I'd save my energy. But I did spend a lot of time looking at the tree just to get an idea. And it's fine. Should have used Sigil Flame. I think I might have a macro somewhere for... yeah, I'll have to add this to my bar so it stops taking up space. I have a macro for, like, target at cursor, Sigil Flame, that I'll probably get pretty easily. Try to figure that out shortly. Hopefully I'll have a moment of, like, roleplay to fix my gear.
Well done. Once again, Dalaran is in your debt.
Okay, just gonna put myself on auto run macro. Target at player. Where's at cursor? Here's at cursor. I guess I don't have at cursor. Honestly, at player is fine. In the meantime. Okay, there we go. Use that for now. Oh, I did not want to play movie. I did not want to play movie. Oh, fuck. I thought that was going to take me to the next area. Okay, I should be fine if I just cancel it. Fucking, I accident. Playing the movie in this case puts you through 2 loading screens. What an unlucky. Oh, and it teleports me to the rest. Okay, all right, Blizzard. That's crazy. Whatever. I think I still got through this relatively quickly, so yeah, you can see it's already, there's like barely anybody here, whereas Dalaran is just swamped with players. So this is good. I think we're technically still in Dalaran though, so I'm going to be lagging a lot until I get out. Oh, get me out, get me out, get me out. Okay. Let's... Right, my auto-dialogue skip doesn't work because all of these guys have dialogue and a vendor option. So, you can't auto-dialogue skip if you have 2 different things on it. That's frustrating. Do you want to make Dalaran your home? Sure. I get a second Hearthstone? I wonder if those work separately. I don't know if it's supposed to do that, because they give you a special Hearthstone. But I think they forgot to put a check in place that, like, the special, you know, flavor Hearthstone they give you is different. They might share a cooldown, though, for all I know. Fly with Mortari to Crassus's landing. Can I mount up now? Oh, okay. I actually can fly. I wasn't sure if that would be enabled. Gotta head out, but you wish me the best of luck? Thank you. To be clear, I want to make this clear, because whenever I do something like this, people are always like, are you going for a world record? And it's like, it's day 1, right? You know, there is no world record. The event just started. I'm speedrunning because I want to try and optimize my time, and I want to get a good time that I'm happy with so that I can use this as a benchmark for future testing. And then I can be like, oh, my first run, where I was still trying to be really efficient, I leveled in X time. And then I tried out this strategy, and I leveled in Y time, which is however much faster. Well, this strategy is really good, because I did it much faster than my first time around. And if I'm sitting here, like, dicking around, right, then I won't get a good frame of reference. So, I am going to still be trying to speedrun, in that sense, but I'm not taking this, like, super-duper seriously. I think it's not a global release because Mop Remix was a week after the patch day? Ah, I see. Yeah, that's unfortunate then. I didn't realize that they changed it for you guys in Europe. That is unfortunate. Skip the skywriting tutorial. Oh, can you just skip it if you've done it? I guess if you already did the skywriting tutorial on Mop Remix, they just let you skip it entirely. That's cool. Okay, so I got a thing that gives me 10% increased experience. Cool. I guess the intro questline just gives you that right out of the gate. Twin Blades the Deceiver. Borrowed artifact retrieved from your Order Hall campaign. I'm gonna have to change my mount at some point, but for now I'm just using the default one that they put on my bars. I'm also... You'll notice I haven't used any of my gear yet. That's because these boxes, I believe, if it's anything like Mop Remix, they will scale with your level. And until I actually need to fight something, I may as well just hoard these boxes, and then if I manage to hit level 14 or something, then I'll have better stuff. Okay, can I go inside? Enter Violet Hold, yes. Am I going for a world-first data collection run? I guess... Yeah, you could call it a world-first data collection run, I suppose. Malician Aura. Do I want that, or I probably want Demon Blades, I guess? And... this? Sure. This... yeah, this is, I think, how my binds usually are. I think now that there's a lot of roleplay, I'll open this up. It gave me an extra sword. I don't know if it's supposed to do that. Okay, let's... This is probably a good opportunity to bust all of this open. Alright, I'm just going to run around and click whatever I can. I see some epics there. Just so that I have something in every slot. And then later on, when we have, like, more time, I'll go through... Do I have gloves? I don't have gloves. We'll go through and we'll make sure that I actually optimize my gear. So I'm not going to delete anything just yet. Okay. I'm stunned. Okay. Oh. Oh my. Okay, yeah. Apparently, equipping multiple pieces of gear just drastically increases your power. And I just completely obliterated that guy. Cool. Velvet, I'm guessing I need to run outside for that. Has your screen been frozen? I'm pretty sure it's just you. Pretty sure it's just you, because I even have, on Twitch, I have a pretty accurate preview of, what it looks like for other people, and it's working for me. It works now? Okay, cool, cool. You're playing Remix on trial accounts on US. Honestly, you know, you're a legend for that, because while we're all doing our first characters, you get to be the guinea pig. You get to tell us if trial accounts actually work. So it's actually a win-win. Trolling already, you're behind. JK? Yeah. Hey, Oxira, good to see you. Okay, let's... I can't open this right now. So, what do I have that is... let me... Anything that's blue, I'm gonna try and organize, because... Obviously, I think I want to use the stuff that is higher... higher quality, because it has extra stats on it. But I'll try and look to see as we go what I'm still missing. Like, if I would rather have a different set of stats. Maybe I should still use Demon's Bite instead of Demon Blades at this level, just because my Chaos or Fury generation is like really, really, really bad still at this level. I think I probably should. We'll see then. At least whenever I have Sigil of Flame, that's more than enough to like kill a bunch of stuff. But then in situations like that where I'm not doing one giant pull and they're like running at me in waves, it's a little bit harder. Let's sort through my bags. Any other blue items? Blue, blue, blue. Anything I haven't equipped? It looks like I've equipped everything that I want. Okay, nice. Yeah. I've equipped something in every slot. That is... Obviously, so what we're looking for is anything that has speed on it. Duh. Speed, very good. And as for secondary stats, I would ideally like to have... right now, Critical Strike is king. So Havoc is crit mastery, but... like, I don't have a lot of the talents right now that make Critical Strike really good. So technically, like, it kind of is whatever. Every single spec at a low level is just like whatever. You don't really have much difference in terms of your stat prio. Unless, like, the fundamental design of your spec is built in such a way where you... Okay, I guess I need to kill more demons. Where can I find demons? Probably I gotta kill that big infernal. And he'll give me the demon soul that I need for the quest. That is... Yeah, it's probably... It has been a very long time since I have done any of this Legion stuff, obviously. This is probably enough. No, still need more. Where are the demons? Demons in here? Where do I go to kill demons? I don't think I ran past too many others. Well, maybe do I just have to Fell Rush beyond that? I think that's like a barrier. I guess I'll backtrack. Maybe I missed something. I scared them off. I hope I didn't break it by just like holding W. That would be really awkward. Oh, no, there's some demons over here. That just, you know, they forgot that they're supposed to attack me. Alright, there we go. Cool, cool, cool. Can't skip this cutscene. Yeah, at low levels, just in general, stats don't matter that much. It's, it kind of, you just want to balance. So I'm not going to focus on it too much. Long term, for Havoc, Crit Mastery is good. Crit is, generally speaking, I would say, just a good stat to focus on at really low levels, because if you get a random crit and you one-shot a mob, then that's just pretty good. It saves more time than, you know, hitting a mob slightly more over time, so, like, usually better than haste. Versatility also tends to be a pretty good stat at low levels for everybody, but you actually can't get Verse on your Gear and Legion remix. It's, like, entirely locked behind the artifact tree or something like that. So, basically, I'm going to prioritize crit whenever possible. If I have, like, two pieces that both have speed, and one has crit and the other doesn't, then I prioritize the one that gives me crit. And Mastery is the next highest prio, but the main reason why Mastery is good for Havoc is there's a talent that makes it so your Mastery increases your movement speed. But I don't have that talent yet. Are you kidding me? Interrupted my... I guess it interrupted my I-beam, but I think technically, yeah, this guy's dead. I killed him, quote-unquote, and I've triggered the roleplay, or whatever. Servers are up, time to make your DH. Fellow Demon Hunter enjoyer. I figure most people are going to play DH for this. Like, on one hand, yes, I'm a bit unoriginal picking Demon Hunter for the Legion thing, but there are many reasons why I decided to pick Demon Hunter. The biggest one is just, I don't really get to play Havoc that much in a leveling context, because for retail speedruns, it has a very awkward start. So even though I love Havoc, it's a really fun spec, and it is really good for leveling, I've done so many, like, Druid and Monk speedruns, levels starting at level 10 with allied races, but Demon Hunter start at level 8 in retail. So it's just kind of like, you know, the whole square hole problem. Guessing EU launches tomorrow? I have blue boots? Yes, I do. We have all the artifact talents at the end. You will have to commit to one path, yes. You pick one path, and that's the one that you do. So, one of the main things that I'm actually going to try and make a video on soon-ish is discussing which of the, like, builds is the best for leveling. It's probably going to be, like, a second channel video, and I'll make that maybe by Thursday is what I'm hoping for. So I'm hoping that by that point in time, I've done enough testing where I'm, like, confident that, like, yes, this is the best artifact build for leveling, and I can make a video covering that. I already have a rough idea on what the strongest ones are going to be. You could just kind of read the tooltips and be like, okay, yeah, this is definitely better than the other ones. But I will discuss that as we actually get to that point. Still lagging a little bit for some reason. Yeah. Well, while the lag clears up, I guess I'll spend my talent points. Come on. Can't make a DH and trial account before having a level 10 character? Well, I mean, you could get to level 10 in retail in a pretty long time. Oh, are you saying you can make trial account characters, but you were specifically trying to make a demon hunter? I see. Can only use outside. It's weird. Okay, boots. That has speed. So, yep, that is better. This also had speed. This has haste. Take this then. Unless... Oh no, this is higher item level. Okay. So we'll just do that. Speed, mastery crit. I assume that's better. Yep. And... Let's see. This is avoidance. This is avoidance. My shoulders are epic, and helmet is... Mastery leech. I'd rather have leech. While leveling, generally speaking, avoidance is the worst stat. Alright, I'm relatively happy with my current gear right now. I'll figure it out later on. I think while this guy does... Because he's gonna, like, walk, right? Yeah, so I can do this. And just clear up some space. I think he'll still keep walking because I'm close enough to him that I won't need to worry about that. And now I just need to make sure that I catch up to him. Yeah. Worth it, because that was... I lose like a tiny bit of time having to catch up now, but overall, getting to effectively skip that entire roleplay is good. You have blue boots that I haven't equipped. Yeah, I just noticed what that person earlier was saying. If you were the one who said that, then thank you. I did see now. But thankfully I got even better blue boots out of my... okay, this is not a skippable cutscene, I guess. Nice thing is I can open boxes and organize my bags a little bit. Can I use this? I can use this. Nice. Does this give me power? Just gives me a quest. Okay. Yeah, so Nostwin's Voucher is really good. This is basically like a free little Hearthstone. So I'll have to test later whether the two different Hearthstones I have function separately. But I don't want to potentially waste it right now. I need to go upstairs again. Let's do that. I'm going to put my Hearthstones on my bars, just in case. Nice, pants. That is good. It's going to be a little bit awkward. I'm going to start Val'sharah. I pursue second one. What else? these quests because they're just free XP, I think. I'm pretty sure I get experience from that. Or at least I get experience from doing this intro stuff. Loramus is story. I guess, can I choose a second artifact and then complete the intro quest? Yeah. So, I'm not actually going... Oh, fuck. It switched my spec when I accepted that quest. Alright, that's fine. Still worth it to get that free chunk of experience, but I didn't realize it auto-switches you to Vengeance. Is it just gonna spam sorry for the interruption? We're gonna jump you forward in time. Okay, so there's some just auto-talking roleplay going on. Let's get some more Fury generation. This is Speed Gloves, Crit Mastery. Yep, that's an upgrade. Chest Speed. Yep, that's an upgrade. Avoidance Mastery. I have Speed already. Anything green, I don't even need to look at. Yeah. It's green, I don't care. Okay, I assume any second now. The nice thing is I can keep scrapping while I wait. It looks like scrapping stuff also just gives you free stats. I think that's where it's from. Man, this is long roleplay. I forgot how good this is. Bro, you're only level 14. There's a level 30 already. GG. Oh no, whatever shall I do? You're telling me that there's people who are actually trying to speedrun this? With, like, set up groups and not just doing it solo? Without PTR testing? Oh. I guess I'm just cooked. Should I just quit Legion Remix entirely, guys? It's over for me. Change to hard mode? If you're talking about the heroic world thing, I'm actually not doing that. That is one thing that I did test. It's absolutely not even remotely worth it. No, 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 no. There's no reason to do that. I'm gonna use my dollar on Hearthstone. We'll see. Yeah, the heroic world thing, like, maybe later on, once you have insanely super-duper powerful gear, you could justify doing that. But for a first character leveling, do not waste your time. It gives you, like, a trivial amount of increased mob kill experience. It doesn't buff anything meaningfully, and the mobs are so much harder to kill. It's not worth it. Bonus XP, I guess. Is that, Race your own legends. Reach level 40, infinite research assignments completed. Okay. So... this way.
This is the demon hunter I spoke of. I have just the thing. Follow me.
From what I heard, understand you prefer speed over other stats. Is there an item level margin? You take off speed for a higher item level? I mean, this isn't an exact science, right? So that's a good question. I don't know. I'll have to kind of eyeball that, honestly. What is this? Is this quest to get to Val'sharah? Or do I have to do something differently? It's been so long since I've done this stuff. The Tranquil Forest. I think this is a waste of time. But we'll see. I'm pretty sure, yeah, I go over here to start Val'sharah. Okay, fucking Khadgar's trolling me, apparently. I've already started this. Okay, I got this thing for 10% more XP. Artifact weapon will automatically absorb this. Apparently not. Avoidance boots, don't care about that. It is epic, so I'll hold on to it, I guess. But I don't think you can actually upgrade gear, so it doesn't really matter. Alright, is Khadgar gonna stop fucking sitting here yapping? We should try again in Shadowlands Remix. Yeah. That's whatever. Run-of-the-mill YouTube troll. Is for your artifact weapon the tank spec? Ah, good call. I guess, you know what? Honestly, probably fine in the end, because it, I get to turn this in. It's, free XP. Wait, can I activate this and insta-complete the quest? All I want to make sure is I don't accidentally like start the actual scenario. Let's see, Flight to Val'sharah, okay. Do I actually want to take the Flight to Val'sharah? I don't know if you need to do... I think it teleports you, though. I can turn that in later on when I head back to Dalaran. I mean, that was... The roleplay sucked, but now effectively I got 3 quests really quickly back-to-back. And remember, everything gives the same XP. So, like, yeah. Technically, I guess there's, like, the meta quests give more, but you get the idea. Okay, the Griffin does not automatically TP you. I'm not sure if it's required. Some quests like this, you need to interact with the flight. Other ones, it's like if you land there, it gives you credit. I don't know this one, so I'd rather just take this and not risk flying all the way to Val'sharah on my Skywriting mount, only to realize, oh crap, it doesn't work that way. And it gives me, again, time to organize things. Also, you can see here my Hearthstones do share a cooldown. That's good to know. I can't do this here. Should be able to do quests up until you jump on a bat. Gotcha. But yeah, I think that, generally speaking, I will prioritize speed over a slight increase in secondary stats. So, like, speed will increase your leveling speed by a greater amount than, like, a tiny bit of extra agility or mastery or crit. If I get to a point where I feel like I'm really struggling to kill things, then maybe I would take an upgrade. But also, theoretically, if you wait long enough, you might just get a higher item level piece in the same slot that also has speed, so you'll kind of naturally get upgrades. So in a perfect world, you wouldn't actually need to make that choice. You just hold on to the speed stuff for as long as you possibly can. Hello, Goldzin TV. Thank you for the well wishes. Okay. Oh, I automatically hopped on Alfurian's back. Stormheim has to be the slowest area in Legion. It's definitely among the 2 slowest. I would say Val'sharah is clearly the fastest, High Mountain's clearly the 2nd fastest, and then it's like Azuna and Stormheim are probably about even. It's tough to say. I think Azuna is a lot faster at the start. The early Azuna quests are good, but then, like, middle to late Azuna, I feel is really, really slow. I do not like it. Whereas Stormheim, I think, after you get through a lot of the initial roleplay, it picks up, and it's nowhere near as bad. But they are definitely, by far, the 2 slowest. Val'sharah is really good at the start. It obviously has this roleplay, but I mean, if you know Val'sharah, you know it branches off really quickly into a bunch of little hubs that have these bonus objectives. It's really nice. And High Mountain is kind of similar. It's just a generally efficient zone. Yeah, because then you get these quests, and they all branch off into their own little areas. Doesn't really matter the order you do them in. Let's grab this. Clearing the skies, a fell of a time. Okay. I guess... presumably I'm in no rush to do that, and I can just kind of passively go through them. Okay, what are my quests here? I want to prioritize the quest objectives. There. This time-worked obelisk. Haste and movement speed, cool. Might be the wrong place to ask, but are Remix separate servers? No. It uses all of the same servers as regular World of Warcraft. So you just go on to whatever server you play on, like this character that I'm leveling is on Mal'Ganis, just because that was whatever server I happened to have selected when I logged into the game. Some of my alts are on there, and I wanted to just get in as soon as possible, so I just created a character there. And I mean, it doesn't matter these days. The server you pick, it's kind of unimportant. Oh, okay. Random stun. Cool. Love that. Just auto-attack these guys down. You got a question? How do you complete the quest called The Hunt? Yeah. You gotta be more descriptive than that. I'm glad that you think so highly of me that you think I have every single quest memorized by name, but unfortunately I do not. That is... You have to tell me what the quest is. And if I remember it, I can maybe give you some advice. At whatever point we want, we can turn a remix character into a normal retail one. I believe so. It did not work that way in Mop Remix, so it's not like I have a frame of reference to like fall back on. But they did say that is how it's supposed to work. I don't know if it was testable on the PTR. It might have been. I didn't check. But I am not sure exactly how that that functionality works. But you should be able to. Yes. Okay. Is this one of those? Yeah, you just run over the eggs and it auto-breaks them. Love those types of quests. Emma. It's the cave here. Was testable and it worked like that. You can make it retail whenever. Okay, awesome. That's good to know. Thank you. How long are they saying it'll take to get to max level on average? Honestly, don't know because they changed the values a lot. I think even after the PTR went down, I'm pretty sure they did some small buffs. There were some, like, hotfix patch notes. So, I really have no idea. Wait a few hours and you'll find out whenever I reach max level. But keep in mind, it does get faster every single time you do it. There's a lot of XP bonuses that you get, both while leveling and as you do stuff at level 80. So alt will end up being significantly faster than whatever time I get here in this run. Just keep that in mind. Spend talents real quick. That heal fire damage, sure. Where is this quest? Obtain the Twin Blades, the Deceiver, from Vardis Felsoul in Suramar. There should be, if you haven't started already, there's a scenario where you have to jump on, like, a bat, and once you're on the bat, it takes you into the scenario. If you're still inside the little Demon Hunter spaceship area, you need to go back to Dalaran, and in Dalaran, you'll find the bat that you need to take. Hopefully that answers your question. Crap, I don't have interrupt yet. What do I still need? I just need to kill any random furbolgs. Alright. Havoc feels kind of awkward at low levels, but it does pick up. I do think, like... I should note, I'm pretty sure Guardian Druid or Windwalker would still be faster if I was going for, like, super fast leveling. I mean, Monk is insane for a reason. There's a reason I use it for all my leveling runs. Now, Havoc may end up being still the best for endgame stuff. Like, in Mop Remix, all of the endgame boosts and stuff were Havoc Demon Hunters. They were absolutely super-duper broken. But a lot of times, the order in which you unlock your abilities can be really awkward. Whereas, like, Monk has Spinning Crane Kick from a super low level, which is spammable AoE that kind of one-shots everything. Druid has Moonfire, etc. So, it's, it's definitely possible to do things faster than this, for sure. I just really wanted to play Havoc. And obviously for my first run, I want to play the character that I'm probably going to play the most for the endgame stuff, which I suspect will be a Demon Hunter. So I want to get that ready as soon as possible. What's my Discord? All the Discord information should be in the description.
The dream was clouded with such darkness.
Do I not have Disrupt? I should. Is it like in my spellbook, but I have to manually add it? Yeah, it didn't manually add Blur. Oh, I get Disrupt at level 20. Okay, that's...
The sleepers have a... Give me a moment to catch my breath.
At least I didn't miss it.
Long years of vigil have taken their toll.
Starting your weight loss journey in tandem with the event? Nice. So apologies if I miss anything in chat. Obviously, streams like this, it's not only moving somewhat fast, but I am trying to focus, so I can't always just read everything. Sometimes I'll be focused on the game, and then by the time I look back, somebody sent a message and it already passed. I didn't get a chance to read, so just apologies in advance if I miss it. I'm still trying to read everything though. Round you up. It's awesome. It's so similar to how it is now in retail. Are you playing in hard mode or normal? Normal. Hard mode is not worth it for leveling speed. At least right now. It might be eventually. Like, technically speaking, any sort of experience modifier, if you end up in a position where, like, I don't know, if you have a group that's super coordinated, or if the scaling on, like, the stuff that you get for alts ends up being really strong, and you're just kind of one-shotting everything anyways, then obviously any sort of XP bonus is good. But right now, especially leveling solo, when you're not super overpowered, you should not be turning that on. I mean, you can if you want to, right? Like, if you think that you would have more fun leveling that way, do whatever the hell you want. Please do not, like, listen to my, you know, optimization advice. Because I'm always going to approach things from, like, an optimization mindset. Like, how can I do this as efficiently as possible? But optimization is not always fun. For me, it is. But that is not the case for everybody, so do whatever you want.
I'm awake. I will open the way. But be careful. I sense
Come on. Invisible wall? Yeah, there we go. Took a second. Oh. Base planted. How do you activate hard mode? There's the big dragon in the sanctuary area. If you talk to them, there's an option of enable... I forget the name of the mode. It's like some sort of, like, super difficulty nightmare mode thing. Talk to them, enable it. And there you go. Did I already do the bonus objective? No, I get sent over there afterwards, I think. You asked someone in Dalaran? Yeah, it's the big dragon. How did I think I must have fell rushed through this guy. Whatever. Just do this so that I can mount up. The love monks will definitely do a monk, DH, druid, and pally. Yeah, I'll probably end up leveling most classes by the end of this. At least all the ones I need. Do I not get any breadcrumbs to send me to the other place? I guess I'll just go here and do this anyway. It doesn't direct me here. You obviously still want to do these quests. Apparently there's just a random demon. Get it in time? I haven't opened any boxes in a little bit, so... Let's see... I think there's something under there, like in the water, that I need to get eventually. If I'm remembering this questline correctly. Though, admittedly, it's been like... How long ago was Legion? I think I may not have, like... I've done these quests, I guess, before. Val'sharah I have tested, so it's probably been about 2 years since I did these quests, but there's a lot of Legion quests that I probably haven't done in, like, 5 years or more. Crazy to think it's been that long. Heroic World Tier, yes. Yes, that's the name. Thank you. Time Warp to Netherleaf. Okay. What does this give me? Just some infinite power, I guess. Probably worth it to pick those up, then. Get this buff. I assume it's shared, right? Like, I don't steal it from this guy, I don't think. Also, keep in mind, I guess maybe some people want to do this, but I did hear from people that the party sync thing is still working. So you can, like, party sync your character to level 11 and, like, unlock all the quests. And Legion has a bunch of bonus objectives that are really easy to complete. It's one of the reasons why Val'sharah is really good. So I would suspect that right now, obviously I have no way of knowing what other people are doing at this immediate moment, but I would not be surprised if whoever is the highest level right now is probably abusing that. I say abusing, it's not like an exploit, right? I'm more just saying I don't want to do that right now, especially because I think it's going to be fixed. But they're probably just spamming the same bonus objective over and over and getting ridiculous experience. And if somebody is doing that, and they have a good strategy, and you want to do that right now, before Blizzard inevitably fixes it, then go for it. But obviously my end goal is to make a guide, and I would be very surprised if that strategy survives. We'll see, though. I mean, you never know. If it does, obviously I'll cover it, but I want to focus on what I consider to be more important stuff. Let's see. Probably that, because I'm eventually going to be going through glaive builds. I really need Fellblade, but unfortunately you don't get Fellblade for a while. But not having Fellblade makes Havoc deals really awkward right now. What do I need? I need to save Lunar Wings, so I should just look for any of the captive ones. And rounds up all these guys, then do my CDR, and did I get the Lunar Wings? Oh, I think killing those counts as freeing Lunar Wings if they're riding one. So yeah, that should be quest credit. I'm gonna fly through that.
What brings you here?
Talent points. I'll take parry. Chaos Nova's not going to be worth it until I get the Chaos Nova, like, is free thing. Take that. I'm not in war mode yet. I wonder, can I enable war mode? I don't think you can, actually. Orgrimmar, Valdrakken, or Dornegal, none of which are obviously available here, so... Yeah, I guess you can't enable war mode, so kind of pointless then. Whatever. Here. There's some other quests around, but it's been so long that I forget which quest lines you get, like, breadcrumbs sending you to, and which ones I just have to go and run to myself. I finally got meta. Okay. Okay, that's not shared between players. That's... Gotta make sure I get these totems then, because I'm pretty sure, yeah, these are pretty big chunks of percentage for the bonus objective. Want to find the named mob. Kill that guy. You're really enjoying the Keystone Hero videos? Glad decided to run it back this season? I'm glad to hear that, yeah. I mean, the Keystone Hero videos haven't been doing well from, like, a YouTube perspective, but it's like I've been saying with them the entire time. I'm doing it as a personal challenge, and I'm I'm just spending the time it takes to edit all of the runs into one video with some bonus stuff for whoever enjoys watching it. So I'm glad to hear that you are among those people that enjoy watching it. I plan on continuing, right? I have no idea how long it's going to take me to get it done, but I have been chipping away at it. And the way that I've been approaching the challenge this season is I am doing a +10 every single week on almost all my classes. The only ones I haven't started yet is Mage and Warlock. But I've been getting 11 +10s done every single week across all of the different classes. So even though I think I've only posted number 5, I think I just uploaded. I've finished 2 more already. I have Paladin and Druid, or Prop Pally and Guardian Druid done. And I'm gonna edit the footage later this week. I didn't have time because I was, getting stuff done before Legion Remix. But that's all, ready to go. And then I'm, 2 dungeons away from a bunch of other specs. Disc Priest, Prez Evoker, etc. So far, pretty happy with the progress on that. Am I playing tank with DPS spec? Deep, yes. Leveling as Vengeance is really bad. Do not do it. I say that as somebody who historically has enjoyed Vengeance. It's just not good for leveling. It is really bad. All of the things that make Vengeance even do remotely decent damage beyond just hitting a tickle monster are locked behind max level. Havoc admittedly feels a little bit clunky at low levels, but I would say by 30 to 40, Havoc turns into a monster. And it's one of the best leveling specs in the game. But Vengeance just never really gets there. Vengeance's damage has kind of always just been held together by string. A million different proc effects that are locked behind different sources. So, yeah, do not level as Vengeance. Havoc's mobility also gets significantly better. Fell Rush kind of starts off a little bit slow, but you can do way more stuff with Fell Rush than you can with Infernal Strike. It's a lot more flexible of a mobility spell, so for leveling it's just better. Defend Moonclaw Veil. Okay, so I need to... I assume I'm still getting quest progress from doing the other stuff. Come on. But I will at least get this totem. Let's get the totem, because that is not shared for some reason. These are shared, I think. Nope, never mind. Okay, both of them are shared. Shit. It's really annoying. Where's the cave entrance? I just barely missed it. Alright. He lives, he's alive? Yes.
He put up quite a...
Yeah, so...
But your archdruid belongs to me.
Hi, Werewolf, and... Obviously, yeah, I haven't streamed this much recently. Streaming, admittedly, I've said this a few times, kind of burns me out a little bit. So my goal for streaming going forward is I'm going to stream when I feel like it. And if I'm just not feeling like streaming, I'm just not going to stream. If I don't end up streaming for an entire month, so be it. That's just what I need to do for my own personal sanity. And I hope everybody can understand that. Same thing applies for Remix, right? Obviously I'm doing this first run, because this one's really important, so I definitely want to stream this. But I have no idea how much I'm going to stream this week. I will be playing the crap out of Legion Remix for testing, but a lot of that testing will probably be off-stream, and then I'll make videos, showing my findings. I also, as always, will post about it in my Discord. If I find something that I think is, really good, and people need to know about ASAP, I might make a second channel video about it. If it's, super time sensitive. Shit. Yeah. Vanity is overrated. I'm hoping there's going to be a period of roleplay in a little bit where I can, clean up my bags and open these boxes. This, I think, will give me... Does that not give 6% credit? Well, I got trinkets. Okay, we got a new armor slot. So I definitely need to find some moment to clean things up. Alright, yeah, we're good, we're good. That. Okay, I need 15 or 10 more. 10 more of those motes. Not seeing any here, so I'll just land. I'm assuming there's going to be some roleplay here?
Nature stands with you.
Okay,
Lady Sarah,
well, it's a cutscene.
thank
I
you
can
for
skip it.
answering our call. We face a dire threat.
You just like to talk and interact with me a bit more regularly? I mean, I'm always active in my Discord. People always ask questions, and I pretty much always answer. So I'm always reachable, I guess. Let's just equip. Ooh, I got. There's the Timeless Isle thing. I got one of those. Okay, no, I don't want that. People can buy accessory. Okay, so I got a trinket. This gives me basically just free damage. Let's... I think, yeah, this is a side quest. Where does it start? This, I believe, is pretty good. But it's been a little while since I've done this. Can I... Can't do this while in the Wisp form. Oh, I remember this thing. I remember this quest. Search for budding trees? Why can't I... Oh, 8 trees grown. Okay. Is this AoE? I might be able to splash onto different trees. I need to get that bronze thing. I'm also... So I'm not sure exactly how the Lorewalker achievement works, but I did read that the Lorewalker achievements for each zone give you a 10% account-wide XP bonus. So in theory, you would actually want to try and finish an entire zone before you move on to another one. At least for this first leveling run. Obviously, for alt leveling, it wouldn't really matter because you'd already have it unlocked. But I would imagine that it would be better to do slightly inefficient quests in Val'sharah, because Legion stuff is generally, like, pretty averaged out across the board. There aren't that many extremely slow quests or like, oh my god, this is so fast, you can't miss it stuff. Is the roleplay going to take me directly? Oh, barely missed it. But it felt like a legend if that worked. Okay. It takes me out. I think I can just turn it in. Yeah, this is unnecessary roleplay. But I do want to head over and pick up that big bronze node in the sky. If you already have Lorewalker and Retail, does it carry over? No. Same thing in Mop Remix, it did not carry over. You needed to do the achievements again. Where am I? That's just the Kill Demons quest. I honestly can't remember those other hubs. Like, the really, really, really good parts of Val'sharah, this, like, initial section with all the bonus objectives, we've already finished. I can't remember how good the other things are. I'm pretty sure those other sections are not, like, bad. So I might go back and do them, but I'm gonna follow the... Hello? Come on, please. There we go. I'm gonna follow the main campaign quests for now, just because I know I need to do them eventually. And I'm also not sure if the side quests are counted as part of the Lorewalker achievement. Okay, is there like... Yeah, there's one more bronze thing over there. I'm just gonna go and get it now. There we go. And then I'll be able to turn in that quest later on. I don't need to worry about it. The follower adventures aren't part of the event. Yeah, the funny thing about the follower adventures is they are actually... The quests are still there, but they insta-complete. So you talk to the NPCs, and the quests just, like, automatically complete. You just get free chunks of experience, which is nice, I guess. They are definitely the most efficient quests that you can possibly do, so don't skip them, but yeah, they're not good. I'm going to take a moment here to just open all this stuff up. Crit Mastery, I'll take that. That's Leech crits. I have speed, so I'm not going to place that. I have every slot except jewelry and trinkets, right? So if I see a jewelry or trinket, then I will... I'll pay attention to it, but otherwise, if it's green, I just kind of ignore it. Chest piece, shoulders, pants. This is speed. I believe that's an upgrade. Yeah, even though that's purple. Definitely still worth. Trinket. Nice. Okay. Bracers. Helmet with speed. Nice. Chest piece with leech. I have speed chest. And... belts. I have speed. Okay, I just have a better version of that. I'll try to break all this stuff down later on, but right now I'm just going to keep going. It's just, for stuff like that, you obviously want to make sure that you're keeping up with your power gains, because... Oh, you don't want to fall over dead. That would be bad. Next time, I might get stunned here? Yeah, okay, that's fine. I don't know if I can kill Gravax, because he's actually really, really, really nasty. But I will have healing for my souls passively. Yeah, no. I cannot do this. Yeah, unfortunate. Wasn't sure if, like, with my scaling and stuff, I'd be able to beat him. Fun fact about Gravax, if you don't know, he's totally optional, but he drops a quest item. So, you would ideally want to kill him if you can, but not really a whole lot I can do there. The character is just not strong enough. I'm gonna recuperate so I don't instantly fall over on the pull, but as long as I don't fight him again, then I should regen whenever I start killing things and looting souls. At least I didn't die, so I didn't lose the Mark of the Wild buff that I had. Like a single quest, so it doesn't really matter, but worth testing it. Did I spend my talent points? Yeah, spent everything. Did I start in a high pop or low pop realm? Irrelevant. Completely irrelevant. It's existing realms, and all, like, phases and stuff are cross-server these days. Do I need to do, like, the Tiller's Farm pull? No, okay. It's not live on Europe? Yeah, I've heard, unfortunately. Any quick tips about the boxes and the talent trees? You're starting Demon Hunter now. Main thing for the boxes that I said before is try and prioritize crit whenever possible for the secondaries if you're playing Havoc, right? Obviously, your stats will depend on your current spec. Most specs will want crit at low levels just because it's good for leveling. If you get a crit and one-shot a mob, it saves you time. For secondaries, you want to get speed. So, more important than any of, like, your actual stats, you want to try and get speed on every piece of gear. You can start getting speed when it turns blue. Now, some items, I would say, with... oh, right, there's a... Okay, so that's it for that. If there's a blue item with speed, I would personally use it over, like, a purple item that doesn't have speed. At least at this level. Speed's just good, but... up to you. And as for the artifact tree, speaking of which, I haven't really spent anything, so I should do that. That reminded me. Okay, this thing's really expensive, so let's do that. Primary stat, I'll take speed rating. I don't care about stamina, and that's just like 2% agility. I'll do this just because having like Furi on pull right now is actually pretty good. But long term, I don't want to worry about that. Yeah, that actually should be kind of nice. I forgot that I actually had to be spending that. You get like a thing where you can fall from the sky and you take like no fall damage, so that's kind of nice. The only thing that I would say for the artifact tree, I guess I could probably talk about that now, is you pretty much are going to go down the Everdisk or Tempest's Wrath. They are just, without a doubt, the strongest trees here. At max level, things may be different, but for leveling purposes, it's just really a no-brainer. You pick one of these two, that's all that really matters.
We must find him at once.
Let's see.
I must take to the sky. Embrace the power I have given you.
Okay, I got a new trinket, but I don't think that yeah, I don't want that. Doesn't give me damage, so I don't care. Leech and crit, I have speed already. There's a bonus objective over here, defend the temple. I guess I didn't finish that. How close was I? 72%. Okay, yeah, I'll just kill some mobs then. It's unplayable? Is it, like, laggy for you? Ooh, somebody's fighting Gravex. If there's another player here, then this actually might be doable. Free XP. That there. Actually, yeah, this is where I'm going to put it. Yeah, okay, nice. Easy Gravex kill. You still get... Does the quest not exist in Remix? What? That's lame. Okay. Oh. Oh, well. Oh, I got my first ring. Okay, nice. Nice, nice, nice. Where did it go? Am I blind? Okay. I think I need to just take a moment to clear my bags. And also, I'll repeat the thing that I said at the start here. This is not like a world record attempt or whatever. The thing just came out. I am testing first-time campaign leveling, because that is what everybody will have to do. So, just to keep in mind, people who missed that, you know, disclaimer at the start. I don't want to, like, give anybody a hard time, but, yeah. You have now been reminded. There you go. I'm guessing I just keep going here is where the quest is? Come on. I can definitely get this with Vengeful Retreat. Yeah.
To enter is to succumb. I grow.
Kill corrupted plants.
I live to serve Savius.
Drop this, that should be enough. Nice. This.
My power will destroy this pathetic land.
I guess somebody went through here before, because there's a bunch of these, like, little pylons just sitting in the ground. Alright. I don't think these buffs last long enough for it to really matter, but... nice. And it looks like they fixed this, because I think these mobs were giving, like, full kill XP on PTR. So this, they're giving, like, 16 XP now. So that's good, I guess. Preempting potential exploits.
Hunt him down and end this.
Somebody just killed the mob. Alright. Hopefully it doesn't take too long to respawn. I guess if I waited a little bit, I could have done all my vendoring here. It's annoying that they don't get rid of the artifact things, because they're still taking up bag space, and I have to manually vendor them. I feel like would have been nice if they're not going to remove them entirely, they could make them scrappable. That would be, like, within the flavor of the event. And Furi. Being slightly behind on Val'sharah here is going to suck, because anything that this guy does, I'm going to be ever so slightly behind him. I think after I kill this mob, I'm going to head over to the village over there and just do those quests. Because presumably, I guess let me check the achievements. So, Legion Remix, quests, complete the, where is it, with the Sojourner of Val'sharah. Wisp in the Willows actually does count. Oh, that's a lesser cache. Campaign. Okay, Campaign Val'sharah. Bradensbrook counts. The Blackbrook Hold follow-up counts. And I'm guessing, yeah, it would just be that. This gives 10% XP for sure. That much I do know. The side quest one, I don't think matters. So I think I probably just skip those then. I'm just going to head over to Bradensbrook now. I suspect that that'll just give me some spacing. What is this? Oh. Oh, this is part of the quest. Lost Legion Demons. Okay. So I need to look for, like, random demons flying and take them out? And that's the quest objective. Alright, I don't see any nearby, so I'll just try and keep that in mind. Getting all the artifact weapons is giving hella XP. Well, Demon Hunters only have 2. I did start the questline for Vengeance, but I can't imagine just getting those. Like, does it give you... Does unlocking your artifact weapon give you a 10% XP bonus? Or something like that? So, in theory, if you unlocked every single class, would that give you one? That I didn't bother looking into, but... I mean, I suppose it's possible.
Enemy, I came here to find someone within Blackbrook.
Not seeing anything, though. Oh, interesting. So... Lore Runner... If you do Sojourner and the campaign, then it gives you whatever Infinite Knowledge is. I guess Infinite Knowledge, I think, is the XP gain. So it is worth doing the Sojourner just because they have a combined achievement, I guess. That's just stamina. Okay, I don't care about that. Yeah, at this point, I'm just going to bank up all of my artifact power to get the Everdisk.
Friend or foe?
My blade, despite what they say, these people need help. Defend their farms and we will ease their suspicions.
Infinite Knowledge is the power gain. Infinite Power is the power gain. What do you mean? Multiplies the amount you get. Okay. So it's just like a multiplier. Does it affect the experience amount, then? I'm not sure what all the names mean just yet. Because obviously, if it does give you more experience, then it would definitely be worth it to go do that. It doesn't... Okay. So it gives you more personal power. And it will, in the end, impact alt leveling, so it'll be important to get all of those achievements then. Because obviously, the stronger your alt gets, the easier it'll be to level up. But maybe it wouldn't be worth it for me to get that right now. Although, if I'm already almost done with Val'sharah, I kind of might as well.
I got a bad feeling.
Unspent. I'll take Chaos Nova for later on. Take that. About to load. As far as you understood, it increases the speed at which you gain power. Gotcha. Okay, now I'm really lagging. Wow, that was a really bad lag spike. I'm hoping this is not continuing, because it took me like 50 years just to loot that barrel of corn. Raises your infinite power drops by 25% per. Some of the achievements also give a 10%. Yeah, the ones that give 10% are Perfect Epoch Memento. That much I do know. That's what it is. What I wasn't sure is exactly what Infinite Knowledge did. But that makes sense. If it's just boost the rate at which you acquire stats. Probably still worth getting. So I'll finish up Val'sharah before I move on then.
Got that one. Clearest die.
Did it just... Okay, no, I did hit the second.
I see 'em. Good job with those stun grenades.
I think I need one more Falcon. Is there a way to track the stacking buff?
Easy as
Well... Probably there's gonna be a weak aura, like there was in Mop Remix, but... God knows how long that's gonna last with Blizzard's fucking crusade. Which, you know... I guess I haven't really talked about that too much, but... I think their add-on changes are really stupid and really bad. In terms of the way that it's being implemented. I don't think anybody disagrees that, in theory, loosening the importance of add-ons long-term is good. But one thing that has been really, really, really annoying me is people trying to say, like, oh, Blizzard said they were going to do this. They just kind of flat out lied. When they announced their whole add-on stuff, they said that in Undermine. And they specifically said, oh, this is a super long-term thing that we're just trying to talk about now so that we can gauge community perception and get, like, feedback to make sure that it's implemented correctly. Well, I don't think anybody would consider the next expansion, less than a year from when they first announced it, to be a super long time, and sufficient time to completely gut combat add-ons and shove their own stuff in there. There absolutely needs to be some period of coexistence to make the transition smooth. Without that, it's just going to be a shit show. There's no universe right now, if they stick to their guns, where Midnight doesn't end up being a complete shit show. Which is a shame, because a lot of the stuff in Midnight seems really cool. But then... Blizzard, as always, is just incapable of taking easy Ws. And they're just like, you know what we should do? We should tell all of the people doing effectively unpaid labor for us to fuck off, spend extra dev resources making a half-baked version of the thing that already exists, instead of just letting people play the game how they want and investing that developer resources into something else. It's baffling, man. Absolutely baffling. If they want to have, like, built-in combat add-on stuff so that it makes it easier for new players, great, that's awesome. But then saying, oh yeah, and also at the exact same time, we're cutting all other functionality. Like, why? Why?
It is just as I feared. Lord Ravencrest's remains are gone. Safe Lord
Another stupid gray item I don't want.
But I will always revere
The BM Hunter scenario broke the game? Damn. Oh, I guess I'm glad I'm not playing BM Hunter. You're gonna need 50 million unbound power to get 999 limits unbound? Sheesh.
Saved our people and rescued our world from annihilation. This loss was
Shit, I don't have the thing yet that resets the cooldown on Blade Dance. Oops. On Demon Blades. Don't forget 6 months to try and create what add-on devs have spent 20 years doing. Yeah, exactly. And there's no way they can. I mean, the strength of this game has always been its customization compared to other MMOs. Like, I like Final Fantasy, don't get me wrong, but that has been a complaint that I've heard so many people levy against it, that there's really not that much you can do to customize it, and they're very against add-ons. So that has been a point in World of Warcraft's favor for the longest time, and Blizzard's just like, yeah, well, about that. What if we just regressed? You can make, like, baseline functionality to help new players without taking away stuff. There's no reason that you can't have both. It's just very silly. And the problem is, I feel like whenever people try to have that discussion of, like, why are we gutting add-ons? It gets buried under the idea of, like, whether or not Blizzard should be simplifying the game. And they're, honestly, two completely separate things. The changes to add-ons, that's like an accessibility thing. Having built-in features, accessibility, that's great. That's just unequivocally a good thing. Simplifying the game in terms of like rotations and stuff like that, that's a separate topic. That one, I think it kind of depends on exactly how they go about it. Some of the classes that I play, I've looked at, and I'm like, those look good. Some, like Brewmaster, are terrible, and I really would like to know what the hell the person who redesigned Brewmaster is smoking or drinking, because it's just awful. So that is like a mixed bag, but you can do one without the other, and we can debate one without the other, but it gets kind of mixed together so often. What am I looking? Trella and Shieldbreaker? I guess it's just Mod hasn't respawned. But yeah, whenever I hear people complain about, you know, oh, the add-on changes are bad, there's like so many people that crawl out of the woodwork like, ah, you just hate that the game's being easier, elitist, blah, blah, blah. And it's like, no, like, not necessarily. So. I think the problem was designing encounters with the assumption that the player would be using specific add-ons. Yeah, but, like, that's another thing, right? Nobody was forcing them to design encounters like Fractalus. There's a lot of good encounters in this game that don't require weak auras. Honestly, out of all of the fights right now in Mana Forge Omega, the only encounter that is just blatantly a weak aura boss and sucks ass for it is Fractalus. You have the option as a developer to just not make Fractalus. It might seem cool on paper, but literally anybody could look at that fight when it was on the PTR and be like, yeah, it seems cool, but it's going to be completely obliterated by weak auras. And yet they still made it. They didn't change it at all. That was their choice. Nobody's forcing them to make Fractaluses. And it's like, what... The problem with Fractalus is, like, how does that fight magically get better if you don't have weak auras? It either just becomes infinitely more annoying, or Blizzard has to make something in their boss mods that also does it for you. And realistically, the solution is to just, like, not make fights like that, because they're just not good. But then you can do that without simplifying the rest of the game. No, you don't need to make weak auras if the fights that require weak auras don't exist. It's really that simple. Overnax sucked, yeah. That's another good example. Exactly. I think Overnax was a little bit better. Overnax, actually, I would argue, was less to do with add-ons and weak auras and stuff like that. The problem with Overnax was much more one of, like, forced class stacking, where the design of the fight basically required you to have Mass Grip or A-Bomb Limb or something like that. That's a separate issue. It was... There were some add-ons or weak auras that you needed to, like, position, but I would say, I don't think it was anything that far beyond the standard for most Mythic bosses of, like, hey, move here, hey, don't stand in this, hey, this is your assignment, and that kind of thing. Which, keep in mind, anything that is, like, just memory-related, where it's just like, hey, reminding the player, dumbass, you have to do this mechanic at, like, 3 minutes into the fight. Like, if there's anything that's assigned like that, and you know 100% of the time that this player will get this assignment at X time, then you can have just a third-party program that just doesn't interact with the game, but just runs a timer. And just knows that, hey, like, whenever the fight starts, which add-ons will be able to detect when the fight starts, because they'll be like, oh, hey, suddenly I can't see anything, right? So I don't know enough about the inner code. Where do I go for this? Blackrock Prison. It's down. God, it's been so long since I've done these quests. Where is this quest? It's like, this has to be bugged. There's nothing over there. I have to read the... Collect the prison keys? There must be some, like, downstairs. Does this door open? Oh my god, I'm blind. Okay. I'm dumb. I don't remember this at all. Wow. This is definitely one of those quests that I have not done in, like, 5 years. What was I saying? Yeah, so add-ons will be able to say, like, okay, I definitely can't read anything, but just because you can't read something doesn't mean you can't have add-ons that play the game for you. A good example is like healer CDs and whatnot. When you have like timeline reminders for like as part of the liquid pack, and you have your CDs and defensives and stuff planned out, add-ons don't need to actually read what's happening in the game most of the time to know. There might be some dynamic things there, but by and large, you know when the damage is coming out. You know, like, okay, the boss does like a really big hit at 2 minutes 30 seconds. We're going to assign XYZ thing here. So people will still use that. It doesn't matter whether or not Blizzard changes the fights. You'll still have access to that. So they have two options. They can either design fights assuming that you don't need to coordinate things like healing cooldowns at all, or assignments at all, or they can build some really good in-game functionality that does it for you, which removes the need to worry about any of those things. But it's honestly, like, removing weak auras really only hinders their ability to make fights like Fractalus, which, like I said, why would you want to do that anyway? It doesn't magically become more fun if you don't need to install a weak aura for it. Fractalus isn't bad because you need to set up liquid weak auras, although admittedly, I really do not like the liquid aura packs. It is such a nightmare to keep those updated. Holy crap. That's a separate issue, so I guess in that case, that is kind of a nuisance. But that's like less of a Fractalus-specific thing and more just like the way that Liquid structures their auras. Dear God, please change it. The fact that you need to update it literally every single time the creator adds like a single line of code to one boss anywhere it's just a pain in the ass. There have been times when I update my liquid weak auras before raid, and then like 15 minutes later, when we're like in raid at the boss, the raid leader's like, oh, your liquid auras are out of date. I'm like, motherfucker, I just updated this before raid. And then it's like, there was a new update at 9:08 p.m. Like, alright, fuck me. Apparently I gotta update it again the second time in an hour. So that is frustrating. Obviously, that would not be a concern if they made their own weak auras, but that is not the problem with fights like Fractalus. Remotely, that is not even close to why people dislike those fights.
How dare you attack a Kaldorite noble? You will beg for mercy, which I will not give.
I tested Outlaw? No, I don't. I will eventually learn Outlaw. I guess for anybody who doesn't know, I'm currently in the process of trying to learn all 39 specs. I'm doing a series on my second channel. So I will eventually learn Outlaw. That is a goal. But I have not played Outlaw, like, at all yet. So no, I have not tested Outlaw. I haven't really played it on live much. I definitely haven't tested it. But I don't even have Alpha, I guess, so I just realized your question was specifically about Alpha. No, I don't have Alpha. So no, I have not tested it. And when I get Alpha, if I get Alpha, that will not be among the top 38 specs that I test. Actually, let's say top 37. I would gladly test Outlaw before I test Ogavoker. But yeah, it would not be a priority for me in the slightest. Sorry. I'm sure there are plenty of really good rogue players out there, though, who have tested Outlaw, but I am very much the wrong person to ask for that. Sorry. Where can... Maybe up in the walls there's, like, things that I can do? Yeah, okay, there's a lot more up here. Let's see. I was reading YouTube chat, so let me try and catch up on Twitch. Against saying you use add-ons, you ran add-ons just fine in Final Fantasy XIV. I also had some add-ons when I played Final Fantasy XIV, way less than WoW. But let's not pretend that the company didn't have a much more strict stance on add-ons, right? I'm not saying you couldn't do them at all, but there was very much like a fuck around, find out policy with certain add-ons. And as far as I knew, Square Enix was never super transparent about what they considered okay and what they didn't. It was really just like a don't do anything that, like, will blatantly piss us off. So yeah, I don't know if that's, like... I don't know if that's a hill to die on. I'm not saying it's impossible, right? I'm never saying, oh, you like, add-ons do not exist in Final Fantasy XIV at all, you can't download them, but it was definitely a weak point of the game, unquestionably, that it was much harder to get them set up. Man, can I get Fellblade yet? I think I might be high enough level. I can. Oh, yes. Thank goodness. Even Fractal's Mythic might need a weak aura. We kill it every week on Heroic by looking at behind us. Well, yeah, okay. I'm specifically talking about Mythic. Yeah, you should not need a weak aura for Heroic. Yeah. It's, Heroic is a lot more forgiving. The problem with Mythic is the amount of walls that you get, like, that get added vastly outweigh the amount of walls that get, like, taken away when you get the shatters. So you just kind of need to be perfect with shattering, and you need to balance it out perfectly. Now, in theory, I'm sure that if you are super overgeared and you get to a point in farm where you just kill the boss before it even matters, yeah, there's a world where you don't need to use the weak aura on Fractalus. But that's just unrealistic, because no guild will get to that point before having to have killed Fractalus at least once with the weak aura. If there is a guild that killed Mythic Fractalus the very first time ever with nobody on the team using the weak aura, I'd love to see that footage. Because they must have some of the craziest comms and coordination out of any guild in this game. But very, very different on Heroic. Heroic, you have so much more wiggle room. It's... like, I don't think I've ever seen the hard and rage on Fractalus where you just literally do not have enough room. Like, if you played your shatters perfectly, the way on Fractalus that it should work is you get to the very end, and you have almost every single row completely full, minus, like, one spot. Ooh, that's kind of nice. There's, like, one spot open on every single row, and you have, like, one safe lane where there's, I think, like, 2 spots open. Nice necklace, too. It's good stuff there. And then you get, like, one final set of walls where no configuration in where you drop it will allow you to survive. One of the walls will fill, and then Fractalus will one-shot the group. It is just impossible to live beyond that point. I think my rings are fine. Yeah, I'm not gonna use this new one. Speed shoulders. Crit mastery speed shoulders. Very nice. That's a big upgrade. Oh, don't want that. No. Let's click. But it takes, like, so long for these boxes to open. There's, like, a massive delay. But I need to make sure I'm keeping up with my gearing. You have to choose between Lane, Sun, Fury, Altruist. It's a purely cosmetic thing. It's a story thing. Pick the one that you think looks cooler. The problem with that choice is, so in the actual original story of, like, the Demon Hunter starting zone, there's, like, a lot more backstory to it, and you, like, get introduced to both of them, and their, like, philosophies behind leading the Demon Hunters. So when you're presented with that cosmetic choice, there's, like, more weight behind it, because you're choosing, like, which philosophy you agree with. I'm pretty sure it boils down to, like, one of them loves Illidan and wants to, like, just do everything that he thinks Illidan would do, and the other one is like, well, Illidan was an idiot, and we gotta go our own way, kind of thing. I'm pretty sure that's what it is. I forget which is which. I think Kain is, like, the Illidan simp, and Altruist was the guy in TBC Nagrans who betrayed Illidan, right? So, pretty sure he's the other dude. But yeah, in terms of how it affects your actual gameplay, it doesn't. Do not worry about it. Pick the guy that has, like, the cooler tats or whatever. Can make a macro to open all the boxes on the side while running or flying around? Yeah, I mean, obviously, long-term, there's plenty of ways to do this. It's kind of weird, because, like, in Legion, or in Mop Remix, the way that I did it is just... I wouldn't worry about much gear other than, like, I got the basic stuff to put in my gem slots, but then since I was basically getting boosted, it didn't really matter. And for actually, like, leveling an alt on my own without boosting, you could transfer everything with, like, trade. So in some of the test runs I did, I just had a character sitting at the start and I traded myself, like, full gems. But the gearing system works differently now, so you wouldn't really be able to do that. Also, man, all the harpies here are dead. This is gonna be really awkward. Jailer definitely needed weak auras. I mean, every single mythic boss has weak auras that make it easy. Jailer, I can think of a few mechanics, obviously it's been a while, that required weak auras, but Jailer didn't have anything remotely on the same level as, like, Fractalus, where it's like, if you didn't have it, you literally couldn't do it. And the bigger issue with Fractalus is every single person needs to have the weak aura, and they all need to have it up to date, because the way that weak aura works, if you haven't done Mythic Fractalus, is it looks at who gets assigned to, like, drop walls and break walls, and it figures out, like, the perfect way to distribute the walls and break them. But it requires every single person actually doing what the weak aura tells you to. So if the weak aura says, like, so-and-so, drop your wall in blue, and you don't drop your wall in blue, and you drop it on orange instead, it now causes, like, a cascading fuck-up that affects everybody else's assignments. Because the weak aura can't read the state of the room, so it just kind of has its own internal tracker of where the walls should have been assigned. So if somebody messes up, or, God forbid, if somebody doesn't have the weak aura, then they're not going to get that notification, and then it'll screw it up for everybody else.
What are we waiting for? Do not let anything.
So it's not just like weak auras help. Like, there's been a lot of individual mechanics every now and then over the years where, like, the person dealing with that mechanic will probably need a weak aura to deal with it. But when people think of, like, weak aura bosses, it's usually something where literally every single person needs to have a weak aura working, and if they don't, it screws it up. Echo of Neltharion was kind of similar, where, technically speaking, that one, not everybody needed it. I, as a tank, didn't need it. But I think, like, everybody else needed it, because it was anybody who got assigned to the circles that you had to drop. And it was similar, where it would tell you specific positions in the room of, you get this debuff, you have to go to this particular spot, and if you didn't have the weak aura, it would screw everybody else up. In my case, tanks couldn't get that mechanic, so I actually never had to do that weak aura, but obviously I still progged that boss, and every single raid night, there was 15 minutes of weak aura troubleshooting before we had to pull. That's what people don't like. Like, I think there's, like, a lot of opinions thrown around by people who don't actually Mythic Raid of, like, how weak auras impact the game. If I need to download a weak aura, and it, like, helps me out with, like, some small parts of the fight, but the fight itself is still fun to play, I don't give a shit that I'm technically using a weak aura. It's not the existence of that weak aura that ruins the raid for me. There's plenty of really good fights in this game that, yes, there are weak aura packs, part of, like, Liquid or Northern Sky or whatever, that solve some of the trickier parts to a lesser degree, and they're still perfectly good fights. I still enjoy them a ton. The bosses that anybody who's prog Mythic absolutely hates, that are called weak aura bosses and are usually clear examples of, oh, I absolutely despise this, is the ones where everybody is basically playing the weak aura, not the boss. Like Ovanax. You are not actually looking at anything, or Fractalus. You're not actually looking at anything really on Fractalus. All you're doing is you're staring at that weak aura when you get assigned, and it shows like a big chart on your screen with your assigned location, and it will, like, flash a color over your head, and you have to go to that lane. That's the only thing that you're looking at. Outside of that, there is a designated safe lane, so it'll say, like, safe lane purple. You stand in the place of the purple world marker, and you just shut your brain off. That's it. You're not doing anything else for the rest of the fight. You're just sitting there, whacking the boss. I guess there's, like, a spread mechanic that you need to worry about, right? But, you know, it's like, okay, duh. You know, the mechanic goes out, I spread, so I don't kill other people. That's about it. It's, yeah, it's not interesting. That stuff's just not fun. Fractalus is a boring boss. It is basically a target dummy. And, yeah, I don't raid Mythic to, hit a target dummy and every now and then have a weak aura tell me to move to the side. I want fun, interesting mechanics that I actually have to use my brain to solve. Is there PvP in Legion Remix? I don't think so. I don't think there's any way to turn on War Mode. Ooh, that's a damage trinket. I think one of my trinkets at least is survivability. That technically does damage, but yeah, it's not that great. I'll buff myself with... That's those things. I don't know what oh, that's the dragon riding biscuit. Right. How far does this... Okay, I think I do want to complete this bonus objective. I'm pretty sure it's relatively easy to complete. If memory serves. But it doesn't look like it actually overlaps with all these quests. The new Vengeance Demon Hunter hero spec looks fire. Yeah, I guess I haven't talked about that yet, but obviously I, love Vengeance, or used to love Vengeance DH until they ruined it. But I am overall relatively positive when it comes to the changes they're making. I think that it is one of the examples of a spec actually getting better with the alpha changes, and I completely agree that the new hero talents actually look really, really, really good. I'm biased because my favorite part of Vengeance has always been Spirit Bomb. And I was always a big Spirit Bomb enjoyer. They're changing how Spirit Bomb works slightly. Now it's like a 30-second cooldown. So now instead of it being either a completely dead filler button like it is now, or the way it used to be, which was you it kind of replaces Soul Cleave, and your game plan is just to use that as your main spender, but there's like some little interactivity with like how many souls you spend, buff it, so your entire thing is about like generating souls and spending souls. That'll still be the case, kind of, but now that only matters like once every 30 seconds. They have made it so when you consume souls with Soul Cleave, it buffs the damage of Soul Cleave, so there is some skill ceiling there with like the souls that you generate will matter outside of the 30-second Spirit Bomb cooldown, because you can still increase Soul Cleave's damage like that, but it won't matter nearly as much as it did before. And I think as long as you're not letting like Fracture sit on 2 charges capped, and you have 5 souls whenever Spirit Bomb is up every 30 seconds, then that'll pretty much cover you, and it won't be nearly as difficult to manage your resources as it was before. Though I say difficult, I loved that part of it. I thought it was a very fun and challenging playstyle, and I loved min-maxing. But, yeah. Overall, I think it's still really good changes. I really like the look of the new hero talents. It's, like, relatively simple, right? You drop meteors, you buff the damage of Spirit Bomb, you get some meta CDR, which, one thing that I'm not a huge fan of is they are making Metamorphosis a pretty significant damage cooldown for Vengeance. It technically right now, and kind of always, has given you a slight damage increase when you use it, but meta has generally been a survivability cooldown first and foremost for Vengeance, and not a damage cooldown, and that is basically completely changed now. It's, what do I want here? Ooh, this is an interesting one. I really don't know. I guess... Yeah, because there's... Curious Gaze is good. The Throw Glaive stuff is nice, but, like, I don't really get enough synergy to make that work until higher levels. So... I'd probably go Initiative and, like, take this stuff that just buffs I-Beam, so that I can get to a point where I'm just hitting I-Beam and everything it touches dies. It's probably a better way to play it. But yeah, I'm not sure. I haven't, obviously, don't really speedrun Havoc that much, because for retail you can't really do it, so I don't have an exact leveling talent setup memorized, whereas, like, Windwalker Monk, I've done Windwalker Monk so many times that I know exactly what talents I want in the exact order. Did he answer your question regarding not running Mizal, the Black Ox talent, on your Brewmaster? Let me scroll up. I did not see that question. You don't run Nizal, the Black Ox's Brewmaster. Is this bad? Oh, okay. Exactly as it sounds. Very big, it depends. I would say, generally speaking, right now, you should be running Nizal. There really isn't much of a reason to not run him, because if you're not running Breath of Fire, which you should drop Breath of Fire, as much as it kind of feels awkward to drop it, it's just the better build, and personally, at least, you get used to it, right? I definitely felt weird dropping Breath of Fire, but the moment that I really got a feel for how the rotation plays without it, it actually wasn't too bad. I really like the current version of Brewmaster. And if you're not running any of the Breath of Fire nodes, it's kind of like, what else are you running other than some trivial survivability nodes that don't really do much? And Nizao is not that powerful, but I also think a lot of times people overlook his contributions. You know, he's a mitigation cooldown that does damage, which is just nice. Okay? You know, you can use him on cooldown and he will still stomp. He'll do some overall. It's not like it's a ton, but it's also not 0.1%. It adds up. And he does give you some passive mitigation. So I definitely would recommend running Nizao. The real question I would have for you is, if you're not running Nizao, what are you running instead? Because obviously, if it's not that impactful, but if there were like a bunch of incredibly strong talents that you had to choose or drop in order to take Nizao, then yeah, maybe it wouldn't be worth it. But as of right now, with the current iteration of Brewmaster, that's just not the case. And it's just very easy to justify taking him. He's not like a high priority, so if we're talking about leveling, I would first say don't level as a Brewmaster Monk. If you need to do dungeons, then sure. But generally, if you're doing open world leveling, Windwalker is the way to go, like, without question. And in that case, if you do choose to level as a Brewmaster, then Nizao is very low prio. You can justify taking him super duper late and take all of the other really good talents, and then whenever you have like random points to spend, then grab him. But max level should be able to take him. Somebody basically figured out how to paint in 3D space. Or are we talking about, like, really old add-ons? Yeah. Yeah, obviously there was stuff with, like, Archimons, like you said, where you used to be able to do really crazy things with add-ons. But a lot of that functionality has been restricted largely because of Archimons, yes. Tales of a Scrub, what are those links? Is that, like, a link to the Archimon stuff? Also, man, this quest takes fucking forever. Yeah, there's a reason why I haven't done these quests in a while. The early parts of Elshra are good, and obviously I've considered them for speed leveling routing at points in time, but you would never ever keep going beyond this. I'm only doing it because, like, you know, fuck it, why not? You gotta do this at some point. If you are looking to level alts, you will want to get all of the campaign achievements for the 10% XP, so I want to test how long it takes. Videos from ICC bosses? Cool, cool. You did your guild's first legendary axe quest. You remember not doing the Vampire Queen's Bite, but not Putricide was requiring such complex mechanics. I guess I must have missed the start of this conversation. Yeah, oh, it painted telegraphs on the floor. That's interesting. I didn't know that add-ons used to be able to do that long ago. I knew that they restricted things after Archimons, but I was not, like, actively raiding around the time of, what's it called? ICC. That was a little bit before my time. So, I was unfamiliar that things like that were even possible. Hold on. Let me... Give me 1 second to respond to something.
I have no time for games. Where are you,
Okay.
Malfurion? Answer me!
Oh, it's this quest!
My love,
Surrender, my love! I need you!
I cannot tell where his voice is coming from.
I have not done this one in a long time. But I remember this from Legion launch. People used to joke about this one endlessly. I'm pretty sure the consensus was that it was like Xavius trying to make Malfurion sound stupid, but it's still, the voice lines are really, really weird. They restricted the A-pad before most people knew about it. Gotcha. Okay, so I still need to complete random objectives. How much do these Night Elves give by clicking their bodies? It's Xavius doing it in the lore? Gotcha. I always figured that was the case. But I know a lot of people used to joke about Malfurion going, "Toronto, my love, I need you," in this quest. Honestly, though, they really have done Malfurion dirty, just... Even in the time since I fat-fingered the CDR. They really have done him a disservice. Is optimizing level 20 trials still a thing? No idea. If anybody has actually taken the time to test that so far, please let me know. I think somebody earlier said that they were going to double check and make a level 20 character. But keep in mind, we were not able to test trial accounts on the PTR. So there has been absolutely no way to know that. And to my knowledge, Blizzard has not confirmed or denied anything. They've been kind of radio silent about it, which is a little bit annoying. But, well, now we'll be able to find out. So if it does work, I will be sure to let you know.
I need you.
Hold on, my love. I am near.
Okay. You level into Delves and some low keys. You run Breath of Fire and Keg Smash and Exploding Keg. Well, I mean, obviously, different stuff, right? Like, Keg Smash is a duh. That's like a baseline ability. Exploding Keg is a good, you know, or a good cooldown. You should definitely always run that. Breath of Fire, you should drop. If you're still running Breath of Fire, I would recommend looking up the Breath of Fireless builds. Wowhead, Peak of Serenity, the Monk Discord, there's plenty of areas where you can find more information on that, and like what talents you should drop in place of it. But you definitely should not be running Breath of Fire right now. They've just, I don't know why Blizzard hates Breath of Fire, but they have just continuously nerfed it over time. And then it's like, Breath of Fire does like basically nothing now. It has barely any synergy with any of your kit and gives you like a small DR for like 3 talent point investments. And then suddenly Brewmasters are like, what if we just don't take Breath of Fire and take a bunch of other of the new passive mitigation things instead? And it's like, you know, all Brewmaster players who weren't familiar with it. I've seen so many posts of like, I can't believe they're dropping Breath of Fire. It's like, well, I don't know what Blizzard expected with the changes they've made. Obviously, now they're doing another big revamp in Midnight Alpha, and it's basically impossible to not take it now because there's nothing else worth taking. They've removed a lot of the better stuff. But yeah, definitely drop Breath of Fire. And kind of the thing about dropping the Breath of Fire stuff is there's so many, like, very niche talents that only relate to having Breath of Fire. So if you aren't running it, you can free up 3 to 4 talent points. And that's why it suddenly becomes very easy to take Nizao. You almost have to look for things to take in the midsection of the tree. Oh, Goldson became a member. Thank you. It's crazy that Breath of Fire isn't taken. Yeah. I mean, I agree it is definitely one of the most iconic abilities, and it's a shame that it's not taken. And the moment that I saw, oh, it's no longer worth it to take, according to the Monk Discord, I immediately knew that something was going to change next expansion to fix it. Brewmaster has been kind of, like, overdue for an actual rework for a while. We technically got, like, a mini rework this patch, but it wasn't really a rework. It was just kind of, like, adding some new, very powerful talents, some of which they've already taken away at Midnight, which is cool. And the biggest stuff that happened with Brewmaster is that the way that they changed Master of Harmony and the new tier set bonus just encourages us to not run Breath of Fire. So that's really been the main difference.
What would you ask of the Caldora?
Okay, there we go. So I got the 10% XP buff. Nice. And I should probably start cracking these things open. Interesting. I kind of don't want this compared to the other stuff I have, though. Let me try to open this up pretty quickly. That's Leech, so I don't care about it. Another I Am My Scars. A ring. Is that better than the ring I have? No, not really. Yeah, I mean, it's basically the same, but... Leech, don't want that. Leech boots. How much agility is that? I don't think that's enough agility for me to care. This is a damage proc necklace. Yeah, okay, I'll take this. That's better. Sure. No, yeah, to answer your question, Krieger, I did not do, like, practice on the PTR to test this. This is, like, I'm using the timer here just so that we have a frame of reference, so I know how long it has taken me to do this run. And I am trying to be relatively efficient, but, you know, I'm still trying to, you know, answer questions in chat and figure things out on my own. I did not do, like, endless hours of testing on the PTR to figure out, like, the fastest method that's going to get nerfed later today so that I could get a really fast run and be, like, you know, the flower-sniffing champion, right? I think of that classic meme that people always repost. It's like, I'd rather just take the time now to figure it out so that I can make a guide that will not get nerfed and just figure out the actual fastest way, so then you guys can use it too. That's always going to be my goal here. Werewolf subscribed, thank you. What is my opinion on the heroic difficulty? So I haven't tested it extensively, because I only did like a little bit of PTR testing just to kind of figure out basic stuff. But the only conclusion that I came to after the testing I did is, oh, this is not worth it at all. Which is kind of why I didn't test it extensively. I did a tiny bit of testing just to see, is this worth turning on for the XP bonus? And I decided, no, it's not. It is... At least for your first character, for the early leveling, the buffs that it gives to enemies are way, way, way larger than the amount of time that you'll save with the XP buff. It's not worth doing. Now, like I said, I didn't do a ton of different test runs. It's entirely possible that you get to a point late into the event where your overall power level on brand new alts is so high that you're just insta-killing anything you touch, and then at that point, it becomes worth it. But for the foreseeable future, if you're trying to level efficiently, do not waste your time with it. If you want to turn it on because you think it would be fun, by all means, do what you want to do. But yeah, that is my general opinion on it right now. You're debating between Vengeance Stage and Blood DK. You did Blood DK on your first guy in Mop, and it was slow at first, but Blood Boil turned out to be monstrous. So, universal disclaimer of play what you want. Blood DK is not a good leveling spec. It is pretty slow. It's not, like, the worst thing ever. The main thing about Blood DK is you just can never die, but, like, Havoc also can't die, and Havoc has crazy mobility, which Death Knight has really bad mobility, and Havoc has really good damage, and Death Knight does not. And then, obviously, there's a ton of other specs that do the same thing. If you're looking for a tank to play, obviously, Guardian Druid is always going to be the best leveling tank spec. And Vengeance is not bad, but if you're leveling, I would say level as Havoc. Vengeance is just very clunky while leveling. It may end up being better in the end game, depending on how scaling works. That's kind of hard to say. But in Mop Remix, unequivocally the best end game spec was Havoc. It was better than Vengeance. It could survive everything, and it just did more damage. So I suspect it'll probably be the same, but who knows? I think either way, Demon Hunter, just as a class, is an extremely safe pick. Both specs are probably going to be pretty good for this, so that is probably what I'd recommend. And it's just Demon Hunter, right? It's fun. And if you want to level as Vengeance, it's not bad. I would say if we're comparing like Vengeance and Blood DK, Vengeance is probably better purely because there's a lot of Demon Hunter specific stuff, like as a class, that makes it overall stronger. Though all of the stuff that would make Vengeance a fast leveling spec, Havoc also has, except Havoc does it better. But Death Knights as a class are just relatively gimped. Blood is fine, it's just your DK mobility is so terrible, and Blood takes a really long time to get going on its damage. Like, I would say the damage that, relatively speaking, the damage that Blood is able to do when it gets to like level 40 or 50 and it has its full kit, Guardian can pretty much do at level 10 by just throwing up Moonfire and pressing Thrash. So, when it comes to leveling, not all specs are created equal. A lot of it just has to do with like how involved their class design is. Because if your spec is designed around having a bunch of little modifiers that make different abilities worth using, then odds are you're going to feel really weak until you're a higher level and you actually get to spend talent points on those modifiers. But Guardian is honestly pretty straightforward, and so much of Guardian's talent tree is just flat percentage bonuses, like you do more arcane damage, your Thrash makes you do 2% more damage to targets it hits. So obviously you get stronger as you level up, but it's just like numerically stronger. Your kit still functions exactly as it would at max level, almost exactly. And so that's kind of why Guardian ends up feeling really strong. That's a explosion. I honestly don't know if it's even worth it to kill these demons. I suspect not, but I haven't been looking at exactly how much experience I'm getting. But I'm more so just trying to, you know, test everything out and see what the rewards from this are. And, like, do I get rewards for killing multiple demons from presumably the same thing? Man, Bell Rush with lag is also really fucking rough. Krieger subscribed with Prime. Thank you. Appreciate that. There's a big bronze node up there. Grab that. It's tinier than I thought. What am I missing here? Sisters of the Moon. Okay. Yeah, I can't see any because people are snagging them right as they respawn. I'm gonna be honest. I saw this, and I thought it was a Boomkin interacting with the Sister of the Moon. And I'm like, oh, well, he's taking that tag. I won't bother. But, nope, it is not a Boomkin.
Bless you, stranger.
Are there any frogs in Legion? There might be frogs in Legion, but I don't think any of the good farming spots are that. So, one thing that I do know for sure from people who tested the PTR a lot, let me know that there is a mechanism in place to prevent similar stuff to the frog farm. So if you did not hear, the way that it now works is if you farm for too long in the same spot, mobs just stop dropping loot entirely. Yeah, wow, this is so expensive. I'm trying to save up for this, because, like, this is so whatever. The first ability I use does 30% increased damage. Like, it's just trivial. So I'm saving all of my resource for getting the big ability, but it's, yeah. So expensive after the initial points. Okay, let's do some of this other stuff. Speed. Okay. And then avoidance haste. Honestly, nah, I'm gonna keep the speed. It's not significant enough. But yeah, so frog farming in general is going to be a lot harder because of that change. It's highly likely that you won't see too many of those, like, super powerful farms. There might be situations where it's worth it to, like, farm in a particular spot for, like, I don't know, 30 minutes? I don't know what the timer is before mobs stop dropping anything. So you go somewhere, you farm for 30 minutes, and then, like, you leave and do something else and come back when, like, the internal countdown is gone. I'm sure there's going to be people who figure out exactly how it works, like the exact time that you need to do it, or maybe ways to get around it. And at that point, we'll figure out some super big bronze farm, but the bronze farms that people have, like, told me about, of like, oh, these mobs might be pretty good, I don't think any of them were frogs. And I'm not going to say them because, A, it doesn't seem to be a super efficient way to farm anyway, and if it is, well, if I said the areas that people have told me about, right, I'm sure some of them have probably been covered in videos, but if I tell you those areas, and there's still not an efficient way to get around the restriction, then Blizzard might go and preemptively nerf all of those farming spots, whereas by waiting, then people might find a workaround, and we'll have a period of like 24 hours with like a fancy workaround and a super overpowered spot to get a lot of bronze. Which is one of those, like, if that happens, again, farm it at your own risk, because they did do the rollback for the frog farmers, which was kind of unprecedented. They've never really done something like that, especially when it's like not a blatant exploit, it's just playing the game. So I think they've been very heavy-handed this time around because they know that that was a very bad thing that they had to do, of nerfing people who just objectively weren't exploiting. It was just a Blizzard fuck-up. And they would probably like to avoid that controversy again, I would imagine. So, yeah, I think they're just starting off with, like, heavy restrictions, and we'll see how overzealous they are this time around of nerfing things people find. Heroic, you watched a Blood DK streamer start a fight as Heroic right off the gate, and he was getting hit for, like, 20% of his health, died a couple times in the intro? Yeah. Yeah, it's not worth it. Now, keep in mind, right, especially early on, I don't know how early that guy turned on Heroic, or girl, I don't know. I don't know how early they entered Heroic. If you don't have all of your items, you're missing out on, like, massive chunks of power, which is why, especially for this first character, notice how I didn't get shoulders until, like, level 5, or level, like, 15. I didn't get, like, a helmet until closer to level 20, and then at level 20, that is the first time you're able to unlock rings, trinkets, and necklaces. I don't know if all of them unlock at 20, or if they gradually unlock as you get from, like, 20 to 25. But I just had multiple slots empty for the first 15 or so levels. So if you're trying to do it right out of the gate on your very first character, you're going to have a really bad time, because you are just missing tons of power that the game expects you to have. On alt characters, you can unlock all that stuff from level 10, I believe. I didn't test alts on PTR, but I did read that, I think, on Wowhead. Which, you know, it is Wowhead, so take that with a grain of salt, but I do remember reading that all of the armor slots you can obtain starting from level 10 after your first character. As usual with events like this, your first character is, like, very heavily restricted, and there's a lot of stuff you just can't do, so... yeah, that might be one of the reasons why they got blasted so badly. But it is just, the tuning on it is ridiculous. I kind of like the idea that they're going for, but... I don't know. The problem with something like a Heroic World Tier, especially for leveling, is... It needs to be one of two things for people to use it. Either it needs to be more efficient, it needs to give you enough of an XP increase where, even though it takes, like, twice as long to kill everything, you're leveling, like, 2.5 times as fast. Maybe. Just as a rough example. The numbers are not exact. Something like that, right? Or, it needs to be just so much fun, and even though it takes longer to level, it's just really enjoyable, and even though you'll be losing time, you're not feeling like you're wasting time because you're just enjoying the process. But the problem with the Heroic World Tier is they've technically added some, like, mini Mythic Plus modifiers, I think, at, like, higher levels, and it, like, ramps up or whatever. But it's not interesting. Personally, I feel. I don't think it's interesting. And I haven't seen anybody say that they find it to be really interesting. By and large, it's just a bunch of flat modifiers to damage and healing, and some, like, bonus Mythic Plus affixes, and things like that. So, yeah, I don't really see why anybody would want to do that, other than, like, oh, I'm such a tough guy, look at me leveling the hard version of leveling, oh, all these scrubs are in casual mode, and oh, I'm gonna take a hit for 50% of my health and enjoy it, because that's just the man I am. Like, unless you're one of those people like that who just likes torturing themselves because it, you know, builds character or something, I just don't really see what the fun advantage of Heroic World Tier is. So if it's not faster for leveling, why fucking bother? Kind of my take on it, at least. And I love, like I said, in theory, the idea of, like, a much more challenging leveling experience that's, like, really fun and engaging. But this ain't it. So they still have work to do. Nice, got an upgrade on the speed chest. If it'll let me. I guess I go back to Dalaran now? Also, what is my... I think I have enough infinite power now, because that achievement gave me, like, a crapload of infinite power. So I might be able to buy the Everdisk thing now. Let me double check. Oh, no, it's... What is it? Infinite power. Oh, this is the total amount that I've collected. Okay. So I've collected 11k. I could buy this if I, like, unlearn some of this stuff, but I think I need to unlearn the vast majority of this. So I'll keep it as it is for now. I want to go to High Mountain next. What I'm not sure is if I need to go back to Dalaran. Let's use Nostwin's voucher, because there's the return ticket thing. So if I want to go back to Vel'Shara and just fly north, I can do that. There's an achievement for 50 empowered mob kills that unlocks a power boost gain. I think I know what you're talking about, and I don't think... unless there is actually an achievement, because you said there is an achievement, right? Very big difference between that and, like, there's just a bonus. Because what I think you might be referring to is this quest, Infinite Research. There are infinite research quests where you can choose what to do. What is this? Speak with Eternus. Unlock Heroic World Tier. Rare enemy slain. 50 Lost Legion demons. Infinite research. Okay, so it does look like, yeah, you're right. There is a second infinite research that you don't get to choose the objective of. Because the one that I did before, it let me pick. But yeah, you're right that there's not an achievement, but a weekly quest or daily quest. I don't know what this is. 50 airborne lot. Wait, no, this is different. This is the flying guys that you can knock down with skywriting. This is rare enemies. Maybe if I do this quest, it'll give me a follow-up. Okay, turn on Heroic World Tier. And then, is there a follow-up quest? What's this? Extracurriculars. No, I'm not seeing any quests that does that, yeah.
Find and defeat these creatures to claim the temporal energy coursing through them. But know that you will be in for a challenge.
Speak with Eternus about Dalaran? Yeah, no, unless I'm just not seeing it, right? I think you might be confused with one of the other quests, but maybe I just haven't gotten that quest yet. If there is a quest to, like, kill 50 enemies in Heroic World Tier, then yeah, it might be worth it to go and do that. But I am not seeing that anywhere. Oh, it is quite literally an achievement. You're saying, kill 50 empowered enemies in Heroic World Tier as a... Okay, but yeah, so here's the thing, though. Yeah, that's not a quest. Since it is an achievement, it looks like... Yeah, so at 50, you get the infinite knowledge, but that's account-wide, right? So, yeah, I see what you mean now. I see the link. If that's account-wide, then I don't really think it would still be worth it to do that now. Maybe, depending on what counts as enemies, you can find an area with, like, a ton of tiny little enemies. You know what? Let's test that. Because if a random little Spriggan that has, like, 2 HP and dies in, like, 1 hit counts as an enemy, and you're just going around and getting the kills to get credit for that achievement, and then leaving Heroic World Tier, then that might be worth it, but specifically to get that bonus. But I don't think anything beyond that would be worth it. We'll try it, though. We'll see. Would the critter cannon count as an enemy? Worth a shot. Okay. Do I unlock Suramar or something?
Any disturbance should
Oh yeah, this is Suramar, I think.
just give it a
Ethel Kanesh,
Wait, oh. This is a toy now?
of the Sheldon,
Huh.
the
I guess they finally changed that.
first arcanist in the court of
Better late
Furi.
than never.
My people have made a dire pact. One that spells
Here,
doom
let's...
for this world. Time is short. If you have found this message, you are capable of finding me as well. Make
Does it have a list of all the buffs that you get by being in Heroic World Tier? I'm not seeing any.
Ithnala Kanesh.
We will defend Azeroth together.
This is interesting. I can use this as like a teleport to Suramar. Speak with Eternus about Dalaran. Why did that not show up before? Okay, there is also a quest to kill enemies in Heroic World Tier. Yeah. Empowered enemies slain. So, maybe this is the sweet spot, it's hard to say. But I guess it might be worth it to enable it at, like, a specific point just to do these one-time quests. And then you're done.
I have an idea. We die in Illidan's name.
Here.
As will Karya.
There's, like, so many different breadcrumb quests now. I want to go to High Mountain, though. What I'm wondering is, do I need to pick up a specific quest to do that? I know there's breadcrumb quests that you have to grab in your order hall, so I'm going to check back there and see. Legion Remix is part of retail. To answer your question, yes. Can you be grouped up for that achievement? Possibly. Okay, you can only grab one at a time. Let's see what this is.
Illidan knows the way. If we don't meet again,
Sure. Free XP.
remember, nothing.
Let's pop these open. Don't want any of those. Foreign herbs don't disappear from the minimap when you loot them? Interesting. I'm getting pinged a lot. Hold on, let me see what the pings are. Okay, yeah, nothing super time sensitive. Alright, we'll grab the High Mountain quest. Okay, I just need to meet him in Thunder Totem, so this one I should be able to just fly there myself. Oh yeah, I need to turn in Tears of a Loon while I'm here.
Quickly now, after him. His people are your best chance at an ally on that mountain.
Breadcrumb quest to become unavailable once you start the chain? Yeah.
Today we celebrate a great triumph. One paid
Wish that stuff was more consistent. What is this? Okay, that's a defensive thing. Don't care much about that. Defensive necklace. Yeah, don't really care. I'll find another time to scrap my items. Let's just keep moving. I guess world quests... Yeah, world quests have been updated. They all give this stuff. And they give heroic caches. Okay. 3 hours. Wait, why did they only last for 3 more? Oh, I guess is it daily? Yeah, because in Legion, world quests were daily, and they still haven't updated it to account for that. Here, let me try to kill like random things in Suramar. I assume, yeah, Suramar starts scaling at level 30, so I should be able to do it now. I also should be able to get this guy. And, yeah, there's a quest I have for, yeah, Lost Legion Demons. This is the thing up in the sky. Apparently, I have to break all of these crystals just to get this dude, though. Oh, that counts as multiple. Okay. Ooh. There's lots of little bronze nodes here. Yeah, that's just like bonus knowledge. Sure. I mean, this seems like a good way to get early infinite power. Because I'd really like to get that Everdisk ability. It seems like it would be really strong. I can just kind of freely fly around here and kill demons. That's kind of neat. I could definitely see myself just like, I'm bored, so I'm going to fly laps around Suramar and just mindlessly hit demons with my bird. It's neat, I guess. And I need a bunch of these for the quest, so this seems to be a pretty condensed spot. It's also just natural bronze stuff scattered around. How's Legion Remix so far? Yeah, pretty good. It's pretty much exactly what I expected. There's some neat stuff, like, admittedly, adding the little skywriting things that you can just do a hit and run on is kind of cool. Different way to farm bronze. And I'll try to, like, make my way over to... There's a rare mob. I need to kill however many rare mobs for this quest. Presumably this won't, like, one-shot me, so... Do big CDR. I need Furi. Okay, yeah, like, look at this. One rare, and it has so much fucking health. And this is with multiple people hitting it. Imagine if I was trying to solo this. Does this look worth it? How many rares do I need? Maybe this is, like, because it's in Suramar, it's a special rare. Any boss slain. What is any boss? Like a dungeon boss? A raid boss? What do I need for this? 15 rare enemies? Okay, to be fair, though, this doesn't say they need to be in Heroic World Tier. So I have a quest to kill rare enemies, but that's in any mode. And then I have a quest to kill enemies in Heroic World Tier, or rather the achievement is to kill 50 enemies in Heroic World Tier. And that is not specific to, that is specific to this, but I can kill whatever I want. Bear, okay, this is where it's tracked. It does say empowered enemies, but what is an empowered enemy? Is that a rare? I don't think so. I think that they said in their blue post that it's like a separate thing. Empowered is, like, really strong. They usually glow. Okay, I'll try to keep an eye out for him. Apparently, I only need 3 of those? Yeah. I'll try to do these world quests while I'm here. Just because, you know, they're buffed anyways. Unless they feel like they're taking just an eternity to do. In which case, why bother? The portal to Oregon Azuna works? Really? It's a bit silly. Okay. I mean, I don't think that gave that much experience. Definitely not enough to justify... Crap. Definitely not enough to justify the time I spent. Time to turn off XP on a random DH in month. Yeah. I mean, it would be interesting if that stuff still worked. I'm not going to rule it out. But I don't know. I think that as much as a lot of people did enjoy that strategy, there's probably more people that kind of hated it than those of us that enjoyed optimizing it. So I'd be very surprised if they don't
The Legion
take that
landed
out.
right on our doorstep, and Elyson simply let them in. Disgusting. Strike at Felsoul Hold.
So this
Show
is
the
just
Legion
kill
that some of
mobs.
us are not so easily broken.
Oh, actually, isn't this, I remember this. There's like a little cannon that you can use. I wonder if that counts as killing mobs. Maybe it does. That would be a neat way to kind of bypass this. I did a lot of world quests back in Legion. Suramar rares are harder? Gotcha. I'll at least test out some rare mob in like a regular zone. Oh my god, yeah, but look at the auto attack damage. That's kind of the problem. Like, I'm playing Havoc, so I'll be able to live it. But that is an insane random white hit for like 20% of my HP. It's like generating so many souls that I'm out healing anything that's happening, so it doesn't matter, but... okay, let's see if this counts. The World Quest, I know it does. North American aim right now. Fuck me. Is there, like, one that isn't boxed in by these two fucking gates? Okay, come on. Jesus. I'm starting to get a little bit annoyed by this fucking World Quest, man. Come on. What do you mean that doesn't hit? Okay. Alright, Blizzard. Second round PTR seemed like they buffed Heroic World Tier. Yeah, no, they definitely buffed it by a lot. It was absolutely abysmal at the start. It's still not worth it, though. Like, for the difficulty level of, like, fighting a single mob, you need to make leveling so much more efficient in this mode to justify it. Okay, I feel less bad. The hitboxes and the bats are fucked. Don't aim spam? There's a cooldown! Oh, wait! That counts? Wait a second! That counts?!
The Nightborn will survive.
That's the strat! That's the... You use the cannon, and you just farm empowered bats. Okay. Time to join a raid and keep farming these? I can still sit in the cannon. I finished the world quest, and it's not kicking me out. There's another... That? Wait, what the heck? Felguard just, like, popped into the air and then disappeared. There has to be, like, a better vantage point, though. I think there's other cannons. Oh, yeah, there's another one. Alright, let's track the achievements. And somehow I'm getting double credit, because I've only seen 3 bats, and yet I already have my tracker up to 5. Okay, come on. Is this... It's giving me... I think it's giving me credit for... Where's the other one? Oh yeah, that actually counts as just enemy slain. Alright, that's crazy. Okay, so this is just by far the best way to do that achievement. Not even close. It also counts the riders. Ooh. Good call, I didn't even think of that. There's one. And... Come on. Come on! There we go. If I do this, yeah, we're up to 7 now. Does this guy count? This is Engorged. Yeah, that counts as empowered. Can I shoot down? Probably can't shoot you down. I'm kind of worried that if I leave the cannon, I won't be able to re-enter. So I guess I just sit here for now. They actually have a decent spawn rate, all things considered. Come on. Oh, there's another one. You'll have to sit there until Remix is over? No, no, no. I only need 50. Fuck me. Yeah, so that time it only counted as 1. Oh, God. It's this stupid little gate thingy. There we go. Alright, so the infinite knowledge, the thing that gives you the account-wide increase, is at 50 of this. So I have to track... Yeah, there we go. Infinite knowledge. Alright. Yeah, no, So I got quest credit for the heroic world tier thing, which, I mean, that's good. This is definitely the easiest way to get that quest done. You also get a world quest for the, 2 things for the price of 1. But you won't need to do this after your first character. But once I get this achievement, my entire account will have that infinite knowledge thing. And this is definitely going to be faster than trying to, like, kill multiple mobs one by one, especially 50 empowered mobs. I'm killing them in 1 hit. A regular mob took me like 30 seconds to kill. An empowered mob at this gear is probably going to be a massive pain in the ass. Where is this? Suramar. There's a world quest up right now, and you can find this little turret thingy. There we go. Let's see. No Realm First achievements in Legion Remix? No. There's literally nothing for, like, those types of achievements in Remix. I don't even think do they have them in retail anymore, period? I don't think they do. So it's literally just for bragging rights. It's, like I said, it's the flower-sniffing champion, basically. And now, mind you, right? I'm in a glass house here. But I like to optimize alt leveling speed and do stuff that, like, is practical for other people to copy. Trying to optimize specifically your first character is just... let's see. Is it run black... If you run Black Oxes, it's better to use the Purifyings even though there's no damage to clear? Nizal only staggers a portion of your damage. If that's what you're asking. Encouraging Illidari sounds. Thank you, Poverty Midas. Stepped away to get water. What was the ability you're getting? Forest? When I choose my ability, if you're talking about the artifact tree, I'm going to pick the Everdisc. The Everdisc looks like the best one, for leveling at least, in my opinion. I think that overall it'll give you the most bang for your buck. Didn't they fix the level 20 scaling? No idea. We haven't been able to test it at all. They definitely haven't fixed the scaling overall. Like, low levels still do more damage. So that has not changed. Just as a general rule of thumb for how World of Warcraft is designed. Whether or not you will be able to abuse that again for Remix, like you were in MoP, that is the thing that we don't know. But, I mean, even in retail right now, low-level twinks are still very much a thing. The only thing that you might be thinking of that they changed is they changed how time-walking scaling worked. And a lot of times, at least like in the context of retail, people were using those twinks for time-walking boosting. So, it's still possible. They're still very strong. But they changed some stuff about how it scales, so twinks are, I believe, significantly weaker than they were before in specifically that content. Do achievements give more than bragging rights? Oh yeah, I mean, achievements give tangible power increases, which is why I'm farming this one right now. It gives infinite knowledge. If we're talking about, like, in-game achievements. When I was saying the whole bragging rights thing, I'm just saying, like, the first person to hit 80 in, you know, Legion Remix, whatever. Like that. Who gives a shit? World firsts and stuff like that for leveling, even in, like, regular expansions, are always... Somebody finds a broken thing on the PTR or at beta or whatever, and keeps the strat to themselves, and then when the servers go live, they abuse it, Blizzard fixes it like 2 hours later, and then they get to claim, like, ah, I was world first because I had a team of people helping me using a broken strat. Okay. You know, that's cool, buddy. Am I going to make a video for the fastest leveling route? Yes. So, I guess, yeah, I posted that in my... I made a little YouTube announcement talking about my plans, but I guess I can go over it again here, because obviously not everybody's going to see that. So the current plan is for miscellaneous, like, niche topics. Like, for instance, at one point I will probably talk about the best leveling build for this artifact tree and talk about, like, why I think Everdisk or Tempest's Wrath are the two best ones, and how you should spend your points. That's something that I want to cover, but that's, like, not everybody's going to care too much about that. So I'm going to record that and just, like, no editing, just info dump. I'm just going to sit here, press record, and just talk about all of the information that I know about that subject, and I'm going to put that on my second channel. So anybody who cares about that stuff, I will probably throw that up, like, within a day or two, once I've thoroughly tested it, and I am confident that Everdisk is actually the best, as I suspect it is from my testing on the PTR. I didn't test it heavily, so I could be wrong, but it seemed pretty clear to me when I did test it that, yeah, this is just by far the best option. But I'll put that information there, in depth, for people who really care about that stuff. If there's other topics like that that I think people might be interested in, but is, like, more niche for you guys who really care about optimizing leveling, then I'll put similar videos up on my second channel. Then a week from today, I will make, like, an edited, condensed leveling guide for all of the information that I know from our first week of testing. And all of, like, the fastest strats, little tips on, like, you know, basically the best builds. I'll include a mention of, like, this is the best thing that you should do if you're trying to level, and then if you want, like, an hour-long deep dive on why this is the case, go check out the other video. But that video on my main channel in a week should contain a very, very condensed summary of all of the super important information, and that way I can get that out there for anybody who just wants a basic roadmap to follow if you're planning on starting Legion Remix early. A lot of people that I've talked to don't want to play Legion Remix right now, and they're very much in the mindset of, like, I'm going to wait until end of November when they're going to do all the fancy catch-up stuff and all of the phases are out, and then at that point I just want to have the fastest leveling strategy already discovered, and I'll follow your guide from that point. So I'm going to have this initial guide out, but then I'm still going to keep testing, and whenever I feel that we've found the fastest strategy, whatever it is, and I don't really think there's any room to improve it, then I will start making a really, really, really detailed video guide for the main channel, and whether that takes 3 weeks, whether that takes, you know, 2 months, and it's out, like, literally end of November, I don't know. It is entirely dependent on how long I feel it has taken to find by far the best leveling route, and, like, there's no way it could be optimized further than this. And when that happens, that video will be posted on the main channel, but the reason I'm making that, like, week 1 summary video is so that at least it's there, so if it does take me a while to figure out the best leveling method, you at least have a basic summary in the meantime. So I don't have people asking me literally every single day for the next 2 months, when's the leveling guide, when's the leveling guide, when's the leveling guide. You'll have an interim leveling guide. That's the current plan. And then as time goes on, like, let's say I post that guide next week, and then 2 weeks from now, a major discovery is made that, like, expands upon all the stuff that I talked about in that first video. I'll make, like, a second channel video talking specifically about the new thing that was found that makes leveling super fast, and then you can use that as, like, you know, an addendum. But I don't expect that I will need to race to update my main channel video a week from now too much, because I'm going to keep it much more, like, beginner friendly. There's going to be a much more emphasis on, like, first character leveling, basically what I'm doing right now, unlocking achievements, talking about things like this, of, like, important achievements to target, so that if you do want to level alts later on in the event, you are already ready to go, you have all of the XP modifiers and stuff like that. It's going to focus more on evergreen topics, and then probably at the end of the video, if there is, like, an emerging strategy that people seem to think is really strong, kind of like the level 20 boosting, I'll touch upon that, and I'll probably give a lot of disclaimers of, you know, oh, this is still a work in progress, there might be ways to streamline this further, but just so you know, you might want to look into this more. That way, even after I make the super duper updated guide, let's say in 2 months, then in that guide I could say, hey, if you're leveling your very first character, I made a separate video that goes over all like the introduction, all the basics. And that way, the big, really detailed, super fast alt leveling guide, that can already assume that you have all of the intro information, because there'll be a separate video on it, and we can get really into the meat on how to optimize alt leveling. And as with anything, I mean, it's an evolving process, right? So that's my current plan, but something may come up, and I may need to change that plan over time. Nothing's completely set in stone yet, but all I can guarantee is that I will be doing a lot of testing. And I'm hoping that we'll be able to find a pretty cool alt leveling method before long. Now, whether or not we're able to find something that gets you to max level in, like, you know, under 30 minutes, in the case of the speedrun, and, like, even, keep in mind that the sub 30-minute strategy that I did, even though it had, like, the help of a ton of different people, even after that was nerfed, later on in the event, after they changed some of the experience values, I had a lot of people reach out to me to say that just like doing a casual, like semi-casual run, like they weren't trying to speedrun, they were just playing with their friends and trying to boost some alts with like a group of 5, a lot of people managed to get like sub 40-minute times, like 35. I think somebody got like a 34-minute time. So even with like non-super duper giga min-max speedrun strats, the level 20 boosting was actually a practical way that a lot of people used to level their alts. It's, at the time, you know, many people were using it, but I think some people who missed Mop Remix have kind of heard about that. They're like, well, you know, I'm not super interested in boosting strats, and generally I don't recommend boosting strats either. The big difference with the Mop Remix stuff is that you were able to basically boost yourself, because it required a trial account, which is completely free to make, and the actual setup process was super easy. I even did a video at the time where in the span of 6 hours, I created a character, I got that character to level 20, I geared that character, and then I spent, within that still 6-hour run, I boosted on that brand new character a different character from 10 to 70. So it was basically like an all-in-one speedrun of like creating, leveling, gearing, and then doing a full boost. And I did that in, I think it was like 6 hours or something like that. And then obviously from that point on, you now have a level 20 where you can boost every single character going forward in like an hour, roughly. That was Mop Remix, keep in mind. But that's why it was so effective. It did not take any time at all to set up, and you could do it entirely on your own. You didn't need to do anything fancy to multi-box. You just checked a box on your account creation page and enabled a free trial level 20 account, and you could just run both instances at the same time. No fancy setup or anything required. And that still works for retail, keep in mind. It's just, we don't know if that will work in Legion. But if it does, it might still be a fast way to level. DBD. Suramar was a max level zone? I'm aware Suramar was a max level zone, yeah, but it still scales. Like, it is still currently scaling from 30 to 80, so in theory, everything should be giving, like, health values proportional to my level. Now, that being said, a lot of times, endgame rare mobs might have, like, significantly more, like, relative health compared to your level, because they're designed for you to have more gear on top of that. So that might be why that rare mob in particular was, like, super tanky, because it was in Suramar City itself. But a lot of the Suramar questlines were designed with fresh level, what was it, 110s in mind? Was Legion 110? I think it was 110, because then BFA was 120, and then they did the squish. It's been a while. What level do you have to be for world quests? I don't know the exact level. I unlocked some world quests when I went back to Dalaran after I finished Val'sharah. I think I was level... I'm level 32 now. I was level 30 when I first finished Val'sharah and went back. But I don't know what unlocked it. I don't know if it was the level I was. I don't know if it was like... It had unlocked at 25, but I just had to speak to that guy in Dalaran. Maybe it unlocks at 15. And it's just because I didn't go back to the city for that long, I hadn't unlocked it yet. I'm not entirely sure of the exact point. Let's see. Does the moment that gives you experience gain across Warband stack the more alts you make? The memento. So are you saying, like, if you create brand new alts, will you be able to just infinitely farm the 10% bonus? I don't think so. I'm pretty sure all of the mementos you get are tied to achievements. It does work across your warband, in case that's the question. But a lot of them are tied to, like, random achievements. So, earn your first artifact weapon. I think this gave me a bonus thing. Earn power. Like, you might unlock this while doing your first character, but it's usually tied to some achievement somewhere. Complete the introductory experience, blah, blah, blah. So, like, you can't get this multiple times, basically. It might seem like, oh, I did this quest, this intro quest, and it gave me this reward, but you're getting the quest reward, and at the same time you're completing an achievement that's dropping that same exact reward in your bag, so it looks like it came from the intro quests, where actually there's just an achievement to do the intro quests. Well, I know for a fact that the more characters you level, I don't know where the achievement is, but the more characters you level, the higher XP gain you get. There is a cap. I forget where the cap is. But you do get benefits, but I believe it's like when you get a character to max level, you get like an increase to your total experience earned, warband-wide. But a lot of the achievements are one-time only. I'm trying to see, where is that? World tier stuff. Like the Withered training scenario? In heroic world tier. Okay, that's gonna be annoying. I did not like the Withered training scenario back in Legion. Thing was a pain in the ass. One of the Withered is running away. Catch him before he is lost in the tunnels. There's also an achievement for doing world quests. Die in heroic world tier. Okay. So when I go to exit this, I'm gonna just fall from a really high height just so that I get that achievement. I'll try to remember to do that. What else? Oh, okay, so actually there's an achievement for leveling every single class in Legion Remix, which is... That's kind of crazy. I already was planning on doing every single class just for fun, but I actually don't know if I have enough room in my character creation slots. I probably have a bunch of, like, really, like, low-level random characters that I don't ever play that I could delete, but that's... They're only giving us 5 new slots. That's kind of annoying that you have to get every character leveled. But I guess more of a reason to do it. I was gonna do it anyway. There is an achievement for doing your second artifact weapon. I don't know what the follow-up beyond that is. There might be an achievement for unlocking every single artifact weapon. Sounds like it would make sense. If I get 50k infinite power, there's another achievement. Huh. Complete infinite research assignments. I thought I've already completed one. So I don't know why it's still showing 0 out of 5. It's kind of nice. This is like super chill. I'm just sitting here pressing one button. I get the full Ret Paladin experience. And I get to just read chat. What's the world quest name? I forget because I've already completed it. If you're watching on YouTube, you should be able to scroll back in the recording a little bit and see when I first got here. And then you'll see the world quest name. In before it's patched? Yeah, admittedly, this will be a very easy thing for them to patch. They'll just make it so, like, these bats can't become empowered. So then you can't farm them for that quest, but... in the meantime. And to be clear, right? Like, all this lets you do is I'm able to get that upgrade immediately. Instead of having to wait until I'm max level. If you come back at max level to Heroic World Tier, and just blast the, what's it called? Blast a bunch of enemies. Like, you'll eventually get this. It doesn't matter that much. It's also a really good way to do the Heroic World Tier quests, because it takes a while to get the 50 empowered enemies, because I have to sit here and wait for one of them to spawn. But killing 15 enemies for the quest with this, like, literally took a minute. They're really fast. For all classes is just mounts. Oh, okay, I see. And you can buy them, too? That's interesting. So if you don't feel like leveling another class, you can just spend bronze. That's good to know. Pixelina said, "Hi, Mr. Streams. So glad you're covering Legion Remix. YouTube did not even notify you." Yeah. I mean, I only posted that I was doing a stream on YouTube like a few hours ago. I guess this morning. Yeah, it has, I guess, been a while because it took so long for them to actually get the servers up. But yeah, I posted it basically less than 24 hours ago. I talked about it in my Discord, obviously. I mean, I definitely was going to cover Legion Remix. Like, there's no universe where I don't cover this. But I talked about my plans for it in a Discord post, and then I was like, yeah, I should probably make a YouTube post about it too. Just so that people are aware. But then, obviously, it's not everybody's going to read that immediately. Dungeons might be faster. For, like, leveling in general. It's entirely possible. Obviously, dungeons weren't something that I could super easily test on the PTR, so I don't know for sure. It is entirely possible that dungeons are faster once you have, like, super geared players who can basically boost you through it. Though, given my experience with... There we go. Given my experience with Legion dungeons, I do not think that, like, just regular Legion dungeon running is going to be worth it. I'll probably do Legion dungeons at some point for, like, these quests, because I'm pretty sure there's achievements tied to them. So I already have, like, the Enter the Dark Red Thicket ones, and, like, in Stormheim, you have to do the quest to get the Aegis of Agrimar. And then there's also the Tidestone of Golganeth quest in Eye of Ashara. So I will probably do those eventually, like, at least once, just for the quests. Because I believe on your first character, that'll probably give you some advantages, but... Whether or not that's, like, a super fast way to level, just in general, I do not know. I'm gonna go do these world quests since they, expire soon. And there's, like, an achievement to get a bunch of world quests done, so I want to make sure I get credit for them. And then I will fall to my death to get credit for the other thing. Dungeon mobs count for heroic world tier? Interesting. So if you enable heroic world tier and then you enter just a regular dungeon, even though the dungeon doesn't get buffed, it still counts, is what you're saying?
We must bolster our ranks. Seek out the withered and soothe their rage.
Interesting if that's the case. Let's see. You're asking about infinitely stacking, but didn't realize it was tied to an achievement? Gotcha. I don't really see the Withered here. I forget how this achievement works, so I'm not gonna... Yeah, I don't think I'm gonna waste my time with this. Okay, it's just any random Withered in this area. Okay, this should be easy then. Do I actually need to beat them up? Oh, no, okay, then yeah, this is actually really easy. Dungeon gave kill credit for regular heroic world tier enemies for the quest Infinite Chaos. Gotcha. In that case, yeah, so what were the dungeon mobs buffed for you? Like, did they deal more damage to you relative to other people in the party? If not, then that seems like a really easy way to get that achievement or quest done. But I would imagine that there's no, like, empowered enemies in dungeons, so for the achievement that we just did, I don't think that would work, right? There's a feat of strength for dungeons that gives bronze and stuff. Yeah, but... So, keep in mind, if it's just doing the dungeon, you can save that until max level. And just do them on, like, M0 or something like that. You'll probably want to do that anyway. Specifically, doing it on normal while leveling for the quests might be worth it. Because there's, like... For the initial 4 dungeons, there's a follow-up quest to collect all... What were they called? Like, the Pillars of the Isles or something? I forget the lore of this expansion.
I have no doubt that each of them would be proud to hear our calls.
But that might be an achievement. I honestly don't know. Yeah, it is. Scour the Broken Isles and recover all 5 Pillars of Creation. That's what it's called. It doesn't seem like it gives anything, but a lot of these I remember from Legion Remix, they only can list 1 reward on here, so it may give a greater bronze cache and the other thing that gives you 10% XP. I don't know. I'll have to check that out. Oh, finally got Demonic. That's big. You don't know? You just DPS, fair enough. Remember to die for the achievement? Yes, yes, yes. I still have one more world quest to do.
The Wardens have pledged to bring justice to this world, but we cannot be everywhere. We offer you the honor of taking down.
Probably shouldn't be trying to read chat on things. I will catch up in a little bit. Oh my god, what is that? What is that? Okay, so this guy has some modifier that's causing him to infinitely summon imps. Which I think would be fine. Because I get soul fragments off it. There's also some other dude here, so that's cool. This is another one of the empowered things. But I need to kick his... Dude, this is fucking crazy. Yeah, like, there is no world in which this is worth doing. Like, look at this shit. I literally... What?! He literally just grips you in from halfway across the fucking world. Yeah, I'm not gonna have to die to get that thing. Okay, yeah, I just get the achievement. Cool. That's actually just so fucking dumb. Lame game? Yeah, that is, like, the laziest way to make artificial difficulty. Of, like, we're just going to blanket the fucking floor with a million unavoidable things. It's unfortunate that in this particular case, this mob also has a periodic heal. So I need to run over to him to stop his cast of that cannibalize thing, or he just heals. And he's white hitting me for, like, a ridiculous amount. I could probably swap to Vengeance and just tank a lot of damage, but it's kind of the same problem with, you know, this artificial difficulty stuff that Delves have as well. Of, like, if the only challenging thing is that it just does ridiculous amounts of unavoidable damage to you, then it's just like, okay, I guess I play tank specs. Like that. That's the challenge. Alright. Infinite survivability spec it is. And should go without saying, this is not even remotely efficient for leveling. For all the people asking earlier, hopefully this answers your question. I'll probably do that just because all I need is survivability. Fracture. Sure. I don't really need Spirit Bomb, honestly. I don't need that either. Are you kidding me? I can't see. Some random mob patrolled into me, which is lovely. Problem is, oh yeah, my weapons don't carry over, because I don't have the Vengeance thing unlocked. Huh. Well this kind of sucks. This is a really, really bad game design to BH. I'm not gonna bother with this. Oh no, I miss out on a world quest. I will... Oh, it actually... Does it... Okay, it doesn't automatically kick you out of Heroic World Tier. But... Yeah, I'm gonna just disable that. Like, I could maybe get the Vengeance Artifact Weapon and go back and fight that one mob to get, like, one extra world quest done. Or, I could just keep leveling, reach max level, get more power, and just come back and solo this because, like, it's just a numbers game. Not worth the energy. That is just a particularly unfortunate combo, though. The fact that that mob has some baked-in ability that causes it to heal means that it's basically impossible unless you just overgear it. Speed. Nice. These scrolls. Avoidance. Okay. And I got another Nostwin's voucher. I need it. You can't play Remix yet, and it's close to 3 AM. I'm guessing you're on Europe then? It's unfortunate if it's taking them a while. Okay, I got that quest done. So, I turned it in over.
What is history?
Yeah, I'm sorry to hear that. Back to normal. Speed helmet. Yeah, that is, I believe, an upgrade. Yep. And speed belts. Hell yeah, that actually a big upgrade from my belts. I think that's it for now in this area. I'll just recycle this, and onwards to High Mountain. This should take me to Val'sharah, and then I'm just going to Dragon Ride from there. Also, I missed your message, Tales of a Scrub, but I was able to re-enter the canon, yeah. They accidentally gave every druid the Mage Tower appearances. I think I saw Dosakuba mention that before. That is a massive error if they did do that. How did he even mess that up? That is very strange. I don't really need any of the floating bronze things. I'll kind of just ignore them so we can get this going. Makes you wonder if the new Legion Tower Achieve is granting them? Interesting. Why has Europe got to be so slow? Yeah. It does suck that there's not synchronized releases for this kind of stuff. I wish there was. There we are.
Welcome, champion, to Thunder Totem.
And I think
In better days, we would have warriors from
the quest is turned in on the bottom floor, right?
Eagle riders from the Skyhorn tribe. Today,
Yeah, I just talked to Mela.
so few we
I am Mela,
You don't get the really bad bugs often? Oh yeah, the vault bug.
High Chieftain.
I remember that.
of
I just straight up didn't open my vault for the first 2 days of the week.
tribes.
I waited all the way until Thursday just to make sure it was 100% safe.
This platform will take you into the sacred hall of chieftains, where Mela High Mountain awaits you.
At least they don't have 8-hour maintenance, true.
Speak up. My ears
There's a give and
are
take
what
there.
they used to be.
Although as long as it's, you know, consistently long, you can play around it and just sleep extra. The problem with, you know, today is I specifically wanted to do this leveling run the moment servers went up, just to get all the testing out of the way as soon as I possibly could, and that meant that I had to just sit there waiting. I did play a lot of Classic, though, so... I'm working on doing a Classic WoW leveling run, and I'll probably post, like, part 1 of it on my second channel sometime this week. I'm almost done with, like, the kind of the stopping point that I want for the first part of it. Because Classic WoW is, you know, it's weird, right? It's really long, and there's a lot of boring segments, so at least for some of the early stuff, where it's just, you know, the basic killing boars and whatnot, I want to cut out a lot of, like, the uninteresting bits and do some editing. But I need a good stopping point that feels right, of, like, this is a good place to end the initial part of it. And I've already figured out where I want that to be, but I just haven't had enough time to get there just yet. So yeah, I'm hoping I'll have enough time later on throughout the week, in between Legion Remix stuff, to get, like, the last bit of recording done for that. Because that's just something I've been excited to do. Gotta sleep, no... Probably gonna be a few hours behind. I mean, a few hours behind for Legion Remix is like, who cares?
Together, we are High Mountain.
As long as you do the daily stuff before whatever the next daily reset is, you're not behind at all in practice. And even if you miss that daily thing, I'm pretty sure it actually gets banked up for like 6 days, so there's like basically no rush at all. I would not stress out about it. Actually, I think I kind of want Chaotic Transformation at this point. I'm at a high enough level where I actually would benefit from having that. Yeah. Honestly, if you want to be super duper efficient with your time in this, the trick is to just not play. Blizzard has made it very clear that if you just, like, don't play the event, they will make it so you can catch up later on, because they want your sub money at all costs. So, I know a lot of people who aren't even bothering right now. Now, obviously, I don't get that luxury, because I have to make the guides. So, I have to test it day one, and figure out the fast strats. But generally, the way that I'll probably do this, it's kind of the same thing I did in Mop Remix, is I did all of my testing, and then I save, like, if I want to level, like, a bunch of alts, like, in Mop, I leveled up, like, 10 monks to have for, like, splits and stuff. And I did that all, like, on basically the last week. No reason to do that early. Or you frog farm and get Bisc Gear week 1. Yeah, I mean, there is always the exploit early, exploit often thing. But just keep in mind that only frog farming was not enough to, like, magically get you to a spot that was, like, completely unreachable. I would say the worst time to play Mop Remix was the period immediately following frog farming. Because, yeah, like, they nerfed frog farming, and then it was basically impossible to get caught up for, like, a few weeks afterwards. But then they came in with, like, a million different buffs, and by the end of the event, I was, like, 10 times as powerful as the people who frog farmed. Now, that being said, there were a few people who did do a ton of frog farming and other stuff week 1, and somehow didn't get rolled back. So they started off with, like, a pretty big advantage, and I think the highest that my Demon Hunter got was, like, 700k threads. I forget the exact number. It's been a while. But I knew people that had, like, millions upon millions of threads. It was, like, a ridiculous number. But those people, it wasn't just frog farming. Like, they were at the hyperspawn farms, day in, day out, just grinding mobs to watch the number go up. And when it came to Mop, I don't know exactly how it's going to work in Legion in terms of... Like, I know how the power scaling system works in theory, but how it works in theory is a lot different than how it's going to play out in practice. But in Mop, I think it was like around 200k threads, you basically were at full power compared to everybody else. You were already able to, like, do all the most difficult stuff, provided you had the gear for it. Also, I can finally get this. Figured I'd double check, and I have the Everdisc. So, see if I can pull some mobs and showcase this. Oh, there's a big bronze thing over there. Yeah, so this does a lot of damage. How do I intercept the returning projectile? Oh, okay, I just have to run into it at the right angle. Yeah, so you fire off this big thing, it does a ton of damage, as you can see, and you can, like, kick it back at enemies to bounce it. One thing that I didn't get a chance to test in the PTR is if you set up, like, the perfect situation of... There's a bunch of mobs, like, on the wall. Can you, like, fire it at a wall and then ricochet it off a wall, like, really quickly? In theory, you could maybe do, like, crazy burst damage with that. But, tough to say. For Mop Remix, you could have just started playing the last 2 weeks and gotten everything with ease. Yeah. And that's the thing. There's a big difference between people who want to just get all of the unlocks, which if all you care about is getting all the transmog and unlocks and stuff, if you take the time to, like, actually play the game at the very end, you'll be able to get everything guaranteed. As long as you have the free time to, like, okay, it's the last week or two, I'm going to hardcore grind this. But the amount of time that you'll end up spending if you do that at the very end of the event, it'll be overall less hours than if you do it right now at the start. Just basically guaranteed. That is just kind of how it works. The thing that some people like, though, is being able to farm that infinite power. And especially, there is kind of an incentive to do that this time around with the Infinite Mythic Plus system. Now, that is not something that I am personally interested in. I don't really care that much about doing it. I am going to farm as much infinite power as is required to make alt leveling super fast. And presumably there's going to be like a hard ceiling for how far you can boost alts with that. Your mains can get effectively infinite power, but even in Mop Remix, the boosting speed of like my 700,000 thread Demon Hunter was basically the same as a minimal investment level 20 Twink. The differences were so marginal that it did not matter. Trust me, it did not matter. I had people boosting me that had only spent like about a day setting up their Twink, and they were perfectly fine, and it was really fast, and yeah, they did not have to spend like hours and hours and hours doing all the grinding. And a lot of that was because of all of the changes they did towards the end. Now, that would not have been possible like day one of it first coming out, but by the end of the event, oh yeah, absolutely. It was very easy. So just something to keep in mind. Do not stress yourself out. Speed? Nice. Yeah, take that. Chain of the Underking. I'll take the... This one does damage. This is avoidance. Leech. Oh, there's like so many random new appearances from this, huh? Cool. Can I like farm this rare mob infinitely? It just respawns. So I'm at 2 out of 15. If I just kill this guy again, am I at 3 out of 15? Yep. And he still gives loot. So that means that the way that you do that quest is to just find the fastest rare mob and just kill him 15 times, I guess. Sure. Last you saw, the disc goes through walls, but you didn't use it for long. Well, the main issue is, like, what World of Warcraft determines as a wall can vary. So some walls just, like, are kind of cosmetic. I would imagine it bounces. But it might travel a fixed distance. It's entirely possible. I did not test it enough to say for sure. Let's get Soul Rending. This time it'll be a smart move to do the quests every 6 days. Yeah. As long as you don't let it overcap, you're good to go. I could sit there and farm that rare, but I'm sure I'll run into another one later on, and I'm not even convinced that that's, like, the fastest rare. It is pretty easy to kill. There could be an even easier one. But yeah, I will say, disc, I am, like, fairly certain that the disc is just the strongest thing. The other power, what is it? The Brewing Storm? Or Tempest Wrath? That also seems very good, but I feel like a lot of the stuff that makes it really good, you don't get until higher levels. So it might be a case of, like, run the disc at the start, and then after you get to, like, a really high level and you have enough artifact power to respec, then swap to the Tempest Wrath with all the upgrades. But it's hard to say. That being said, it's kind of just a toss-up between those two. For sure. The other ones just do less damage, or do barely anything of note, so there's just kind of no point in using anything else. At least in my humble opinion. Quest first over dungeons? Yeah. Yeah, definitely. I mean, as a rule of thumb for World of Warcraft, period. Quest over dungeons. Dungeons tend to be overrated because people like the fact that they can just shut their brain off. And it's usually not actually faster if you know what you're doing. But especially in the case of Remix, there's a lot of achievements to just do the entire zone that give you, like, flat account-wide XP modifiers. So my priority right now is I'm going to try and make sure that all of the quests that give the flat XP modifiers, I am going to just do those first. That is my goal for today. Well, outside of, obviously, get this character to level 80. And then once this character is level 80, then I'm going to farm all of those achievements. If there's an achievement that I see, I'm like, oh, I could probably do this while leveling my second character, then I'll save that one, and I'll do all of the other, like, achievements that are easy to do at endgame. If it's like, you know, run a dungeon or something like that. And then I'll make sure that I get all that stuff done. Am I gonna play a monk? Eventually, yeah. I mean, I main a monk in retail, right? So I play a monk all the time. One of the main reasons that I'm playing Demon Hunter here is just because it's nice to do something different every now and then. Souls of the Ka. I have that on a trinket, right? Yeah. So I'm gonna hold on to this necklace just because if I get a better trinket to replace this thing. Okay. Wow, the disc just, like, obliterated that dude. Yeah, so I'll hold on to this. Let me put it in my final bag slot. Now Havoc starts to kind of come together. Come on. Just mastering this. Poison soaked cuffs. Oh, random gray item. Oh, got the transmog for that. Cool. So, okay, that's just automatic power. I don't think any of the other stuff I got is worth using. Yeah. But that necklace is, like, technically an upgrade, but I don't... How would that work? Do I actually... Come to think of it. Do I get extra stacks? Oh, it does. Grants 1 additional rank of Soul of the Ka. So... Deals 558 holy damage. Yeah, Soul of the Ka just does more damage. So, in theory... Oh, but this grants 2 additional ranks. Yeah. Why is this being done? Okay. What is happening here? Enemy nameplates turned on combat. I'm just going to go into my nameplate things and manually enable it because the game's being done. That's interesting. I feel like it's probably better to have multiple different procs, because a lot of procs like that, they will have their own internal cooldown. So if the proc hits like 50% harder, well, that's really good, but that's not going to make it activate more frequently. But if you have 2 separate procs, they probably have their own internal cooldown. So even if one does like less overall damage, for leveling, having like 2 different effects that just blast random mobs will give you more overall damage, I believe. Hard to say for sure, right, without thorough testing, but just as a guesstimate, I think that is probably the case. Play slowly while you speedrun. I mean, why not? I am, frankly though, I am playing slowly. I am trying to level efficiently still, but all things considered, this is still a testing run. It is still a slow speedrun. But I'm not forcing you to speedrun. By that same logic, don't impose your preferred way of playing on me. It may come as a surprise, but not everybody enjoys the same things. Did I keep the new computer? No, I ended up returning it, yeah. I still have to get, like, a new computer, but I just haven't had time, unfortunately. Especially, you know, with the Legion Remix and stuff right now. I might finally go and actually try to get a new computer, like, maybe by the end of the month. I think once I've finished all of my, like, super-duper important Legion Remix testing, and things have settled down a little bit, then I'll do that. The problem is, getting the new computer set up, you know, in terms of video editing, I have to, like, get all of my video editing software and, you know, recording software and stuff set up on a new computer. So it would have to be a period of time where I don't really have anything that I want to stream or make videos for. And technically, I wasn't making many videos this last month, but I was also just very busy in general, so I wasn't really on the top of my priority list. Why does the speedrunning leveling person have a time counter on a leveling run? Exactly, yeah.
You have my thanks,
I don't know, like... Yeah, it is definitely kind of weird to, like, you know, click on the live stream of somebody who primarily makes WoW speed leveling videos and say, why are you speed leveling World of Warcraft? Gee, I don't know. Couldn't possibly tell you why I might be doing that.
Thank you for the rescue. I will see if any of the other
I was gonna say, I saw those out the corner of my eye, but...
I was overwhelmed in fighting.
What's the fastest way to level from 10? Well, you gotta do the campaign on your first character no matter what. We are still figuring out what the fastest leveling method is. When I find it out, I'll tell you. Are the daily quests the same for everybody? One of them, you get to choose your objective. So some of them, it seems they're, like, chosen for you. The one for, like, doing stuff in Heroic World Tier. I'm not sure if that's a daily or a weekly. I think those quests might be weeklies. I don't know for sure. But the Infinite Research one, you should be able to choose your objective. That one is definitely daily, but it's banked up. Now, as for whether or not the 6 or the 4 different options you're given, whether those are the same for everybody, I don't know.
You dare challenge me?
My Under King. This
It's a crazy voice line.
I want this Shamronir to tell the others. Tell them they're
Oh, crap, I should have been clicking this.
I master this hammer.
Am I just doing world quests? I was doing a world quest before just to test that thing, but there aren't many world quests that have unlocked so far, it seems. Like, there's one more in High Mountain that I can see, but looking around the map, I'm not seeing many other world quests. There's some for the dungeons. Escape Bitestone Cave. Okay, do I just, like, leave then? Sure. Anyone remember how long the first character was in Mop Remix? Let me tell you. Are you saying my first character? Like my first run, basically the Mop Remix version of this? That I can find pretty easily. What the heck? Escape the cave. Oh, there's some fucking weird shit where I have to hit like an invisible trigger? Alright, hold on. Let me wow hit this. Dark Rule and the hammer. Run around the cave entrance, yeah. Quests like this are just so fucking stupid. We've put like a single random checkpoint, yeah. There's just some random waypoints that you have to hit the exact fucking spot. Ugh. Worse shit. Kind of out of vigor now, so I'm looking for... This will actually probably restore vigor for me. Got to it first. Assuming that stuff doesn't despawn. Of course it does. Fuck my life. Whatever. Not that big of a deal. Let me check my channel real quick. Because I'm also curious about that. I forgot to look up the time. You can't get in? Is it, like, are you on Europe, or are you just saying, like, you're on North America, but it won't let you in? Like, it's bugged or something? Let's see, when was that? That was... Yeah, my first mop remix 10 to 70 speedrun.
High Chieftain, Oolong, tried to stop him and was slain. Mela may have picked up her father's totem, but she is not High Chieftain yet. Dargirl didn't just...
It was pretty long, holy. I forgot how... Yeah, I feel like this will probably be faster, but... I mean, TBD. We are already 3 hours in. Where was I at level 36? How long into that did it take? I actually did LFR. Interesting. Right now, the times are kind of matching up. Interesting. Yeah, it was... My first mop remix run was 9 hours, 30 minutes. I'll throw the link in YouTube chat. It's bugged for you? Oh, that sucks. I think it should be... The video's unlisted. Yeah, it's unlisted, but it's not privated, so you should be able to look at it. But yeah, if you want to see, that was the first mop remix run. So, on a similar pace. That being said, I kind of did a similar thing in my mop remix run, where I did a lot of, you know, achievement hunting and things like that to get all the different buffs. And I did run LFR at some point. I forgot about that. There's less LFRs to do, though.
Be safe now. Come, let us speak with Mela.
We only have this stuff. I wonder, would this be worth it to run?
Thank the spirits.
We'll see.
Mela, child, the Underking has destroyed...
I'm probably going to want to do this as Vengeance, so that means I need to actually get my Vengeance weapon first. See. Man, this takes forever. Yeah, I think I'm gonna grab this quest, and then I'll head back to Dalaran. I'm gonna turn in the quest to, or we'll do the chain to unlock the Vengeance weapon. Oh, well, I remember that quest, right? It's in the different spot. It's downstairs. I'll worry about that later. When is EU? I don't know.
It is a day for flying.
I'm the wrong person to ask for that. I don't play on EU. Maybe somebody in chat will know, though. You got the Dungeon Deserter buff after completing the Broken Shore intro scenario? When do you unlock the Broken Shore intro scenario? Do you unlock it, like, relatively early? I did see I had a lot of random breadcrumbs in my, available to me. I think, unless there's, like, unless it's confirmed that LFR gives you something good, I'm gonna hold off on doing it yet. Because there might be a case, like in Mop Remix, where LFR is, like, really crap at the start, and then they buff the rewards. And I don't want to potentially lock myself out. Although, in theory, I think it might be a daily reset. I don't know for sure. You think Shadow Disc Priest is a good pick for Legion Remix? I mean, define good pick, right? The best pick is whatever you find to be the most fun. And if it was the strongest spec, I'd probably say yes, just unequivocally it is a good pick, so take from that what you will. All joking aside, I mean, like I said, it depends on what you're looking for. Priest is an okay leveling class. I would say, honestly, not Shadow, if anything. If you're going to level as a Priest, it's basically the only spec you didn't mention there. Holy is the best leveling spec. Disc at higher levels kind of gets comparable, but Holy does, like, actually crazy damage. So, if you're gonna level a Priest, that's usually the play. It also has really good scaling at the start, and I suspect that especially when we don't have many abilities, just being able to spam Holy Nova is going to be very strong. And technically speaking, you can do that as any of the specs, but at lower levels, Holy actually has the best single target, because all of your Holy Fire modifiers you get at, like, super low level. So you're able to get like really good single target bursts while also just having AoE in the form of spamming Holy Nova. And that's actually pretty good. It still might be a little bit awkward, and the biggest issue that Priest tends to have is its mobility is kind of crap. Which might not be as bad here, just because you have like a lot of speed that you can target on your gear. So having bad baseline mobility may not hurt you as much as it might normally. But it is something to keep in mind. Europe is in 8 hours? I don't know if your maintenance will be as long as it is in North America. I feel like that would be kind of crazy. How DH? What do you mean how DH? I don't I don't think I understand the question. Like, how is DH? Is it good?
Greetings, traveler.
If you're asking whether Demon Hunter is good, then yes. This Demon Hunter is quite good. Sure. Demon. Well, yeah, I know what DH means. I know that DH is demon. You don't need to. I wasn't asking what does DH mean. I don't understand. Like you typed how DH. What's the like how DH what? Is it good? How am I playing DH? Just how DH doesn't give me anything to work with.
I counsel the High Chieftain. May the ancestors watch you. I knew you would come.
What's this? Oh, right, I remember that. People are saying it. Oh boy. Oh yeah, this is to buy it off them. And they get all sassy like, oh, you tried to steal it from me. Let's get this where. I think this is the last box that I have yet to open. I kind of wish that they would just auto-consume that thing that buffs your weapon. Like, it doesn't really need to be something that you have to manually press. This, I think it's at the bottom of the waterfall? Yeah. No, I mean, you're fine, Gamerboy Earl. I don't know what you're asking. I'd love to be able to answer your question, I just don't understand it.
I serve the descendants of Home. Home was the strongest of champions and first of our tribe. At the call of Crassus, he defied the Legion and defeated many demons with the Eagle Spear.
Okay. They just all stacked up. Okay. That... easy, I guess. Pro answer, how DH? The DPS of DH. It's good. Like, DPS while leveling is always going to be, like, kind of a hard to measure thing. Raw damage is not the most important thing while leveling. If something dies really early, which most things while leveling will, then it doesn't matter if you did, like, a crap load of damage. All that matters is that you have good burst damage and, you know, can kill things in a reasonable amount of time, and also that you have good survivability, and that you have good mobility, and, I mean, there's a lot of things that matter for leveling. Raw damage is not all that matters. And, what's it called? Demon Hunter does good damage, but so do many other things. The thing that makes Havoc Demon Hunter really good for leveling is the fact that it's basically as tanky as a tank spec, other than, like, direct white hits. So, against, like, a lot of massive white hits, Havoc will struggle if you can't self-heal enough, which sometimes you won't, but outside of, like, that one situation in Heroic World tier, you're not really going to encounter that in the vast majority of standard leveling. It's more than enough survivability. Basically, anything that will kill a Havoc Demon Hunter will kill, like, the vast majority of other specs long before it. But also, Havoc has crazy mobility, which, I mean, it still is good here, right? It's helped having high mobility. But it's, a little bit less important just because of how much passive speed you have on your gear. So if the question is Havoc a good DPS spec level? Yes. Is Havoc the best DPS spec level? I don't fucking know. Probably not. But it doesn't really matter. Oh. Right now, I'm not playing as Havoc Demon Hunter. The mobs are dying pretty quickly, yes. But this is the secret Hotline Mountain spec. Where do I go?
They sing of Holm's thirst to spill demonic blood.
Hall, it is good to see you on this field of battle. You look...
This demon will fall to the Eagle Spear, Shadowsong. Play with your aim slide. Shadowsong had one last favor to ask of Hall. Defeat the Lord of the Nathrezim, Tychondrius.
Is Hunter good? Yeah, I mean, Hunter's fine. Hunter while leveling is a little bit weird just because, like, the last time I tested it, MM is not great for leveling. BM is, like, is good, but BM is kind of in one of those specs where so much of your damage is locked behind, like, all of these weird talent interactions. So BM feels really, really, really clunky until higher levels, at which point it's, like, about as fast as a lot of other specs. Generally speaking, Survival is the best Hunter spec for leveling, but even then, it's not, like, amazing. It's good.
He returned to his homeland after the War of the Ancients, and it was renamed in his...
Can't really skip anything here, because there's no cutscene. Level 36 is crazy? You hope I get the speedrun record. Well, A, I'm not going for any records right now, and B, there's other people that are ahead of me. I think one of my friends is ahead. He's been messaging me. Where are you, Demo? What level are you? Yeah. One of my friends is level 39, and he's been fucking messaging me like, oh. He hasn't directly said, I'm higher level than you, but he's been like, oh, you're falling behind or something like that. So, like, Demo, if you're watching this, like, fucking chill out, bro. I'm testing shit. God forbid I do long roleplay quests that I need for achievements and stuff. So, yeah. I'm not the highest level right now, not even close, and that is not the goal. The goal is to test first character leveling, and, you know, this is what everybody will have to do, because if you're interested in leveling alts quickly, well, you're going to have to get all of these unlocks. Like, this quest that I'm doing right now, the fucking Hotline Mountain shit, extremely slow. Terrible long roleplay questline, but you will have to do it at some point, because you'll want to get the permanent unlock for your account. So, better to do it now on your very first character. That way, when you're trying to level up alts, you can just do whatever the fastest, super-duper efficient method that gets discovered is. So that's what I'm doing right now. I'm just going through the campaign, doing all the achievements. What I say about MM? So while leveling, MM is really janky because, like, a lot of your endgame damage kind of assumes you're playing Lone Wolf. And you can't really play Lone Wolf while leveling. There's nothing bad... Huh. So this is obviously a demon, right?
High mountain stands.
Huh. And what, is this guy part of a quest? Why do I just... Huh. That's neat. Cool little bonus. But yeah, so MM is really, really, really clunky while leveling. Another big problem is that MM basically can't do, like, any damage until level 30 or something like that. Because MM has no real AoE. Its entire damage is built around, like, what do I... Oh! Oh, I remember this quest. Oh, God. This is the one where you have to, like, escort the old lady and she keeps falling asleep, right? Oh, fuck. I think I need to do it for the Sojourner questline, or achievement, but... Oh... Yuck. Where's the final drum? Oh, there's like a drum over here. There's like all these different variants. There we go. This is my fourth one for that, and then I need one more large ceremonial drum. Oh, is this the lady?
Have you come to trade?
Yeah. This is the Taran that sells homemade milk. Oh, Blizzard. That joke did not age well at all. Oh, man. What you hate about that quest is you walk so far and then she runs at the end. Yep. So I have to... It's this lady over here? Yeah.
The river provides.
Alright, lady. I have to do all this inventory management, so... May as well. Okay, yeah, don't care about that. And... But do I have to, like, keep moving? I guess I have to stay ahead of her, huh? Oh. Oh, yeah, and then, like, the game fucking baits you. Yeah. Do you want fast dungeon queues? Make and sign up as a healer. Yeah, well, when they add the 4th Demon Hunter spec, that's a healer. Maybe then. But right now, I want to finish this character first. Oh. You'd say that joke aged like milk. Oh, God. That's good. Will Illidan become the last Titan? Are we talking about the lore? I mean, I'm pretty sure the last Titan just refers to Azeroth, right? Unless there's gonna be some hidden meaning where it's like, kind of like Battle for Azeroth, which, I mean, that one was kind of easy to see. Oh, like, it's supposed to be, you know, the faction war, but it's actually like a battle against the old gods. I don't think it's, like, meant to be another secret meaning type thing.
High mountain
I
stand.
still... Hit the fucking checkpoint, lady! Trying to scrap my gear. I guess it's, like, this doorway that she has to pass through, right?
How may I aid you?
She picks up the pace at the very end. Alright. Scrap this last few. Come on. Why can't I? Okay, well, I don't really need intellect scrolls. Turn this in. Pretty sure this is part of the Sojourner achievements. But maybe I'm just wasting my time. Worst case scenario, I'm getting full quest completion. Oh yeah. So does this actually work? Worth a shot, right? It actually does. Wait, but how do we get back? There's no portal back. I didn't think about that. I kind of just assumed there'd be one. Are the guild vendors here? I guess there probably has to be... I think, yeah, there's some quests in this area. So they probably had to keep Orgrimmar turned on, but then they've removed all the NPCs. Can I? Well, this fucking sucks. I guess we're going on a little bit of a journey to get back to where I was. Oh well. Oh crap, the 9% Mana Forge Omega buff is this week. I have to unlock that before raid. Where am I? Okay, it does just travel a set distance. So I would need to let it, like, ricochet beyond the mob. You can't get in? Oh, that sucks. Just realized my keybinds are wrong. What's that? Now it worked for you? Nice. Are you saying now you know it works? I see. I misread that. There's a quest for Blackrock Hold, but I don't think I need Blackrock Hold at all. I have a quest for Darkheart Thicket, but there's no world quest there, so I feel like it's kind of a waste to do that. How much is that? 5k XP? Yeah, that's not enough to really justify. I should go and do this. I didn't get to do it on Heroic World Tier, but I may as well do it now. It's gonna expire anyway. Stupid trees. There we go. Gotta bounce. Where am I? Oh, okay, so the translocate thing, that's just like an inherent ability that this mob has. So yeah, it just so happens that this random rare mob is insanely, ridiculously juiced when combined with those bonus affixes. Because he just teleports you on top of the thing that does insane damage. and he heals. That's a very unfortunate combination. Okay, let's do this. Yeah, outside of Heroic World Tier, rares just fall over. The hitbox in that is kind of tiny. Ooh. Now that's a survivability ring, so I don't really care about it. Doesn't give me damage. Don't care. But got Leech Boots, Leech Belt. This is pretty good, I think. No, because yeah, this I already have volatile magics, so yeah, I'm gonna keep this. If I get something better that causes me to already get Light's Vengeance, then sure, but yeah. And actually, right now, Light's Vengeance is just doing more damage, so that's definitely what I should be running. Yeah, there's another rare over here. When you say you have to finish the campaign to unlock it for your alts, is there a main campaign you should pay attention to? So, as far as I'm aware, a lot of the intro stuff is just specifically for your first character, and then if you hit level 80, no matter how you do it, like, your second characters will have a lot of the intro garbage skipped for them. Or maybe you get the option to skip. I'm not entirely sure which of the two that is. However, it is important to do the campaign because you get permanent account-wide buffs to your experience. So, you're already forced to do that at some point. And right now, there might be some, like, dungeon farming strat in a 5-man that ends up being, like, marginally faster than this for your first character. But you're going to have to go back and either do this at max level or do it on a second character if you want to get all the special unlocks. So that's kind of the reason why I say you have to do the campaign if you're interested in leveling alts. If all you care about is, like, getting one character and you don't plan on leveling any other characters and you're just going to use that one character at max level to, like, farm bronze or whatever, then do whatever you got to do to get to max level and it doesn't really matter. But I think most people, especially if you're watching, you know, my videos, you're probably looking for ways to level up a bunch of alts. And in the long run, you will want to... actually, let's give something that gives me damage, yeah. In the long run, you will want to do all of this unlock stuff. So I'm just doing it as I go. I have 10 out of 15 rares now. Why is it lagging? Okay. Seems fine now. There's also, I think there's a questline around here, but I can't remember if that's a max level questline or something I can do while leveling. Let's do the Deathwing quests. Do I think Twinking will be busted again? I mean, it's kind of impossible to say at this point. I think it is a possibility. So far, I have not seen any evidence that, oh, Blizzard has completely killed it, it'll be 100% impossible, and, you know, level 20 Twinks are not doable. If somebody has tested it, and you have that information for me, let me know. I'm probably going to test it later tonight after I finish this first character, but, you know, I want to get this done, right? You know, there's plenty of time to test that stuff. If somebody's already done it, cool. But personally, I want to get the initial run over with before I do any other stuff. But I have no information that will confirm or deny whether or not that is a viable strategy. You have like 8 signups for raid. Guess you're done for this tier? Yeah, that's unfortunate. I'd imagine, especially if you're like, if you're just kind of raiding for fun, then stuff like Legion Remix will probably make it harder to get people motivated. Oh, this dude's just walking through the air. He's crazy. Oh, there it is.
I serve the descendants of Horde.
There we go. Don't care about any of that stuff. Lame. A real final boss? Yeah, the roster boss can be rough, for sure. I think I got a, Endless Scroll of Wilds. Yeah, I got a Mark of the Wild scroll. I'm just gonna refresh my other buffs here. Okay, so this is just like kill mobs, fill the bar. I don't need to do anything particular. Gen of Scales. I do need to go to wherever that is. Is it this thing? Oh, crap, it's down there. I missed it. Oopsie. Do I need to sit here and wait? No, I can keep moving.
Goblin trash. We only strapped it to that worm's hide. No weapon of mortal make can penetrate these. This is a Titan waygate. What lies beyond?
How long is the questline for all the leveling unlock? I mean, I don't know the exact number. You'll know when I'm done with this run.
I may know of something.
Definitely. Okay. Actually, I'd rather have that and that. Oh, okay, I didn't even need... It already queued my beta. I guess I probably won't need to fight anything for a little bit, so...
No matter the enemy?
Unless... No, okay, it's just a vision thing.
We should destroy them now. Our people need a leader like Horde.
That's...
One with the strength, and there is
That's two.
one way to deal with corrupt guardians. They are awakening.
Oh, okay. Crap, I do actually need to fight these guys. Sucks that I wasted meta. Probably doesn't matter that much. I can use my CDR thing. Okay, it actually does, yeah, clip through most walls then.
One of the eggs is starting to hatch.
Yeah, like, look at that fucking... Actually, that was just I-beam? Wow. I thought that was the shield and I-beam. Jeez, Havoc just kind of fucks at this point.
So it was that Hone's mercy gained the allegiance of his family's oldest ally, me.
What? How? The whole time?
Mela, I am still the same Spirit Walker you have known your entire life.
I love that reaction the whole time. Mela's voice actor is pretty good. The Legion voice acting I always remember was like super hit or miss. Like there's some people that did an amazing job. And a lot of those characters are still like in the game to this day. And then you have like, I don't care what the lore reason is, the whole like, Tyrande, I need you, is just not very good. Even like Tyranda's voice lines in that were kind of like, eh. There's a lot of standout examples on both sides of things. I forgot about this rare mob. Disrupt stone cooldown. Yeah, look at how much that did on the overall. Absolutely carried with the triple rebounds.
What has the wind brought?
These bats restore a little bit of vigor. And this guy, if possible. That didn't shoot out as much bronze as it did before. Let's get some more. One down there. Is that a player? Okay, that's a player. Just... I saw a treasure chest somewhere around here. Now I can't see where it went. Oh well. Have to... I wonder, I think all of these quest lines eventually converge in Thunder Totem. So I'm pretty sure that I should just be... Oh, okay, cool. I'm pretty sure I should be doing all of the other ones, and then eventually just heading back. It'll save time that way. Can't remember exactly, because it has been a while. Yeah, the Kobold questline with the darkness.
The sky is cold.
There's another rare there. I still need a few more. Oh, treasure chests. Don't mind if I do. These give okay experience. I'm not entirely sure if it's worth grabbing them for just the raw XP, but I figure it's probably worth it for the infinite power. At least on my first run-through. Because otherwise I will just fall behind on overall power gain. Yeah, I'm stuck in combat. There we go. Still stuck in combat. Ooh, that's, Memento of Angerboda icon. How did I must have done some achievement, I guess, to get that. Oh, hidden treasures. Okay. Cool, I guess. I think I get the Everdisk back up, and then I do my rebound. Or rewind thing. Nice. I fucking missed it. Really hard when you're jumping in water, though. $4 hours to 40, leveling is slow. Keep in mind, it's the first run, and I'm doing stuff that is intentionally not efficient because it gives account-wide unlocks that will help leveling alts. It was the same way in Mop Remix. My first Mop Remix leveling time was like 9 hours, 20 minutes or something like that. I forget the exact number, ballpark that. And then, obviously, by the end of Mop Remix, we got sub 30, so... Yeah. It gets significantly faster as time goes on. This honestly feels... I don't want to jinx it, but it's starting to feel a little bit faster than the first time leveling in MoP. Because I feel like I'm gaining power at a faster rate. Whereas MoP, I kind of felt super weak for a really long time. And it wasn't until, like, the very end, when I had really, really, really strong gear, that it started to feel like a regular, somewhat efficient leveling process. Where are the fires? Okay. Worried about the goat of fast leveling taking this long, but working on achieves and stuff makes sense? Yeah. Now, like I said, my first MoP remix run took just as long. And actually, I don't think I went that far out of my way to do achievements in MoP remix. It's been a while. But... I definitely did... I didn't level, like, super efficiently on my first time. I did, like, a bunch of quests in Town Long and stuff. But, yeah, like, the main thing is if you do all of the side quests and main campaign quests in a zone, you get, like, an achievement that gives you a permanent account-wide boost. So, Val Shara, I did all the really good stuff, but then there's many quest lines that are really slow, full of roleplay, and I still stuck around to do them because I got 10% flat XP gain, so we're up to 30% total now, and I got increased infinite knowledge, which just gives me a faster rate of power. And now I'm killing things way faster than I was towards the start, and I think a lot of that has to do with I've been trying to focus on those upgrades. So now I'm starting to kind of outscale the content. At least that's how it feels. We'll see if this keeps up. But that was kind of my plan. It's really tiny. It's the infinite artifact weapon character bound or account bound? The individual power, if it's like MoP, which I believe it is character bound. It's not like infinite across all of your stuff. The way that most of this stuff works is you unlock upgrades which increase your starting power on brand new alts and the rate at which you acquire power. So on your like 50th alt or something, you may be already as powerful at like level 20 as your first character got through the entire leveling journey, and you'll just be steamrolling one-shotting stuff. Which is kind of why I think Heroic World Tier might end up being worth doing all the way at the end of the event, when you're already, like, extremely powerful. But that's the thing, like, right now, we just don't really have the power to justify it. Okay, there's something back there. There's a random doom card here. Alright. I don't want to meta yet, because I want to get the CD reset on I-Beam. So used to having double vengeful retreat from Eldrazi Reaver. Feels weird only being able to do it once. Got all the captive Great Eagles. Now... I feel like I remember these Flesh Render rocks being... Yeah, it's like 10% in total. So that's definitely a good way to get percent for this. So if there's one more Flesh Render rock anywhere, there literally is one right by me. Just do that. One nice thing about this is it's going to give me a lot of experience for the inevitable... Oh, ooh, we got Mastery increases move speed. Alright, that's really nice. So now Mastery is actually a strong consideration when picking gear. Because before, speed was the only thing that matters. But now if I lose speed but I gain a lot of Mastery, well then that translates into speed. The actual speed stat will usually give more. But that is good to know. My bags are getting kind of cluttered, so I'm just gonna quickly clear it up before I forget. I also should check my artifact upgrades. I'm probably at a point where I have enough to get some upgrades. Yes. Okay, nice. Got some upgrades on this thing. Volatile magic. Cool, cool. Thank you for answering all your questions. No worries. Glad I was able to clear all of that. Is the infinite artifact... Oh, that one I read already. Okay. You're off to die to salad bar. Oh, for a second I was like, what do you mean? Salad... Yeah. Good luck. Yeah, that is a fun boss to frog. Especially as a tank. You get your cheeks clapped on that fight as a tank if you're doing the solo soak strat. But I like it. It's a cool boss. Honestly, the only fight this tier that I just really don't like is Fractalus. I actually kind of like all the other bosses. Spellbinder's like a bit iffy, but I'm curious. So anybody here who has done Mythic Lumathar, what do you think about it? Because I actually think it is a really, really, really good boss for that spot in the raid. It's like, it's simple enough. It's not super duper overcomplicated. It has like a regular just set of mechanics that anybody can just look at and figure out. But it's still relatively challenging. You have to conserve space in the room. You have to break the fucking web tangles and get out at the right time. And like in the final phase, having like there's a really, really high healing check. Having to split the raid while also doing the movement properly is like not the easiest thing ever. I think it is a really, really, really good boss. Like a very simple concept executed basically perfectly. It might be one of my favorite bosses for like that spot in the raid. Fuck Loom, it's dog shit. As melee, it's awful. Okay, all right. Apparently, it's an unpopular opinion. Damn. Really? I could definitely see it sucking as melee, yeah. Like, as a tank, I gotta be up the boss's ass 100% of the time anyways, so it's like, it doesn't really matter to me. But if you're a melee DPS and you're trying to maintain uptime, especially if you get the what's it called, the web tether thing, and you have to run to the edge of the room, okay, I can understand why that sucks. King Randy said, welcome back to streaming. Thank you. It's good to be back. Keep in mind, I'm not necessarily going to be streaming super frequently again. Every now and then I'll do, you know, streams for important stuff, but I think I'm trying to take it easy on, like, streaming all the time like I used to, and I want to do, like, limited but more important streams, and then spend more of my time working on, A, videos, but B, I mentioned this in my Discord, but I don't know if I've talked about this, like, on a stream or something before. I am working on making a leveling add-on for Midnight. The expansion, not the time. Like, so many times when I say I'm gonna have a leveling add-on out by midnight, people are like, you know, 12 hours later, they're like, oh, it's midnight, you know? Where's the fucking leveling add-on? I'm like, yeah, the fucking expansion, man. Not, like, 12 hours from now. So, by midnight the expansion, so a few months from now, I would like to have my add-on finished. That is my goal. So, I have been chipping away at learning how to code add-ons in my free time. I'm hoping by like a month from now to have like a bare bones alpha version of it, where I could probably do some testing in Legion Remix, just so I can, you know, fine-tune it. But I would like to have it fully functional by the next expansion, so... That obviously takes time. I'm doing it all myself, so I'd rather spend my time working on that stuff than doing, like, random streams. Let's go... Are secondary stats locked to certain slots, or was that a lie? Versatility is locked to the artifact weapon. That much I know. I have, like, a good mix of stats on the rest of my gear, so I don't necessarily know if it's, like, locked. It may be that, like, you can't get critical strike on your cloak or something like that. I wouldn't be able to tell you, because it's entirely possible I just haven't seen a critical strike cloak or something like that. But if somebody, like, actually did data mine it and see that it's impossible for a certain combination to occur, then maybe. We are a lot more limited in the amount of stats that we can acquire compared to Mop Remix. Because keep in mind, this is the buff that you get. This is the infinite buff. All you get is stacking main stat, stamina, and, like, passive speed. So in Mop Remix, you got random amounts of every single secondary stat. So eventually, if you farmed enough, you would hit, like, the soft cap or something. For, what's it called? For, like, critical strike or haste or whatever. That is just objectively no longer the case now, because you can't farm infinite of that stat. As for how it appears on gear, that I'm still not entirely sure about. Dumb question while I wait for the rest of your raid. What is actually kept between characters between artifact power? Because artifact power isn't right. That, I don't, for obviously Mop Remix, it was kind of like nothing. It was just whatever the baseline unlock is. I don't know how much they've changed from Legion Remix, but from what I've heard, it's relatively similar in that sense. The exact things that you unlock for achievements are different. So I'm pretty sure the starting experience values that you get, there is like a higher cap in Legion Remix than there was in Mop. Which, to be clear, doesn't mean much. People always lose their mind over, like, raw experience modifiers. Experience modifiers only mean so much. If the actual thing that you're running doesn't give good experience, or is, like, really slow, RP heavy, and inefficient, then having a higher XP modifier doesn't necessarily mean it's a faster way to level. So still TBD on whether this will end up being faster than Mop Remix in the long run. But I believe that you can get the higher, or the XP modifier to start higher. But it should work similarly in that you're not actually carrying over anything. So, like, this buff that I get, right? This doesn't translate into my alts. But then as I get account-wide unlocks, my alts will start at, like, a higher benchmark, I guess. If that explains it properly. You got so fucked by that, you were soaking one of the areas and got the web right as the ads were coming out? Yeah. I haven't, obviously, done the raid as a DPS, at least on Mythic. I've pugged it a few times as on Heroic, and that has annoyed me. But yeah, I could definitely see that being a pain in the ass, especially if you're going for parses, and you just keep getting screwed by bad RNG. That is never fun. Never a fun feeling. How am I feeling about Midnight? I would say overall positive. The problem is the stuff that worries me about Midnight, namely the add-on changes and some of the class changes, it's the kind of thing where if they really fuck it up, it could overshadow all of the things about Midnight that I think look good. Which is why it's such a shame, because it's such a needless L on Blizzard's part. Like, just get your fucking fingers off add-ons. Fuck off. Don't do that shit. And it won't matter. It's just they have this, like, compulsion to reinvent the wheel every expansion, and it always just, like, doesn't actually make the game better. I want new content, I want better content, like, better new player experience, which is why, kind of, how should I put it? Something that I'm personally a bit mixed on is, like, the class changes, where, admittedly, that is one of the things that could potentially be a problem for me, depending on how they implement it. But I don't think it is universally a bad thing. Some classes really did need to be streamlined and made easier. That is just true. So, I don't necessarily think that it's a bad thing, what they're doing, but I am worried. The add-on stuff I just think is very stupid. There's just no reason for them to be gutting add-ons to the extent that they are. I already ranted about this earlier in the stream, so I'm not going to go into detail on it again. But that is by far my biggest issue with it. And like I said, it's a shame. So much other stuff in Midnight looks really cool. The housing looks cool. The zones look cool. The fact, like, the idea behind their changes to, like, encounter and class design, I do like that in theory. I would rather have more interesting encounters that aren't heavily reliant on weak auras, and cool classes that don't require the tracking of a million different buffs. Though it's kind of, the problem for me is, like, a lot of the specs that I really enjoy right now aren't the egregious outliers that Blizzard uses as an example. Like, Arcane Mage? Yes, Arcane Mage is kind of a problem right now. There's, I'm sure, other examples that I'm not quite as familiar with. I think a lot of the rogue specs are maybe a little bit overwhelmed. I saw Assassination is getting a lot of changes. That one I have been playing actively, so I at least know enough about the spec to see the changes and be like, oh, okay, I understand why they're doing this. I saw that they are changing a lot of other stuff, but I don't know enough about Sub or Outlaw yet to really comment on that. But I think stuff like that is good. But like Brewmaster, for instance, Brewmaster is a spec that a lot of people think is really complicated. I've always felt like Brewmaster, it is nowhere near as difficult as people make it out to be. It's not like Shaman, where you have like a billion different utility spells. Yes, there are a lot of keybinds. Nowhere near as bad right now as it used to be. They did fix that problem a lot. But the core design of Brewmaster right now is really simple. Now, it is fairly high APM. There's a decent amount of off-GCD abilities. But once you understand how to play it, it's a pretty straightforward spec. The only thing that's kind of weird right now is you don't run Breath of Fire. But that has more to do with balancing than anything. And even when you do run Breath of Fire, it's just kind of keep the Breath of Fire dot up, use it when you have like a free GCD. It's not that complicated. And they're gutting Brewmaster to an extent that is like way beyond necessary, and I'm really not okay with that. But, on the flip side, I am generally positive about the changes to all 5 of the other tanks. Some of like the Prop Paladin changes I don't think are amazing, but I think overall, I think the Prop Paladin changes, in my opinion, are more good than bad. The Guardian Druid changes are kind of like mixed bag. I'm honestly not sure how it's going to be. They're adding some stuff that I think looks cool. They're taking away a lot of really important passives from Guardian, but admittedly, some of those passives are kind of annoying to manage, so if they balance it out with like baseline buffs to the rest of Guardian's kit to counteract losing some of those really important things, I wouldn't mind it. I actually think Guardian could end up in a better spot. The changes to Vengeance is basically getting a complete rework, and I'm pretty happy with it. Like, if I was in charge of the Vengeance rework, I'm always going to be like, oh, there's these few little nitpicks I have as somebody who loves Vengeance Demon Hunter and has been playing it since Legion. There's a few things that I'm like, yeah, I'm not a huge fan of that. But I would say, considering what we have with Vengeance right now, where I would argue that War Within Vengeance is like the worst iteration of Vengeance we've ever seen, I really do not like the current playstyle, I'm very happy with a lot of the changes they're making to it. Rot Warrior looks pretty good. Rot Warrior's very minimal changes, but it's pretty good right now. It looks fine next expansion. And then Blood Decay. I actually think a lot of the Blood Decay changes are really, really, really good. I think Blood Decay looks sick. So, there's a lot of stuff they're doing for the tanks that I play. Well, it's just all of them. So out of the tanks, a lot of them, I'm actually generally positive on. But then, like, the tank that I play the most, which these days is Brewmaster, it's the one that I'm like, oh, what the fuck are they doing, man? Why? There's still time. It's alpha. And the fact that the other tanks look good gives me hope, right? If all of the tank specs were just being simplified into oblivion, and I'm just like, oh, so like, tanking is just dead as a role, and this is never going to be interesting again, I would be a lot more worried. But the fact that they have actually done a good job with the other 5, and it's just Brewmaster, makes me think that it's a lot of reactionary changes to a combination of Brewmaster being very strong right now in retail, and the fact that like people generally claim that Brewmaster is way too complicated, whereas, you know, other tanks are easier to get into or something like that. But that really is just a failure of Blizzard to make the gameplay intuitive and easy to understand. So, I guess, how should I put this? Brewmaster needs changes, for sure. It's not a perfect spec. I do really, really, really enjoy the current iteration of it, but it does have problems, and yeah, it is on the more complicated side of things. Especially, I would say the issue with Brewmaster is more that it has a higher skill floor than a lot of other tanks, so figuring out the basics of it is way more complicated than, oh, I press Thrash and Moonfire applies itself automatically. And then, oh, I'm taking damage, Slam Iron for non-stop, and then if I'm really low on health, I hit Frenzied Regen and it just tops me up. It's a lot more complicated than that. But, you know, Bear is obviously extremely simplistic right now, so I don't know if that should be the thing we're comparing it to. Are they ruining BM Brewmaster? Yeah. Right now, Brewmaster's kind of ruined in the current iteration of Alpha. But there is still time. And I will give them some credit. There are a handful of talents that I've looked at that I'm like, I see what they're going for here. This is not terrible. The bigger issue is how much they've taken away, and some of the stuff that they've added is just fucking shit. The layout of the talent tree is also a big problem. The current talent tree layout is a fucking mess. This is pretty slow for a first max level. No, it's right in line with what Mock Remix was. I do not know when EU starts, though, sorry. Brewmaster's utility is pretty solid. Oh yeah, no, don't get me wrong. That is one of my favorite parts about Brewmaster. I love Brewmaster utility. Which is why it always annoys me when people complain, oh, Brewmaster has too many buttons. It's like, yeah, it has too many buttons, because it has a gigantic fucking toolkit, and if you know how to play Brewmaster, it's awesome. You have something for every situation. It's so nice. But then people spin that as a negative. It's like, oh, what do I do with all these buttons? It's like, well, you only need to press most of them in specific situations when it's, like, necessary. You don't need to be using all of them as a rotation. Now, Brewmaster does have a slightly more complicated rotation than other tank specs, but a lot of the quote-unquote button bloat that people refer to is its a mass amount of utility. And it has gotten better over the years, I feel, in terms of not being super overwhelming, but I honestly do feel like all of Brewmaster's stuff has a clear place, and it makes it a really fun tank to play. Because especially doing Brewmaster in, like, progression fights, or doing, like, early season Mythic Plus when people still haven't figured things out, you feel like a fucking god as Brewmaster. Because you just have so many answers. And if anything goes wrong, you can usually recover it, whereas other tanks are just shit out of luck. So it feels awesome. More complicated rotation, Blackout into Tiger Palm? See, yes, you're not wrong. And that's why I say I think it's a little bit overstated by a lot of people how complicated it is. But keep in mind that just the fact that you have to sequence your spells correctly is, like, way more... Like, compared to Bear, where you're literally mashing 3 buttons, Brewmaster has to keep Blackout Kick basically on cooldown and then always follow it up with Tiger Palm. So if you... And as of right now, one of the changes they're doing, by the way, that I do like, is they're changing Blackout Combo to now only work with Tiger Palm and with Keg Smash. So one of the kind of annoying things right now with Brewmaster is if you want to hit Celestial Brew and Blackout Kick is about to come off cooldown, you basically can't hit Celestial Brew for another 3 GCDs because you need to Blackout Kick immediately, then immediately Tiger Palm, because if you did Celestial Brew, then it would consume the Blackout combo. That's kind of annoying, and you never actually want to use Blackout combo on that, so it just makes the rotation a little bit more rigid. The fact that they're removing that just gives you more flexibility. That I'm fine with. It doesn't actually change how you play. It just removes this niche interaction that kind of punishes misplays more than anything. But a lot of times, it's not necessarily misplays. It's just like, you're forced to do it. Like, you're going to hit... If you don't hit this, you die. So then you just lose damage because the fight works a different way, right? Yeah, exactly. Same here, Cypherus. Every now and then, I'm just like, I need to press Celestial Brew now. I lose a little bit of damage. That sucks. So that, yeah, I agree. Very good change. That I'm happy with. But yeah, I don't think it is, like, as complicated as people make it out to be. That being said, so the funny thing about all of that is I would actually think that that kind of stuff is one of the main complaints that people have. The fact that they even have to do that and they can't just button mash. They actually aren't really changing that much about Brewmaster in that sense. So I kind of feel like they miss the complaints, which I'm fine with. When I saw their philosophy for changes, I immediately was like, oh god, they're removing Blackout Combo, are they? Like, it's dead. I like Blackout Combo. I think it's one of the more fun parts about Brewmaster. It gives you more fun, or more thought to your rotation than just hit Thrash. And I thought they were going to axe it, and they actually kind of made it better, which I was surprised by. The main issue with Brewmaster is they're just completely fucking its mitigation. Brewmaster has gone from having 4 different major cooldowns that you can use, some of them more niche than others, but 4 different major defensive abilities that you can use in different situations. In Midnight, they're going to have 1. That's it. 1. What the fuck? We have 1 major defensive? We have to rely on stagger and passive self-healing for all of our survivability? That sucks. From a raid perspective, that really sucks. And I can only imagine that is because Brewmasters have always been able to do things like on Nexus King, or Nexus Prince, whatever fucking guy, Saladar, you can just solo one of the soaks? Like, other tanks can't really do that, I don't think. I'm pretty sure it requires a Brewmaster, or if another tank can do that, they probably need externals out the ass. But Brewmaster can do it without a single external, because it has so many defensives, and Stagger's very broken. But if you take away all of those defensives, and all you have is Stagger, Brewmaster is still generally pretty tanky, but now you can't just survive stuff that would one-shot basically every other tank's back. So, I think I understand why they're changing it, but the solution is not to just remove all of our defensive abilities. I was already pissed off this season when they removed Zen Meditation, which Zen Meditation admittedly was the most niche of all of our major defensives, but I loved Zen Med. When you managed to make Zen Med work, and you used it in the perfect situation, God, it felt good. Such a fun ability to use correctly. And now, we're losing Diffuse Magic? Okay, our main magic mitigation ability is just gone? Hello? Why? And we're losing Dampen Harm? Like, what? Okay, so all we have now is Fortifying Brew. That's it. That's our mitigation for major defensive abilities. Like, huh? At least, like, Prot Warrior and Prot Paladin are losing some stuff. Or, actually, Prot Warrior doesn't lose much. Prot Warrior loses Last Stand, which was kind of shit anyway. But Prot Warrior has such insane CDR on Shield Wall that you have really high uptime on it. It's basically your only major defensive ability at this point, but you can have it up for anything that matters. You also have Spell Reflect as, like, a mini defensive for any incoming magic damage. And Prot Paladin is losing Eye of Tyr as a mini defensive to fill in gaps, but it's also getting a second charge of Guardian of Ancient Kings. The only issue with Prot Paladin is you're also losing a lot of your CDR stuff, so Prot Paladin technically isn't losing defensives, but it's losing uptime on its defensives, so you're going to have to be way more careful about when you use it. And then Vengeance Demon Hunter has kind of always only had, like, Metamorphosis, and then Fiery Brand and Fell Devastation as, like, a mini Metamorphosis. And Vengeance Demon Hunter is getting buffs in that department. We're getting more uptime on Metamorphosis, because, like, there's more CDR, so they're taking away CDR from Prot Pally, and they're giving Vengeance more CDR, and they're also buffing Fiery Brand, so that it now applies to yourself, the DR aspect, and the offensive aspect of it, dealing fire damage and spreading to targets, functions the same. So now you don't need to worry about, like, okay, I need to make sure that I'm spreading my Fiery Brand to get the damage reduction. No, you just slap it on yourself, 40% DR. So Vengeance gets buffs to its major defensives, and the other tanks lose access to a ton of it. It's just not a very consistent design philosophy. Bear is also getting a bunch of mini offensive cooldowns. Like, Prot Pally is losing Moment of Glory and Bastion of Light, the stuff where it's like Avenger Shield CDR is really low, so you just cast it a ton, and the other one where it's like your Judgment generates more Holy Power. So you have like those talents, admittedly, I did not really like. I thought they were kind of lame. So I'm actually kind of glad they're removing those, but then they're giving Guardian Druid a bunch of, like, similar things, like little miniature offensive abilities. They have Guardian Druids getting, like, kind of a Moonfire Breath of Sindragosa, where they create, like, a lunar beam at the target and their rage fuels it, and it does more damage, which, on one hand, sounds cool as hell, but why are we taking away, like, miniature offensive cooldowns from some tanks and then giving brand new ones to others? I feel like if they're going to make sweeping changes to all the tank specs, have a consistent design philosophy between them. They don't need to all be exactly the same, but I don't know. I feel it feels like, as always, it's just being developed by completely different people. And the Brewmaster dev must have been having a real fucking bad day, because he went super overboard with the changes. Way more than was necessary. So I'm not thrilled about that. You got in? Nice. Do you have to rush to that versatility trait? No, I wouldn't worry about it. You'll get it eventually. So far, is Legion Remix good? Yeah. Feels fine. Why level cap 80 if you're going to throw 120 level experiences into a short run? I mean, it's just a number, right? Everything scales. The exact level that you're leveling to doesn't really matter. All that matters is how much experience you're getting relative to how much the level that you're going through requires. In theory, it should still take about the same time. You don't mind the class changes, a lot of the specs that got slammed. You play a lot of the specs that got slammed the worst, but you genuinely think the classes needed huge pruning. So, yes, but that's the thing. That's where it's like, within reason, right? Like, did Fire Mage need changes? Yes. I really like the current playstyle of Fire Mage, but did it need changes to make it more accessible to new players? Yes, absolutely. Did they need to obliterate fire in the way that they did? Fuck no. They went overboard. I think every single person that plays Fire Mage at all agrees that they went overboard on fire. They took away way too much. So I'm hoping they dial that in a little bit. Shattering Bone is gone, and you don't really know how to feel about that. You like the Giga CD and Rune Weapon. Yeah, so my general perception of that is I think it's good. I'm glad Shattering Bone is gone. The main thing that I don't like about Blood Decay and Prop Pally is having to constantly play around Death and Decay and Consecration. Unfortunately, Prop Pally, it goes back to, like, design philosophies, right? Prop Pally gets a bunch of new stuff that forces you to play in Consecration even more. And they're taking away a lot of things from Blood Decay that force you to play in Death and Decay. You will still obviously want to be in it, but it feels really bad when it's like you have to step out of it for a second for whatever reason, and then you just get completely turbo-fucked. So if you're forced to step out of your Death and Decay and you need to press, like, Tombstone or Bone Storm to get CDR to get your Dancing Rune Weapon up, it feels really bad knowing that you're losing the damage from Shattering Bone. So, I'm kind of glad it's gone. At least the damage part of it. As for the CDR part of it, I would kind of say that's a separate thing. I'm fine with it because of the approach that they're taking overall to Dancing Rune Weapon. The problem with a lot of the CDR changes they're making to other tanks is they're nerfing a lot of the CDR for Prop Pally, for instance. But Prop Pally really isn't getting anything to compensate. It's just like, you have less offense or less defensive cooldowns now, fucking deal with it. That's kind of how they're handling it. So that's not good. But in the case of Blood Decay, yes, they are removing the CDR from Dancing Rune Weapon, but Dancing Rune Weapon is, like, way stronger now, and the entire Apex talent thing is about getting a bunch of, like, miniature Dancing Rune Weapon procs, so it's kind of like, what was it called? Like, Dance of Death, the Shadowlands stuff. The way I see it is, we're going back to, instead of having, like, extremely high uptime on Dancing Rune Weapon and trying to get the CDR, we're going for more of, like, a Sepulchre playstyle, where you have, like, these gigantic Dancing Rune Weapon windows, and I'm kind of fine with that. I think that's cool. So, that is a trade-off where, although they are taking away one thing, they are giving us something in return, so I'm not as upset with it, whereas, like, other classes are just losing something and, you know, sucks to suck. That's it. Those changes, I don't know. I don't know why we're doing that, Blizzard. So, hopefully they, give a few of the classes a bit more time in the oven. You're a Havoc main and you off-spec Vengeance frequently? Yeah. Personally, I don't like the current Vengeance. I don't think it's very fun, but I know some people enjoy it. The main thing for me is I really do not like Felsguard. So I'm actually so excited that we're losing Felsguard because I could not stand that playstyle. I just think it's so fucking annoying. But I'm not a huge fan of Eldrachi. It's just, Eldrachi I can at least stomach playing. I don't hate it. But man, Felsguard is just so ass. It's good, like, numerically, but it feels so ass. Blood Decay changes seem to be shared across other players, and you mean, like, other people also agree it seems really good? Yeah. That does not surprise me. The Blood Decay changes just look pretty good. I would be surprised if anybody is, like, really negative about them. It's, generally speaking, just a buff across the board. They, right now, like, without any other information, if I had to give, like, a vibes-based, like, rating of the different specs based purely on what I've seen from how they look in the alpha, which, keep in mind, that is not at all how, like, tanks are selected meta-wise. It has a lot to do with, like, what buffs you need and what DPS specs are good, etc. There's also just tuning. You know, something can look really good and just in, like, the numerical stuff is just bad. But if I had to go pure vibes-based, what tank specs do I think look the best overall? Oh, it's definitely Blood Decay and Prot Warrior right now. Definitely. Vengeance, I will say, I think looks exciting. Like, I'm personally excited to see the changes that they're adding. But there's just kind of a 0% chance that Devourer is bad. There's no way that they add a brand new spec that is definitely catered to, like, new players who only have to press, like, a few simple buttons. It looks turbo brain dead. And they are going to make it so every single raid has, like, at least one of them, if not two. I am calling it right now. I do not think that's a controversial take. So, the chances that Vengeance Demon Hunter is remotely viable from, like, a endgame rating perspective is basically zero. At least in the very first tier of Midnight. Which is a shame, because I do think it looks pretty cool. But there is zero fucking chance that you play it over Devour. Which is almost certainly going to be the pick. But we'll see. I mean, it could be crazy. They could just decide we're not going to make Devourer super strong. I don't know. But as excited I was reading the Vengeance changes, I had the thought the entire time of, like, this looks cool, and I'm never going to get a chance to play this in any serious content. Big bummer. I kind of need the Fell Touched buff. A lot of my stuff does more damage. Let's just replace the Souls of the Ka thing. Let's see, where those boots go? Okay, it's a leech anyway, who cares? That's kind of crap. I'm trying to skim chat, because I don't want to sit here and, like, read forever, because you guys are typing a lot, which is awesome, but also, I do want to level, so I'm trying to skim, and get the general idea of this discussion. Prot Warriors 20% TR nonstop, yeah. Dampen Harm needs to stay? Yeah, I mean, taking out both Diffuse Magic and Dampen Harm in the same patch is fucking wild. That is crazy. Like, one or the other, I would be disappointed. I don't think it should. I think both of them have their place. Like, Dampen Harm, honestly, I think is a pretty good defensive, because it's really good against, like, major hits, but it's not going to get you out of any situation, because the amount of DR you get scales with how much damage you're taking. I think it's a pretty cool ability. Diffuse Magic is like... So Diffuse Magic, the really, really, really annoying part, is their replacement for Diffuse Magic is there's now a talent called Diffuse Magic that makes it so Fortifying Brew gets the magic reversal effect of Diffuse. So the one logical reason you could say Diffuse Magic should be removed is because they were tired of Brewmasters using it to cheese fights like Sarkareth, where you could solo dispel a debuff on yourself and break certain phases of bosses like that. That is the only reason I could see them removing it, except that dispel part of it, they kept. It's still on there as a talent, except now it's tied to Fortifying Brew, so if you want to use Fortifying Brew for that dispel, you better hope that you have, I don't know, like externals to cover any other period of damage, because you need to use your one defensive left for dispelling magic effects. Yeah, it's really, really stupid. So there's so many things wrong with the Brewmaster changes. I could also talk in detail about how much I hate the overall talent tree rework, but we'd be here forever. If they don't fix it soon, there will be a very long and very ranty video about it. Mark my words. But I'm hoping that other people also realize how stupid it is. I'll be honest, I haven't been, like, actively monitoring Brewmaster discourse. I would imagine, just because it seems so obvious to me how bad these changes are, that, like, a lot of other Brewmasters are as pissed off about it. It's just so very blatantly bad. But I've been fairly busy this week, so I haven't been in a position to, like, read the Brewmaster Discord and see, like, hey, are you guys all super pissed off too? But if we get, like, a month from now, if we're still in the alpha and, like, there has been no major changes to all the bullshit that Brewmaster got, oh yeah, I will be making some noise about it. Because it's really, really, really bad, man. Havoc's dead on arrival in Midnight? Oh, purely because of Devourer? Yeah, unfortunately. I haven't looked at the Havoc changes, but if you're saying that from a perspective of Devourer is just so obviously going to be the meta that, like, nobody will play Havoc, then yeah, I agree with you, unfortunately. And I like Havoc. But yeah. Wonder if the Harpies count for the achievement like the Fellbats did? That's a good idea, Troy. I didn't even think of that, yeah. presumably, if the Felbats can be empowered, then any random mob could probably get empowered. Which means that they very well could. If somebody wants to go check that, that would be really good to know. Isn't it kind of okay to say there's classes that new players can't play and are designed for the higher level players? Yes. I think so, yes. Apparently Blizzard does not agree, but I always thought that that was the idea behind something like Rip Paladin, just being incredibly simple. Now, in a perfect world, right, the way that the game should be designed, and it was like this for quite a while, is that there should be multiple build options within each spec. Havoc Demon Hunter is a good example where right now I think you don't run the movement stuff either way in Mythic Plus, at least with Eldrazi. But for raid builds for a while, there was the whole difference of like, do you run inertia or do you run like a no mover build? And you have options if you don't want to play around the like Fel Rush gives you damage buff stuff. And that's been a whole Havoc Demon Hunter decision point for a while now. And stuff like that I think is perfectly fine. You know, if you're new to the class and you're not like hyper min-maxing it, then you can still play the game, you can still compete, but yeah, you won't be able to do as much damage as somebody who is running all of the best talents. And I think that's totally fine, within reason, right? As long as you're not doing like half the damage of somebody else if you don't run this like one really annoying talent, something like that, which usually it's well balanced. But I think the problem with trying to like, with doing all these combat changes is it almost discounts the fact that like this is an MMO, and I hate to sound like a classic Andy here and be like, oh, back in the day, but like back in vanilla WoW, you weren't like expected to raid, right? Like it's a very common fact that like very few people actually did Naxxramas and stuff. Raiders were like an extremely small subset of the population. It's a massively multiplayer online game, not a raid and dungeon simulator. So not everybody was expected to be able to play their spec to its like fullest potential and do all of the endgame content and stuff, because there was content in the game for everyone, regardless of whether they were a high-end raider or not. And I say that as somebody who is a high-end raider and likes doing high-end raider things and likes min-maxing my class. But when you have to like simplify all of the classes to try and even things out so that every single person can do all of the endgame content, it almost kind of hints at like how do I put this? It makes me feel like they're just not confident in their ability to produce anything that isn't raid or dungeon content. If World of Warcraft doesn't allow literally every single player to experience its endgame PvE content, then nobody's going to play it, is kind of the logic behind making every single spec so simplistic that literally anybody can play it. And I'm not necessarily saying they are going that far across the board, but for some specs that definitely is the goal. You don't need to do that in older versions of the game, because the expectation wasn't that everybody would do all the endgame content. It was expected that people who weren't interested in that would like farm professions, collect mounts, etc. And, I mean, the game still has that, so honestly, they're adding fucking housing, right? They're adding content for casual players. If you are really confident in your ability to just knock a housing system out of the park and make it the best thing ever, why do you need to make it so everybody's class feels like super duper easy to play so they can engage with all the endgame content? The people who want to figure out how to play their class and do the endgame content are going to do that anyways. And the people who just kind of want to vibe in the world and do the housing shit, if it's good enough, are going to do that anyway. Housing's going to go absolutely crazy? Yeah, I mean, credit where it's due. It looks good. From the little that I've seen, I have not, like, tested it hands-on. It looks like a well-developed housing system. So I'm hopeful. But that's the thing, right? Like, if it is as good as it looks, they shouldn't need to do all this stuff to bring casual players into the game. The housing should bring casual players into the game. And a lot of those casual players who only care about the housing, they're not going to want to dip their toes into, like, high-end raids, even if their class is easier to play and understand. Presumably, right? Could just be talking out of my ass here, but at least that is my impression. Shit. Let's see. Base loss is Bone Storm because you can no longer macro Bone Storm into it. Yeah. If you're gonna make a mage spec Brain Dead, why not Frost? I mean, I know a lot of people who really like Frost and would probably be upset about that. Honestly, I haven't played Frost enough to really comment. I don't necessarily think Frost has, like, a super bad reputation for being a very easy spec to play. I do think it is very weird to take Fire, which has historically been the super fast-paced, like, you know, you're just slamming, like, crit Pyroblast, like that kind of thing. Like, it's kind of known for that. It does feel kind of bad to take that and simplify it to a ridiculous amount. You don't understand the idea of giving the spirit-hungry spec Felsguard and not Eldrachi Reaver about consuming soul fragments? What do you mean? Oh, you're saying, okay, because Devour doesn't have access to Eldrachi. That is one of those weird ones, I guess, where I know exactly what you mean, but you can't, like, Eldrachi needs to be for Vengeance, because Eldrachi is, like, literally the Vengeance thing. Like, the original artifact was Eldrachi Warblades. When they designed the different hero talents, it was very clear that Eldrachi was meant to be the Vengeance one, and Felsguard was meant to be the Havoc one, and obviously they're shared. The vast majority of hero talents are kind of like that. They were very clearly designed with one particular spec in mind, and then the other spec is like an afterthought. And a lot of times that kind of shows in the balancing of it, where only one of the two specs actually really runs it. And there are some cases like Sun Fury, where it's like extremely good for both of them. But, like, has Fire ever played Firefrost? Every single time I've looked at Fire, it's been Sun Fury. I haven't ever seen a, like, Firefrost being a good build for Fire, but it's been really good for Frost. So they made Mage Tower. Oh shit. Okay, I got the tag. They made Mage Tower Bear Forms available with 10.2.5. They dare to, or I assume you mean with 11, but yeah. Yeah, I heard that it was like a bug that a bunch of people got it. Is it like, I don't necessarily know if they made it available, because they even said if they fix, air quotes. It would definitely be lame if it's available on North America and then they fix it for Europe. I will say, though, if that happens, it is much more likely that they fix it and then remove it from people in North America. Now, to be clear, I am 100% on team the Mage Tower appearances should be available for everybody. I hope it stays, and I hope they expand it to all the other specs. But, yeah. And I would argue there's no way that they keep this quote-unquote bug and don't expand it to all of the other specs. That would kind of be weird. So, we'll see. The Inertia Mover build is still a thing? Yeah, no, I meant... I even did say that I'm pretty sure in raids it is still a thing. I just haven't played Havoc in raids that much. But all of the builds that I looked at for Eldrachi Mythic Plus were not running either of those talents. Because they're all more about, like, Throw Glaive and the Immo Aura stuff. I've only played Havoc in M+ so far.
I'm feeling a bit more comfortable with my rifle.
So I should probably kill one at a time to proc the... Okay, never mind. It's just... Basically, this is a kill X mob quest disguised as like a... I don't know, something different. There's probably like a secret progress bar. Fire played Crossfire a little bit at the start of Undermine. Ah, gotcha. Okay, there we go. Quest is done. Moose on the loose, and... Oh my god, it's not over? There's more fucking... There's a lot of mobs I can kill here. Hopefully that gives me credit. Right. Okay. How... That literally passed right through me. Come on. Well, I think anybody who actually earned the appearance back in Legion, like, the intended way, I guess, I don't think that they would mess up and take that away. It is Blizzard, so you never know. But that would be a really big mistake if they did that. I more meant they might take it away from people who got it by accident. I hope they don't. But they have a habit of fucking everything up. You're not wrong. Not wrong at all. Mage Tower appearance that I cut Legion got removed post-incoming? Yeah. That would be a disaster. Okay, please tell me there's not another step to this stupid quest. There's not. Okay, thank God. Where are these quests? Shiny but deadly. Oh. Just took a little bit to load in. Talents. I mean, I guess I want the hunt, so I'll just take whatever I can get to that ASAP. What do I want here? I guess probably Serrated Glaive. None of this is, like, super exciting. Huh. Yeah, I'm actually not sure. I think I want to take, like, Fel Barrage, just because, like, even though I know you don't run Fel Barrage in, like, endgame content, but obviously leveling builds can be different. Like, Soulscar would be good if I had Eldrachi. So I'll probably put a point into that later on. So, do I run, like, Inner Demon? Probably. Inner Demon, Chaotic Disposition, Fel Barrage. And then I could run Screaming Brutality, and then... I guess Cycle of Hatred for CDR, probably good. Yeah. I'll play it by ear, but I think that's what I'm feeling. And then, when I unlock Eldrachi at, like, level 70, then I can start to take all of the Throw Glaive stuff. Actually, come to think of it, it's gonna kind of suck losing Eldrachi for Havoc. Because I don't like Felskard for Vengeance, but I also do really like Eldrachi for Havoc. But I don't hate Felskard on Havoc. We'll be fine. What do I do here? Pretty sure a bunch of people asked me, you just got here. Any thoughts on how Twinks will be? Too early to tell. I will definitely test it, and I will, so, how about this? I've had so many people ask specifically about that I will make a second channel video sometime this week just addressing that once we've gotten more testing done. Right now, I can't say one way or another. I don't know whether they're going to be good, whether they're going to be bad. No clue. What is this? Find Soulkeeper Uria within Mucksnout Den. Is that down there? I don't think so. Guessing he's probably up here somewhere. But yeah, I'll test it. Obviously, if making low-level Twinks is really good and a really powerful strategy, then it kind of goes without saying that I will discuss it in a video. But if we get information that it's, like, not very good or something like that, I will probably make at least a short video on my second channel, at least going over that, simply so that people know, okay, no, this strategy is dead or something like that. The moment we have more concrete information, I will let you know. Since that seems to be something that a lot of people are curious about. But yeah, right now, can't really say. Sad that you have to wait before you can join from EU, yeah. What is like the stated end time for your maintenance? Like how long from now in terms of hours? If you got an Legion in your account as the trigger that you were able to receive it, that might cause an automated system to remove it. Hopefully not. Resurrect detains. Okay. Yeah, what did I say? Inner Demon, I think. To do some tests here on Schwinking. Yeah, on that note, if anybody wants to test it out and let me know, the more information, the better. I'm still working on this character, right? I'm trying to do, like, first character testing, unlocking achievements to eventually set up alt leveling, because no matter what happens, you will still need to do this. You will still need to get all of, like, the account-wide unlocks. So that's my priority right now. But if, in the meantime, anybody wants to mess around with level 20 Twinks, see if they still work, if you can still get, like, infinite scaling power, and, you know, mess around in some dungeons, see how strong they are, any information on that would be lovely. It would save me a lot of the early legwork. And for other things, too. Like, level 20 Twinks, you know, that did not come in a vacuum. There were a lot of people who just did that for fun in Mop Remix and then realized, hey, this is kind of broken. So, like, a week or two into Mop Remix, a lot of people started telling me, hey, this level 20 Twink thing, it's legit. It's really good. You should check it out. And I would never have looked into that on my own if people hadn't figured it out on their own and pointed it out to me. And then I'm like, all right, well, we gotta... Oh, fuck. We gotta optimize this for speed leveling. But if you stumble upon anything that you think, like, this could be really broken, let me know. Tell me, you know, everything that you found, and it would be a massive help. Can I mount up in here? Oh. Alright, well that makes things a little bit easier. I thought this counted as indoors. Is that it? I guess that's the entire questline. Cool. 6 hours from now for Europe? Gotcha. I'm hoping it'll be faster for you guys because, you know, they already did a lot of the legwork, presumably, on North America. But you never know with Blizzard.
Harpies from the Haglands are unleashing their first magic upon Hagland with a screeching cry. We don't know how to counter their forces. Please, stop this madness!
Is this one of those mobs where I can, like, use an ability to weaken it or something? Or is it just meant to be a regular elite mob? I guess just a regular elite mob. Gotta get the rebounds. Did that work? I think I rebounded it into the floor. I feel like that did work, though. Maybe not. The new druid bug? You think Blizzard should delete the class? Damn. Sorry, druids. You guys got a little bit too many rewards. Your class is getting deleted. Sucks. You'll start a bear, you enjoyed it more than H-Priest because of the speed? Gotcha. Let me catch up on Twitch chat. I've been looking at YouTube for a little bit. That's what you love about WoW compared to other MMOs, that they don't limit you to just a few abilities on your bars and there's cool utility? Exactly, yeah. Completely agree. I've always viewed that as a strength. They're not completely printing utility, though, to be fair. I think the bigger thing, outside of, like, the tank defensive stuff, I think is more of, like, a design philosophy change, which we'll see how that goes. But I don't really think they've over-nerfed utility. A lot of the stuff that I think they've hit the hardest is just the regular gameplay rotation. And I would actually argue that now, of all times, is kind of the worst time to hit the regular gameplay rotation, because, like, come on, you have the one button there. If people really don't want to put in the effort to learn how to play their spec, Blizzard has literally added a one-button rotation. There is no excuse. So I kind of viewed that as, like, Blizzard's solution to the game being complicated. It's like, oh, you don't want to learn it? Well, yeah, just do this. Oh, man. Okay. I'm going to be honest, we're starting to reach the point where the scaling on gear is so aggressive that I need to start dropping speed for stuff. Because before, it's like, oh, am I going to take, like, 1 extra agility but lose speed? Obviously not. But now it's jumping up a lot. And now it's, like, 30 agility. Okay, yeah, that's worth taking. And it's not that big of a deal now that I have speed from Mastery. So, honestly, my Demon Hunter's already just flying through the world that I don't really need speed on every piece of gear, so... Like, just look at how fast I just run from point A to point B. That any speed boosts. I feel like... I'll be really surprised if Havoc isn't just really overpowered again for this. Because there's just so much that this spec has that no other spec in the game has. It doesn't really matter how much, like, raw numerical power you can get. If you're at the point where, like, everything is just one-shots, and one spec just has strictly better mobility, and, well, Havoc does have really good defensives, but, like, that is kind of what matters. Mobility and utility, if damage and survivability is not actually a factor. Ezra said, has it been said they're trying to funnel the majority of the player base to endgame PvE content? I'm not saying that they've outright said that, but when they make changes to simplify the PvE side of the game, and to, in their words, make it more approachable for people, I feel like, why is that necessary if the people that you're trying to get into your game probably either wouldn't be interested in it anyway, or would not really care about whether they're able to perform at the absolute top of their spec? That was kind of more my point. It's just conflicting design philosophies, and I'd wish they'd just pick a lane. Holy shit. Holy shit! Okay, wow. Yeah. I think I'm starting to scale a little bit. Yeah, let's just do this, because this is just, like, flat damage, and I would like to get Fell Barrage. Just because having, like, low, or even, like, low to mid CD abilities that can just, like, delete AoE pulls lets you just constantly chain pull. Chain pull, delete everything. Chain pull, delete everything. And overall, I feel that's way better. It's, like, one of the reasons why Windwalker is so strong for leveling. You just have something for every single pull. Interesting. I wonder, so the, I'm kind of trolling right now, in hindsight. It's not that big of a deal, but what I should have been doing is I should have been finishing the campaign first, which I was mostly doing before, but then I kind of took a detour to do the side quest because I was in the area. But I forgot that it's the campaign, like the main story, that gives the 10% XP buff. And you get the infinite knowledge from doing the entire zone. So I should finish these quests first to get 10% more experience, and then do the rest of the stuff. It's not, like, that big of a deal, but, you know. But, like, actually, you know what? That's the kind of tip that, like, I could use for the leveling guide, right? For the first character stuff. Of, like, you know, for anybody who is leveling this later on, here's just, like, a tiny thing that you can do to save a little bit of time. Because you're going to have to do all this anyway, but this is just, like, a little bit of a help. The only question, I guess, is, let's say I finish the Val'sharah main campaign, I get the 10% buff. Is it then worth it to go to High Mountain and do the High Mountain campaign for 10% more? Or is it, like, fine to just finish up Val'sharah and get the infinite knowledge at that point? Tough to say, because, like, on one hand, I think you probably get more overall experience by just doing the main campaigns. And I'll probably test this, because, like, one thing that I'm going to do is I'm going to use this event to level a ton of characters on my European account. Because I'm still missing a lot of classes there. I only started playing it, like, a few months ago. So I'm going to do a second fresh character leveling run. I don't necessarily know if I'm going to do that on stream, but I'll record it, and with the knowledge that I have now, I'll try to make that run even faster, and we can put that into practice. Like, here, I'm 100%ing every single zone. Is it faster the first time around if you do only the campaigns for the 10% buffs, and then go back and get the infinite knowledge? My only concern there is I might fall a little bit behind on, like, power gain. So I'd be getting more experience, but I'd be losing time because my character would be weaker, so I'd kill things slower. That I'm not 100% sure. But that's kind of the trade-off that you need to consider. Oh, what? I got interrupted? Aw, man. Mom's kind of dead anyway. It doesn't really matter, but... let's get meta CD. Not more than expected for a first run without the account-wide buffs, yeah. Do I have any wrist problems from playing WoW? To a small extent, yes, actually. Like, I don't have any permanent wrist damage or anything like that, but yeah, I'll be honest, every now and then, if I'm playing the game for an extended period of time, like especially at the start of every single new season, where I'm just like slamming Mythic Plus runs non-stop all day for like the entire week, yeah, by the end of the week, my wrist fucking kills me. I've had that happen a few times, especially depending on the spec that I'm playing. I've noticed that, like, Brewmaster is actually a lot easier on my wrist, because Brewmaster is less spammy. It's a lot more methodical. You still have high APM, but, like, I'm not, like, mashing one button. But, like, Guardian Druid, when I really play that, fucking murders my wrist, because I'm just, like, slamming Thresh. Thresh. So, yeah, it can be rough. But, you know, fingers crossed that there's nothing permanent. I've had, like, you know, moments where my wrist hurts a little bit for years now, and it hasn't, like, gotten any worse than it was before, so I don't necessarily think that, I should be too worried.
Peace and patience, friend.
There was a treasure chest here somewhere, yeah. So that explains why I couldn't find it before. It was in this phase. YOLO said, love your guides, thank you. I'm glad you like them. War Eagle. Is this an on rails? Yeah. What is this? Summons a Riverine totem to heal people. Drogbar stones. Oh, that line. Drogbar rocks hits different now that I've had the trinket. Drogbar rocks is honestly like one of my favorite trinkets they've ever added. Like sometimes there's just a trinket that you play with and you have like a personal attachment to it. And no trinket will ever feel as good to use as Drogbar rocks, the 408 item level veteran track world quest trinket that I used on Prague and got a rank 1 parse with. That was a good feeling. Of like, not only was that a rank 1 on Prague, but I was using a fucking world quest trinket that was 30 item levels below what everybody else below me was using. That was a good fucking feeling. Fucking love Drogbar rocks. And if you have no idea what I'm talking about, it was a trinket in patch 10.2 or 10.1, the Aberrus patch, whenever that was. From the world content there. Very cool trinket. I loved it very much. I even got to briefly use it again in Amir Drasil, but it didn't go to as high item level in Amir Drasil, and there were better trinket options by that point.
The Underking is not getting away. Not this time. Together we are...
There we go. So that, yeah. I probably should have just done this before doing the other side quests, but you know, whatever. That's another 10%, so we're up to 40% in total. The weapon buff, that's Leech. I should be looking at the stat difference now, because, like, look at this. It's only, like, 30 item levels, and that's a huge chunk of additional agility. Ugh. Yeah. Look, I'm not going to vendor this just yet, but I think some of the stuff I need to start replacing. But yeah, like, look at this. 3 agility to 66. I gotta take that replacement. Yeah, that's a terrible trait, and that's just stamina, so who cares? Artifact sands. Ants. Yeah, that's a big stat increase. I think I gotta just lose the speed purely because of the raw stats. It feels bad, but that is just... That much raw agility is better than mobility at any day. That's going to actually have a meaningful impact on my kill times. What next? I guess I have the quest for Neltharian's Lair. What I'm gonna do is, after I've done all of the campaign stuff, and I've gotten every single dungeon quest, then I'll probably do some dungeons. That way, no matter which one I RNG into, it'll, I'll be getting credit. Warning? Oh, interesting. I just looked at my Discord. Looks like it's just a display bug. Apparently there's some, like, visual bug with upgrading gear that makes it seem like you're actually losing stats, but I guess it's just a visual issue. Doesn't actually seem to be that bad. Wait, oh. I should have checked Reddit earlier. Oh, man. That's actually... I can't believe I forgot. I'm surprised this still works. Wait, okay, they did remove it. Or wait, is it... It's not a toy, it's an ability. Okay. Yeah. So this still works. So, yeah. Wish I saw that Reddit post, like, 30 minutes ago? Or longer? When was it posted? 4 hours ago. Man. Only bronze? You know. I guess, yeah, that's not that big of a deal, huh? Maybe that actually isn't a good thing, though. Because now I actually lose on exploration XP. If it only gives bronze and it doesn't actually boost your leveling speed. Oh, well. Yeah. High Mountain. I got a quest just for... Oh, complete 2 of the following objectives. It doesn't even give infinite power? Yeah, that's lame. Yeah, I mean, exploration XP, you know, without the urban racial is trivial. So it doesn't matter that much. I actually just flew through most of Azuna. So in the end, I probably... Like, let's call that like a slight time loss, you know, a few minutes. But that is definitely something that you should do after you finish leveling. I'm definitely glad that I got reminded. Okay, let's do the stuff. Since I already started going through the process of 100%ing every single zone before moving on, I'll just keep doing that here. And then I can make it so whenever I level my first, like, account character on Europe, I'll test my alternate strategy of doing the, like, targeting the XP buffs and only going for those and then circling back after the fact. So we can test both methods and see which one ends up being faster. I suspect that no matter what, my Europe run is going to be faster just because I'll have more familiarity with the systems and I won't be like, where do I go now? And stuff like that. But, you know, maybe that strategy will end up saving, like, multiple hours in your first run. Who knows? But I don't want to ruin the experiment. I'd rather keep it, like, what's a good way to describe it? Like, preserve the control group here. That way I can really get an idea of how much time it saves if I do that on Europe. I'll probably do that, like, relatively soon, too. I might even do that immediately after finishing this run, but, you know, I don't know if I'd stream that, like I said. It'd probably be like a, you know, I finish the stream, we test a few things at max level, I take a break, I go make food, and then I fire up my European account and test it there. And then, when I've, like, reached the final conclusion, I can give my results. Do they have threads? No, it's a lot more simplistic in that sense. So you get, like you can see there, like, that visual, that's the threads visual from Mop. But it only gives you, like, this buff. So you'll sometimes get threads that give you, like, stamina main stat or something like that. Mostly stamina is what I've seen. I think the other ones are rarer. And there's no secondary stat threads or anything this time around. Ah, look what it is. Greymane's forces hold this Warden Tower. Break their ranks. Show no mercy. And that fucking etched into my mind. That is, you know, I'm really excited for Legion Classic, but if there's, like, one thing about Legion at launch that they change, please change the fucking Warden Towers. To give you an idea of, like, how degen I played Legion, because, like, Legion was when I first really got into, like, the endgame content in this game, and Legion came out when I first started college. So I went from being in high school and having, like, no free time to really spend on this game. Like, I still played it a lot, but I was just heavily limited by my school schedule. And then I go to college, and fucking Legion comes out, literally the same time I started my first semester. And, oh man, I spent so much fucking time playing this expansion. And one of the things that I did is the Warden Towers gave, they were world quests that popped up once every 4 hours. So, I guess I have to talk to this guy. So most world quests in Legion had like a time of 12 hours or 24 hours, and then it would cycle to a new one, which was already kind of absurd. Keep in mind, right, the current design of world quests is they reset once every half a week. So it was way more FOMO when it first came out in Legion. But the Warden Tower world quests were not only different in that they reset every 4 hours. So if you missed it, you were shit out of luck. That was an entire reward that you didn't get. But they also had really, really, really good items. They, like, some of the best Priebus items that you could get were from the Warden Tower world quest. But it was RNG. Not every character would be offered the same one. Which meant that I set alarms for every single 4 hours, like, when I would go to sleep. And I would sleep for 2.5 hours or something like that, wake up, do the Warden Tower world quest, go back to sleep, set another alarm, wake up 2.5 hours later, do the Warden Tower world quest. Rinse, repeat. My sleep schedule was so fucked. I didn't do super great in my first semester of college. If that wasn't obvious. Much to, my parents' dismay. But, in the end, I did graduate, and that's what matters. I think. Speed and haste, nice. Speed item. How's Legion Remix? Pretty good. I've got to say, I'm actually enjoying this overall more than I enjoyed Mop Remix the first time. When I first played Mop Remix, I was like a lot more meh on it. Like, yeah, it's cool, but not really enjoying it. Like, I can say, without any question, I'm having fun right now. Something I did not expect to like as much as I am is just the random demons flying in the sky. Just, like, if I'm sitting here yapping, it's just kind of fun, like, you know, ADHD brain of like, oh, there's a fucking bat. I'm gonna fucking blast that bat. And I don't feel like I'm wasting my vigor, because it just refunds it. So, that is something that I did not expect to like as much as I am, but it's working for my little monkey brain. We all parsed Gray in our first semester? Yeah. Yeah, I got there eventually. But definitely, Legion is a major contributing factor as to why I struggled early on in college. But I kind of almost don't regret it, because, like, this expansion was fun as hell. And if I have to think to, like, what is the most fun that I've ever had playing WoW, it really was Legion launch. Everybody has their, like, nostalgia period. And there's been multiple points in time that I was, like, really into the game. Like, I had a lot of fun back in original WoW. So playing through MoP Classic again recently, that was really fun for me. Because there were, like, so many things where I'm like, oh, I remember doing this, like, as a kid. But when I first played through MoP, I was still in high school. I was still, relatively speaking, young, and there was a lot of stuff that I couldn't do. So part of the fun for me, honestly, in Classic was, like, I was never able to do this in the original release. I didn't have the time. And, whenever Legion Classic comes around, I kind of wonder how interested I'll be in Legion Classic, because that will be kind of the first expansion where, when it was current content, I really did everything that I wanted to do in Legion. I did all the content I wanted. Just because I finally had free time to play the game. Where's the quest? Is there... There's no follow-up quest here? Huh. Hold on. Let me look at the Sojourner achievement. Sojourner of... High Mountain. I've done Icepine Point. Words. I thought there was more to it. I thought there was another quest. I guess not. At a certain point, any twink was stronger than needed. It just felt better to prowl, skip everything, and move faster. Yeah. For sure, for sure. The real question, when it comes to twinks, at least for me, right? Some people just really liked making low-level twinks, and if that works, they'll probably be happy with it no matter what form it takes. I'm not, like, the biggest fan of low-level twinks. Like, they're cool, but it's not, like, something for me where it's like, oh, this is the most fun way to play the game. Like, I know some people do really enjoy that part of it. And if they are good again, I'm sure I'll have fun setting up a level 20 twink and doing boosts and stuff like that, just like I did in MoP. But I only care if they're, like, good enough to boost dungeons. If they're, like, severely handicapped, so you can do the content and, like, it's fun for people who like it, but they're no longer able to just, like, one-shot literally everything and blaze through the dungeon as quickly as possible, then I will probably have significantly less interest in it. It's also possible that dungeon leveling just won't be as good. I think this is something that a lot of people forget. We were in a very, very unique situation in MoP Remix as far as dungeons were concerned. Those dungeons, not only are they all pretty fast, but we were able to completely break them in half because of how Demon Hunters interacted with it. I've had a few friends look into, like potentially getting out of Legion dungeons and stuff like that. I think, Azura was looking into that a lot, like a few months ago or something like that. I don't know if he ever found a lot of, like, reliable strats in the end. But there is not going to be anything in the Legion dungeons that is as consistent for breaking out of bounds as the strategies that we had in MoP. Because the MoP dungeons just weren't designed for Demon Hunters. So even if there is theoretically a way to get out of bounds, in many cases it probably won't be faster than just holding W. So that's not really a factor anymore. And the reason that the dungeons in MoP were so fast was not just that you were able to complete them really quickly, it's that we were able to complete them while in many cases getting all of the boss kills. So it's not just like an end-of-run speedrun. We got that credit, but we also got, like, multiple XP tokens, which, that's another thing, we don't have the XP tokens. Again, we only have, like, whatever experience you actually get from the dungeon itself. And one of the main reasons that strategy was so effective, in addition to the whole you could just do dungeons super quickly, is you were able to, while the XP from the end of completion bonus was scaling really well at the low levels, get a lot of efficient levels through that. And then when you get to the later levels where experience from other sources falls off really hard, and you stacked up all of these massive XP modifiers from doing raids and stuff like that, then you just collect all the shit from the mailbox, and you skip the last, like... I don't remember what level I opened the mailbox in the sub 30 run. I think it was like 55 or something like that, but you skip a big chunk of the end of the experience. That's not a thing anymore. The tokens going to the mailbox, that's just not a thing. They removed that. So, dungeon boosting may end up being really fast. And I suspect that with anything like Remix, where max level characters can get so absurdly powerful, boosting in some shape or form being the fastest leveling method. What is going on here? Do I have to, like, jump out of here? It's kind of weird. Yeah, I suspect that boosting in some shape or form will end up being the fastest leveling method. I mean, even, like, technically right now, the fucking Siren Isle boosting, which, like, I know about. Yeah, people have mentioned it to me. It is, technically speaking, faster than my routes. But it is, like, the amount of effort that you have to go through to set that up, right? It is, for the amount of time that it saves relative to just, like, me doing solo leveling shit. Like, is that worth it? Personally, I don't think so. And it also is not something that you can just do on your own of, like, you know, the reason the level 20 stuff worked so well is it took no time at all to set up. That's obviously not the case for the Siren Isle stuff. So boosting is always one of those weird things of, like, in so many versions of WoW, it is technically speaking the fastest way to level. So where do you draw the line at, like, this is an impractical boost strat, and this is something that actual people can do? And Mop Remix was kind of in a weird spot where the boosting strat was just genuinely so easy for the average player to do that there was kind of no reason to not do it. But I don't necessarily know if that's going to be the case again. No idea. So, we'll see. Rare mob here. Oh, it's just shadow damage? Okay, yeah, I'm good. I'll just face tank that. I think I just leave the cave now, right? There's nothing else here. There is a treasure chest up there. I don't care. It's a rat called Ollie. All the real speedrunners run Priest anyway. I do really like Priest, yeah. It's, the main thing that I really like about Priest for low-level twinks is just you are, I feel, really, really self-sufficient, and you can also support your group while still hard-carrying them. Like, Guardian Druid, you're just kind of off-soloing the dungeon. Holy Priest, I could just follow around everybody else and just spam Holy Nova and keep them permanently topped up. So I'm doing my job as a healer. You know, nobody can say, oh, you aren't keeping us alive. I'm hitting Holy Nova. It just so happens that, in addition to keeping everybody alive, I'm carrying the damage as a Holy Priest. That's the fun part. So I also definitely am a Holy Priest enjoyer for the low-level stuff. How much agility is this? Jesus, look at that difference. It's almost double agility. That feels a little crazy. Also, in many cases, healer queues are the fastest. And although technically, like, druids can go, like, restoration, Resto Druid is nowhere near as good at doing low-level dungeon boosts, low-level dungeon boosts as Holy Priest is. Like, if I look right now for raids, Call to Arms Healer, Call to Arms Healer. If I look at Dungeon, Call to Arms Healer, right? So, in, like, regular WoW, it's a lot more balanced, I think. Or at the very least, tanks and healers tend to be about even. But back in Mop Remix, and it looks like the same thing in Legion Remix, barely anybody's playing healer. And it kind of makes sense if you think about it. For leveling, healer tends to be very bad. It's not really a good option. That being said, Holy Priest is actually one of the best solo leveling specs in the game, so it's not even bad there. But most people don't know that. You know, try telling, you know, the average WoW player that the best way to level Priest is to play the healer spec. They're gonna look at you like you're fucking crazy. Let's do that. Where is this quest? Is this underground? I might be in, like, a different phase than I'm supposed to. Or it might be in here. It is in here, okay. Yeah, just some weird phasing shit. You had Drogbar rocks in your priest, so you had enough item level to get into LFR, then kept it on into early M+. Yeah. That trinket was awesome. Might be a dumb opinion, but you would kind of like a slower experience with Legion Remix compared to Mop Remix. I mean, it will likely be slightly slower, but I'm going to be honest, I don't necessarily think your opinion is dumb. I also like a bit of a slower experience. There's a reason I really enjoy Classic, but that's kind of the thing. Like, that is Classic. When Mop Remix was current, so many people were asking me, like, oh, what do you think? What do you think? What do you think? Do you like this? Oh, I'm having so much fun. Like, are you having so much fun? And the entire time, all I was saying is, I'd rather just be playing Mop Classic. This just kind of feels like a bastardization of Mop. And you know what? I put my money where my mouth was, I played Mop Classic, and I can say, without a doubt, I enjoyed Mop Classic like 5 times more than Mop Remix. It was just more fun. The game was designed to be played still a little bit slower at that time. Honestly, I kind of don't mind this, per se, because Legion was definitely the start of, like, the more modern WoW, so this still feels like I'm playing Legion, honestly, and I liked Legion. It's, honestly, the only things they haven't really carried over is, like, the fucking mission boards, which I don't think anybody really liked the mission boards. Some people may have enjoyed min-maxing it, just because you get, like, cool rewards, so the optimization angle was fun. But I am not sad to see them go. So yeah, I'm enjoying this a hell of a lot more than I did Mop Classic. And in terms of, like, actual leveling speed, it does feel a bit slower, but the pace of it feels better. Also, one big thing that I do like is, although there are some random damage procs, I still feel like I am actually playing my spec, whereas Mop Remix, from the very beginning, it felt like the damage specs were carrying your overall. And the entire build felt like, oh, all that's important is, like, what random damage procs do you get? And the actual abilities that you press felt like they didn't matter whatsoever. And it's felt like there still are a bunch of random damage proc things, yes, but it has felt significantly less like that. So I don't mind it quite as much. Where are the eagle eggs? It's a mushroom. Meatball Follower was OP in the open world. I'm pretty sure that was WoD, though, right? That wasn't Legion. Or did they have a version of him for Legion, too? It's been a while. And I never really engaged with the mission board stuff. I know a lot of people were, like, big into the mission board for gold making. I did whatever I had to do, but, like, my stance on the mission board is I got it to a point where I could 100% the missions that gave you mythic raid gear. And I did those. And I just did not bother with it at all beyond that. I didn't enjoy it, so I didn't try to push it. $66, Jesus. We're already at the point where, like, it's just been a few levels, and I'm already getting 30 agility from random boots upgrades. Is challenge modes out? Yeah, challenge modes were out on launch. The one thing I will say for challenge modes is, although I think they're cool, I have heard that people are, like, way more elitist with challenge modes and expect you to have, like, so much stuff prepped, even though they're not really that hard. They're not, like, face roll easy, but they're not hard. But I have been told by some of the people I know who still play that finding, like, pug challenge mode progression groups is really, really, really hard in Classic right now. Which is kind of a symptom of the general idea of Classic, like everything is already solved. Everybody can already just look up, like, what is the best way to finish this thing. And so there's not really that much interest in solving it yourself, which is unfortunate. Throne of Thunder is not out, though, yet. Right now... Oh, crap. I have to, like, bungee jump? That's kind of cool. Right now, it's the, it's Landfall. So, like, the Krasserong Wilds, like, faction war stuff. And apparently there's, like, a lot of good catch-up year opportunities. So it is a pretty good time, I've been told, to get back into MoP. It is just really unfortunate that I have not had the time to really mess around with it. I want to, but it has not... It's just not been a good opportunity. I've been so busy with so many things. And I kind of figure, like, if I'm gonna get back into MoP, I may as well wait for Throne of Thunder, right? I figured that would be the opportune time to do it. I probably will check it out at least a little bit, like, later this year, but obviously stuff like this takes priority at the moment. How's the population? So it's kind of weird. They just did this, like, big merge. There's now, like, a mega server. So everybody is on the same exact server now. And presumably it would be pretty easy to find groups if everybody's playing together. What's the best method from 70 to 80? You just hit 70 and you got no XP anymore? Well, as you can see, I'm still 59. If you are not doing what I'm doing, which is doing all of the campaign stuff, then do that. And yeah, so if it's anything like before, the XP scaling for the final 10 levels is just always going to be harder. There's way more experience required for those levels. It was the same way in MoP Remix. But if you want to make the overall process easier on yourself, go and complete those achievements, go and get those 10% warband-wide bonuses, and then not only will things eventually speed up, presumably, at least a little bit, but then whenever you level an alt, it'll be even faster. Best place for hunter pets? I mean, I'm not a hunter main. All hunter pets have exactly the same abilities, so it's purely cosmetic at this point. There are some, like, family abilities, I think, that still have some differences, but I don't know enough to comment. If you have questions on that, the Hunter Discord probably can answer, and I would imagine the Hunter Guides discuss it. There's also a website, I'm assuming it's still around, called Petopia, that has all the different hunter pets out in the world that you can find. I used to use that back in, like, original vanilla, but I think it's still maintained to this day. It is up? Nice. That's good to see. Gathering Soul Mark. I just had this one. Yeah, this is weird, because I really need a way to apply Fell Touched. If you haven't seen this, this is like a debuff that comes from one of the artifact trees, and a lot of your other abilities will get amplified if the target is affected by Fell Touched. So you want at least one source of Fell Touched somewhere on your gear. So this is good, but I don't want to replace Terror from Below, and I don't want to replace this. These are the only sources of that I have. Actually, I do have a Terror from Below ring. But I have a lot of Souls of the Ka already, so I'll keep this like this. If I get a better way to do Touch of Malice, then I'll replace this trinket, because it is really low item level. But I don't think it's worth it just yet. You got to honor level 20 and have never done PvP. What gave honor to? Oh, the Warden Towers. Yes, 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 yes. Sorry, I'm still catching up on that. Yeah, I got a lot of honor from that. That being said, I also did PvP, like actually PvP, a lot in Legion, so. No path available. Did I know the best way to level is to actually get the healing spec? Is that so? People are saying there's a bug where you can get the Mage Tower appearances? Yes, I've heard. But as most people suspect, it is a bug. Didn't they make you get more XP when only hitting 70? I do think that was a change. Yes, but I suspect it... Like, it still should take longer for those final 10 levels relative to the rest of the process. They did nerf it specifically for Mop Remix, but the difference is, like, massive. If you look at my current 10 to 80 world record, the 70 to 80 process is basically the exact same length of time as the 10 to 70 process. So, unless they, like, significantly reduce the amount of XP required, like by 80%, it's still going to be longer compared to the rest of the process. That's just the last 10 levels. When did I start playing, and when did I start seriously raiding? Started playing, that's an easy one, basically since the game first came out. I have been playing this game since I was like 4 or 5 years old. I think 5. I don't remember if I was like just barely before 4 years old when I started playing, but my dad started playing this game like right around the time it first came out in like 2004, because when it came out, one of his friends at work told him about it, and he tried it. So like, technically, was I like playing the game? No, but I would like sit on his lap and watch him play the game. And like years later, I would get my own account. But I would like make characters on his account when I was 5 years old and like, you know, get them to level 5 and then, you know, never get any further because, you know, what the fuck is a 5-year-old supposed to do but leveling a character? But that's when I first started. And raiding is more of like a difficult thing because like it would depend on what you define as serious raiding. Like what I would consider serious raiding, like cutting edge, which I guess is like the final benchmark, right? What most people would consider quote unquote serious raiding. My first cutting edge was Mythic Kill Jaden in Legion. So yeah, this expansion was kind of my first time really getting into it. And Emerald Nightmare was the first raid where I seriously tried to do Mythic Prog. We didn't get past Cenarius. And in Nightholds... I forget where we got stuck. Kind of the one thing I never really got to do. I did eventually do Trial of Valor, like, way towards the end of the expansion, but I never really progged Trial of Valor. I did prog most of Nightholds, and I killed Gul'dan the next tier. And it was still, like, semi-difficult, but I didn't get Cutting Edge. But I would have liked to prog that. I barely missed, Cutting Edge Argus. Like, we were literally progging, like, the end of the fight, and my guild kind of fell apart. And I did not have the energy to try and find a new guild, so I just said, screw it. Not gonna worry about it. But yeah, this was, like, definitely the expansion when I really tried to get into raiding. But that being said, like, you know, it doesn't start there. You don't just, like, one day wake up and, like, I'm gonna try and seriously raid. The first expansion where I ever, like, actually raided at all would have been Mop. I did... My first AOTC was Garrosh. So I got the Kor'kron Werewolf, which I really liked that mount. I was really excited about it, which is the main reason I pushed myself to really try and get AOTC at the time. And I had a lot of friends who were, like, really good at the game, who were, like, trying to teach me how to play, and I was still, you know, young. I was in high school, so I was kind of shit. And I started off playing DPS. I mostly played a Hunter and Frost DK. And then eventually, my friend Paul, who I've mentioned before, tried to teach me how to play Blood DK. And then I realized, like, oh, hey, like, tanking actually isn't that scary, and this is kind of fun. And pretty much from end of Siege of Orgrimmar onwards, I tried to learn how to tank more. And then in Highmaul, I played my Blood DK. In like ends of Highmaul and going into Blackrock Foundry, I saw a Brewmaster dual-wielding Blade Fist from Highmaul, and I thought it looked so fucking cool. And I'm like, I need to learn how to play that. So that's when I picked up Brewmaster for the first time. End of Highmaul. And I played that for Blackrock Foundry. And oh my god, Blackrock Foundry Brewmaster is like one of the most fun iterations of that spec I have played to this day. And I cannot wait for WoD Classic, because it is going to fuck so hard. It was so much fun. Chi Explosion is like one of the most fun abilities Brew has ever had. Very, very excited for that. So, I obviously clicked with Brew immediately. I'm like, oh my god, the spec fucking bangs. The mitigation style I thought was really interesting. It was different than any of the other tanks I had tried a little bit. Because I had like slightly played other tanks. Like I had dabbled in Prot Warrior and stuff. Like so my Prot Warrior Anji, that I still obviously play a lot to this day, that character was created in, I think, the very end of Mach, sometime end of Siege of Orgrimmar, when a bunch of my friends, including Paul, were like, we haven't really ever played pandas, why don't we just make a panda? So I made a female panda or female panda warrior, which I actually looked up the population statistics. It was like the lowest played panda combo at the time, and it was like one of the lowest race class like gender combos in the entire game, like bottom 3. So I was like, you know, I get to be unique. But you know, I made that initially just for fun, and the original name of my warrior was Middens, which obviously was named after my cat. I still have a panda named Middens now. My priest is named Middens. It is the spiritual successor to that warrior. And I played that character a lot just for fun, like leveling with my friends. And I was actually like, Prot Warrior is kind of fun. I wouldn't end up maining it for quite a while, but it was a tank that I like kind of played for fun in my free time. I still played Blood DK quite a lot, especially in WoD. But Brewmaster very quickly became the thing that I really, really, really liked. Also, do I not have Sojourner? I did. I just got it. Okay. I zoned out. I completely missed the achievement. All right. On to Stormheim. Let me spend a point. I guess Shattered Destiny, sure. As I get closer to Eldrachi, I'll probably take points into this Screaming Brutality Soulscar. I'll make these like my last 2 points before I hit level 70, so that I'm ready to go with that. What's it called? I got distracted. What was I saying? Yeah, so I focused a lot on Brewmaster. That's mainly what I played going forward. Obviously, Guardian Druid was really, really broken in... oh, nice, another 10% buff. Guardian was really broken in Legion, so going into Legion, you know, the regular expansion, I decided to learn Guardian, and I played that for Emerald Nightmare and Nighthold. And then, midway through Nighthold, they changed Vengeance Demon Hunter. So I was not really that big of a fan of how Vengeance Demon Hunter played. I guess I'll do just kill demons. I gotta do that anyway.
Our paths cross at last.
What the heck is Light Runner?
Time is set in sand, not stone.
Enemy slain with Vindicator's Judgment active. The trait? This thing? Oh, that sucks.
Our paths cross at last.
Yeah, let me pick a different one then.
There is more than one way to solve
I guess I'll do Tormented Guardians. And I'll probably do that at max level or something. Or maybe, honestly, I might just do that now. If it's Rift of Aln, what's the breakpoints. It's just Xavius? Oh, I should do Rift of Alm then. Yeah. If it's just walk in, kill Xavius, walk out, that's a lot faster. Boss rush, 10 bosses slain, 250 enemies slain.
There is more than one way to solve any problem. Remember,
Surpass your own legends. Reach level 80. Okay. Mop and Wand tanking was really cool. You mained all tanks in that times? Yeah. Yeah, a lot of the tanks felt really good. Bear is, I think, the only tank that I feel fell behind, which is kind of why it got a rework in Legion. But yeah, what was I saying? Yeah, so I played Bear. Vengeance Demon Hunter got a rework in middle of Nighthold. They changed how Spirit Bomb functioned. And so, just for shits and giggles, I tried out the new Vengeance Demon Hunter just to see. And I was like, oh my god, this is the greatest thing ever. I fucking love this. And I became a Vengeance DH main for like the next 5 years. And, yeah. The rest is history. I was continually getting, like, rank 1 Vengeance parses for years on end. Fucking love that spec. And then they kind of killed it. But we might be so back in Midnight. Like I said, the changes look pretty good. I am hopeful.
I have many wares.
Now, I guess, to kind of expand upon that, I won't give you, like, a play-by-play from that point on of, like, exactly which tank I played every single tier. But I still, from Legion onwards, I at least progged Mythic every single tier from Emerald Nightmare onwards. Except Trial of Valor, I guess. And, what the fuck was that raid? The second, like, the 2 boss raid in BFA. I didn't do that one. Every other raid I at least progged to a certain extent. I got CE basically like every other tier, pretty much. And then from Sylvanas onwards, I've gotten Cutting Edge every single tier. So I missed Cutting Edge Sired and Athreus, but I got Sylvanas, and then every single tier after that, Jailer, Razagath, Sorkareth, Barak, every single tier I've gotten Cutting Edge. Obviously, still working on it this tier, but, you know, we're gonna get there. I'm not in any danger of not getting Cutting Edge this tier. I'm pretty confident in that. Alright. What am I doing next? I think I go to the Demon Hunter Order Hall, and I take the breadcrumb that sends me to Stormheim. I basically grew up with WoW? Yeah, exactly. That's why I'm so passionate about this game, right? And why I get so annoyed when Blizzard fucks it up. This game is my childhood. I love WoW. I think for most people that's, like, the case, right? You know, whenever they give criticism, it comes from a place of love, not like, I just want to hate. But, you know, it's so annoying, like, every now and then when I talk about the problem with the game, and people are like, oh, you're fucking grifters, you know, just bitching about Blizzard. And it's like, yeah, no, some people will just, you know... I don't need to say the names, right? But you all know who I'm talking about, the people who just fucking ride the popular opinion, and if people are dunking on Blizzard, they dunk on Blizzard. If everybody's, like, just fucking giving Blizzard... is just praising Blizzard, they do that, and they're just all over Blizzard, like, oh my god, this expansion's amazing! Blizzard really hit it out of the park! Like, and they only just pander, and they have no opinions of their own. Like, yeah. Lately, I've been pretty critical. And it feels bad being so negative a lot of the time, but it's so frustrating whenever you see something that you feel is really bad being done to a game that you really love. So, it's hard to, like, sit there and be quiet. Something looking cool was such a big driver for you back then? Yeah, exactly.
Brutish warriors from an ancient stock. Subtlety is not a value they hold in high regard.
You always feel most WoW players had at least some bigger breaks from playing. You basically experienced WoW through all of its times? Pretty much, yeah. I've played every single WoW expansion since the dawn of time, at the very least casually. I have never taken a break for an entire expansion. I guess, yeah, that... It is kind of crazy, come to think of it. Now, admittedly, vanilla TBC, I played a lot lighter, right? Like I said, I was 5. But I did play them. I did play them current content. So I do remember some things. Every now and then, you know, I'll see a post of like, you know, TIL, back in the day, XYZ thing used to work differently. And I'm just like, oh shit, I remember that. Like, just an ancient memory from my early childhood gets pulled up.
Are we not destined then to wither away eventually?
Get moving!
No. The Forsaken will never stop.
You don't need to mention Mr. Game Master too on the nose. I'm not talking about Pirate Software, if that's what you're referring to. Pirate Software, obviously, everybody clowned on him already, but for different things, but... That is not necessarily what I meant when I said people who just make pandering nonsense videos. Just flood YouTube with slop, basically.
Good. Send a bat.
Do you think there's going to be another busted speedrunning mechanic like in Mop Remix? I mean, it's a little bit too early to say for sure. Entirely possible, but I don't know.
Organize our defenses beginning with the rear. I want bat riders in
Okay, yeah, this is an upgrade.
My queen, your safety must be our first concern.
Souls of the Ka. Yeah, it's kind of interesting because the actual item level of your jewelry doesn't matter. The quality is actually the only thing that matters, because the only stats that the item level affects is the stamina. The quality, regardless of item level, gives you 2 additional ranks, and the ranks appear to scale with your weapon, not with your, like, the actual item they're on. So, like, it's just better for me to run this, because it just gives me more overall damage. Because, like, who cares about a tiny bit of extra stamina?
Single gunship? Are they insane?
The beta loading screen is just the icing on the cake. Yeah, it's kind of funny that they've never changed that. One of the Panthers in Suramar is a good hunter pet. Entirely possible. Am I... Okay. For a second I thought, am I loading myself into the catapult? In which case, I wouldn't want to shoot myself into the sky. Oh my god, can I hit anything? Please, can I hit something? God, I suck, apparently. Let's see. It's not that they nerfed it for Mop Remix, it's that XP was adjusted for the new X-Pack while Remix was still going. No, I'm saying for Legion. They did actually nerf it. They did a set of hotfixes, I forget exactly when, it was like a few weeks ago, that specifically said the XP required in Legion Remix for those final 10 levels was lowered. Or, like, rather, I think it's like they buff the amount of experience you earn during those levels in Legion Remix, because they don't want to change the actual values. So that's what people are referring to. But you are right that, like, when Mop Remix first started, it still took a really long time to level those final 10 levels compared to everything else. And then because the pre-patch happened and we got the changed values midway, that's what caused it to be a lot faster. So it's entirely possible the same thing happens here, but they did make an effort to make it so those last 10 levels aren't as bad. But yeah, they're still going to feel slower for sure. Man. Forgot how annoying this intro is. I was 1 Griffin off. Come on. Okay. I whiffed that.
Old fools are boarding my ship. Come on!
Now you're a god at this game. Love the confidence. If you have a tank spec, Heroic Murloc farm is fastest XP at the moment. I have no idea what that is, but I will definitely check it out after I'm done with this leveling run. But I'm not interested in just leveling this character up to 80 as fast as it can. Right now, I'm trying to unlock the account-wide bonuses. After I've unlocked every account-wide bonus, if I look into it and I'm like, yeah, you're right, this is fast, then I'll test it. But obviously, it would be better now to invest in getting all that, because then, unless you only care about leveling like one character, which obviously I don't, then there's no real point. Most people are looking to level like a ridiculous number of characters. Like, I'm probably going to level at least 20 characters on my European account. Because I'd like to make sure that I have multiple options on there.
Filthy worgen. A beast in a hat is still a beast.
How does unlocking artifact appearances work, like the PvP appearances? As far as I know, there's nothing special for unlocking artifact appearances. It works exactly the same as in Legion. And if the question is just, how did it work? So, like, how does the system function? There's just, like, it's not necessarily, like, PvP appearances. I don't really know how that... I think that's, like, rating-based. There's just, like, specific objectives. So, if you go to the little artifact stand, which should be in your order hall, they didn't really introduce it to you during the intro quests, because it wasn't relevant. But you go there, and there's, like, multiple different tints that you can look through, and each one will have, like, a description of what you need to do. So it's, like, after you've unlocked the base version of this, kill, like, 500 players with this tint active, or something like that. I don't remember exactly what it is. Or there's, like, a quest line that you need to do called Balance of Power for one of them. Again, I forget the exact specifics, but it should tell you on the artifact's little page. It should say, like, this is what you need to do to unlock this particular tint. "20 characters, rookie numbers." I said at least 20 characters, to be fair. And you have to keep in mind, right? I have so many characters already. So, I'm, like, when it comes to leveling characters on Europe, I'm basically, the only thing I really care about is getting, like, one of every class, just so that, you know, if I want to play a different class on Europe as well as North America, I have that option. And for stuff like monks, which I routinely have multiple of, then I'll do it. If I have time, I'll keep leveling more, but that's kind of like the baseline. You know, one of everything, and then, like, seconds of my favorite classes. Monk, DH, really just the tanks. So that's what I mostly play. A lot of people do this for, like, the concentration farming characters, I'm aware. That has never been, like, something I'm super into. So, the people looking to farm, like, near infinite numbers of characters for profession spam, that's cool. And hopefully we'll have a good method that they can use, but that has never been my jam. Have I unlocked anything I didn't already have? I haven't spent any of my bronze yet, in that sense, but I've unlocked, like, a bunch of random appearances. Like, the leveling gear that you get a lot of times has random cloak appearances that weren't normally obtainable. I've gotten a few appearances from, like, random gray items that I opened out of boxes. That isn't even technically a remix item. It's just, like, a gray item that I didn't have. Now that gray transmog is a thing, and obviously it wasn't when I played through Legion the first time. So I've gotten a few appearances, but I'm hoarding all of my bronze. Where is it? Where do I see my bronze? Oh, time running. Yeah, so, I mean, this feels like a lot. It's like however many million bronze to collect everything if you haven't done it already. Now, keep in mind, a lot of this is including one-time achievement rewards. So, it's hard to say exactly how much of this comes just from leveling the character, and how much of this is from also doing the one-time achievements, which did give me a big chunk in many cases. But yeah, I mean, feels decent. They didn't change the artifact requirements. You have your balance and power on your account. Nice. Yeah, I don't think they messed with it at all, to my knowledge. 304... Is this more stats? Leech, avoidance... Sure, use this. At this point, I think it's just item level is king. Also, I need to spend this, so let's put another point there. A lot of these upgrades are kind of whatever, though. So this next one is 18,000, and it's just completely garbage. I love the Stormheim music, though. So when Legion first came out, I should note, Stormheim was the first zone that I picked. Because obviously, like, in modern expansions, I do a lot of PTR testing to try and figure out, you know, the most optimal leveling route. And I've experienced every single zone just in a vacuum while testing it. But I did not test Legion on the beta at all. I actually got into the beta, but I didn't play it because I was... Like, as much as I did have fun with WoD, I was kind of frustrated by WoD. So, I was approaching Legion with the mindset of, like, really kind of my last chance. Like I said, I was just starting college. So, I kind of figured, like, look, I want to like this game. I played it for most of my childhood. I'll try Legion out, like, going in completely blind when it releases. And if I have fun, cool. And if I don't enjoy it, then maybe I try other games. I stopped playing WoW for like 4 months or so before Legion came out. Really, because there's just not much to do. But I had remained subbed for a while, and I still like messed around and did things with my friends in-game. Even though I wasn't really into raiding back then. But I was kind of burning out on WoW by the end of WoD. And then obviously, you know, the rest is history, right? Like I said, I fucked up my first semester of college because of Legion. This expansion was insane. So, I went in completely blind. I started Stormheim, which was just very objectively not the correct play. In fact, I would argue starting Stormheim is maybe the worst thing that you could do. It's, because, like, the introduction to Stormheim is a scenario. And it's, like, so it's completely instant. So, you would actually rather do that later on, once, like, the crowd's, like, kind of disperses a little bit, and instead do, like, Val'sharah, like I started here, so that for all the really good quests, you get a head start on everybody else. You couldn't 8.2, you want to come back, but your wife won't let you. Well, try to explain to her that WoW is, like, more friendly towards respecting your time than it has literally ever been. Though, I say that, but, you know, I don't really think that she'd believe that. If she doesn't let you play WoW. Probably the whole, like, yeah, that's just what they want you to think response. Which, you know, fair enough. But it genuinely is. It's a lot more friendly for getting caught up. Like, the amount of gear that you can get early on just by doing delves and other stuff is incredible. It's really, really, really easy to get caught up. I think, the 85 and 85, 87, 89, I get new talent points. So I put 1 point into Know Thy Enemy, I put 1 point into Screaming Brutality, and then Soul Scar, and then we're good. I think.
We got the queen into a rowboat, but she didn't want an
U8's Omnium, subscribe with Prime, thank you. Sorry, I only just saw that. Switched back over to,
My guess?
Twitch.
She landed somewhere up the coast and continued on foot.
Doing Balance of Power again, oh no. I don't even think I ever finished Balance of Power back in the day. I did, like, most of it, and then I never finished the final few steps, and I've just never bothered to go back. I mean, I probably will get around to it this time. May as well. There might even be an achievement for doing it for Legion Remix. Not sure.
No sign of Sylvanas in the hills.
Okay, I need to kill more Alliance.
That's one of hers, all right.
There's a bunch over here. Okay, that disc completely whiffed. Unlucky. What's the first quest you need to complete when it comes up? Is it Infinite Resources? I mean, I don't remember what the name of the quest is, but it's pretty straightforward. Like, you get... The intro to Legion Remix is pretty on rails. You get walked through Dalaran, you do a bunch of basic intro stuff. Really, the only decision that you have to make is after you do the entire Dalaran intro, you pick what zone you level in. Technically, you could do whatever you want. You could spam dungeons. You could farm Murlocs, as people in chat are saying, is apparently a strat that everybody's doing. But the reason why, you know, I have said already, I think you should do the campaign, is because you get the achievements, gives you 10% XP. It's pretty good. In fact, that reminds me, I should queue for Rift of Elm. And yeah, I don't know how long this is going to be. It says 16 minutes. Technically speaking, it doesn't really matter. I don't need to do it literally right this second. So if it takes a while, fine. If we're like 30 minutes from now and I still haven't gotten a queue pop, then maybe I'll like get Vengeance set up to get that as a possibility, but we'll see. I already have Chaos Brand, so I don't need to use this one. The Monk Scroll I do need, though. I'm opening boxes way more often than I was before, just because now that the power has jumped so much, I just feel, yeah, like, look at that. Such a small item level increase. And it's just a massive, massive damage spike. It's just kind of important to keep up with the gear. The harpoon gun. I remember the harpoon gun. Oh, this thing's so good. Oh, it's a toy now? Oh, that's sick. Is it always... Well, it definitely wasn't a toy before. But they might have made it a toy, like, a while ago. I just never knew. High Mountain Best Pog? Back to YouTube? Wrong. I did read that. Will I use the new cooldown manager come midnight? I mean, I don't know, if I have to. It's way too early, really, for me to say whether I'm going to use all that stuff or not. Obviously, if the baseline tracking is not really good, and, you know, there's no other add-ons that do the job, and I feel like I really need to track my, you know, resources on a spec, then I guess I will have to. It kind of feels like I'm being forced into a corner. Everybody is. Or you're just forced to use Blizzard's tools, so... Okay, wow, that was fast. Sure. It's not really a choice of, like, do I want to or not. Do that. It's incredibly fast. Where's my Sigil of Spite macro? How quickly can you get a second artifact weapon? Oh yeah, you can... I could do it right now. I already have the quest for it. You just pick it up in Dalaran. It's super easy. I just haven't bothered doing it because I don't want to. But if you wanted to, it would be very, very trivial. What's the appeal of the Legion Remix stuff? I would say 2 things. 2.5 things. 1, collecting. People love collecting stuff. It's really easy to collect all the things you missed in Legion Remix. That's kind of the main appeal of it. And the secondary reason is leveling. It's very, very easy to level characters in Remix, or at least it was in MoP, and it looks like it will be again in Legion. For the average person, I think no matter how you slice it, it's going to be faster to do this than, like, my normal route. I suspect. Once it's fully optimized, right? Like, obviously, your first character, like, people were doing the same thing in MoP. It's like, oh my god, my first run was 9 hours. And, like, obviously, you see here, my first run's 6 hours. Now I'm 64. We're getting there, so. But it's not actually that bad. I'm just doing all the unlock stuff. Is there cross-faction for endgame stuff like Mythic Plus and Raids? There should be, yeah. The only thing that I think might not be cross-faction is the, like, random heroic dungeons, just because those tend to have weird restrictions for factions. But Mythic Plus and Raids should be. I don't see why they wouldn't be. You will farm all the reputations and collect the team log? Yeah. And I guess, so like I said 2.5 reasons. Kind of the slightly less impactful reason, I think, but it does matter to some people, is just the power fantasy. You do get very, very strong in these remix events, so being able to just like steamroll everything, one-shot stuff, and carry other players, I know a lot of people found that to be really fun in Mock Remix. Not my thing. I'm not a big, like, you know, mash one button and watch everything die enjoyer. It's kind of like the Diablo mindset, where Diablo, I think, kind of got lost in the sauce a little bit, because Blizzard thinks that literally people just want to one-shot demons all over the screen. But if you're just, like, entering the game and immediately one-shotting all the demons on the screen, it doesn't really feel like you earned that. So it's kind of lame. Whereas, like, Path of Exile, you actually have to work for it. And you don't start off just, like, one-shotting everything. You start off getting your ass kicked. And then when you reach that, like, super big power fantasy point, it feels more rewarding. This time we'll have M+, and not all content will be one-shottable. I mean, it is. I hate to be the bearer of bad news. It is. From what I have read of the people who extensively tested M+ in the PTR, it is soloable, technically soloable, up until a point where literally no matter what you do, you just get instantly killed. The scaling gets out of control. And, like, bringing more people doesn't even help, really. In theory, like, think of it this way. Let's say, like, out of a theoretical power level of 100, is, like, that 100 is, like, the most power that you will ever be able to get as a single person in Remix. If you get to the maximum possible amount of power, you will be able to solo, like, really, 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 really high M+ keys. And it's unclear exactly how long it'll take to reach that point. But it will be possible, because people, you know, talked to an NPC in the PTR that gave them max power, and they were able to solo up to a certain point. Beyond that point, it is physically impossible, you just get one shot. I forget what the level is. There was some level where you can't even go beyond it. Mythic Plus will go up to level 63. I think it was below that. I want to say it was like 46 is how far you could actually get up to. Like, the system says that you're able to progress up to a certain point, but it was like in the 40s or something that you would just start getting one shot. I don't know for sure the exact number, but there is a point where you just can't progress at all. And like we said, let's say theoretically, when you reach full power, that is the level you're able to reach. In theory, a player who has reached full power might be able to solo Mythic Plus dungeons at that level. And if you have, like, let's say 5 players in a group that are all power level, like, 80, you might be able to reach that point slightly earlier if all 5 players are playing absolutely perfectly and coordinating, and even though they're not all maxed out, they can push the content a little bit further. But even if all 5 of those players are all fully maxed out, and they go into, like, 1 level in Mythic Plus beyond that, all 5 of them get one shot, even in tank specs. From what I have been told from people who tested it, that is how M+ currently works. It is kind of lame, unfortunately. So that's a bit of a bummer. I kind of called it. I said there's no way to make infinite scaling work in an interesting way. But maybe they'll change it. I don't know. I don't really know how they'll change it, because it's just kind of fundamentally flawed in its design, but I'm sure some people will enjoy pushing until they reach that impossible point. That's technically what some people do on retail right now. Though at least on retail, you have to actually work for it and earn that really high push. Here it'll just be making the number go up, which I feel would be a lot less interesting. What is this? Combine 100 of these to gain a significant amount of infinite power and stamina. Okay. Legs. And I need to go back to Dalaran to turn in all of the quests, because then I get 10% more experience. So I'll do that before I do anything else. Rex Troy will go up to plus 69 at least. Look, if Rex Troy can defy math, I will be impressed. But from what I have heard, it is just mathematically impossible. You can also say another 0.5 is to experience the expansion if you didn't. That's fair. Fair. Yeah. I would say kind of you're right that it's more of a 0.5, because you're, at least in the case of Mop, you weren't really experiencing Mop. But you do get to play through the storylines at least, so there's part of it. Man, there's like so many of these infinite research quests. I guess I should have consumed one of the buffs before turning in the others. Yeah, whatever. Whatever. Kill any enemies. Gee. I wonder which one I'm willing to pick. 200 enemies. Yeah, that does not seem hard. How much does that increase it? That's actually a decent amount of item level. Keep of Devouring Knights. The world is my enemy vibes. M+ made you quit WoW in 2016, since then you only play casually? I don't know why M+ would make you quit. Out of curiosity, what was it about it that you, like, absolutely hated? Because I am not, like, a big M+ enjoyer. I do run it a lot, but, like, it's not my favorite thing ever. I view M+ as more of, like, a means to an end. Like, yeah, I guess I gotta do this. But I don't hate it. I guess maybe if you just absolutely despised it so much, and you did feel like, I have to run this, then I could maybe understand that. What hero talent would you go for bear leveling? Oh yeah, Alun's Chosen 100%. Bear, so both bear talents are really fun and, like, good in endgame, but for leveling, Alun's Chosen is second to none. Alun's Chosen Bear is one of the best leveling specs in the entire game. Because the way that you play Bear for leveling is you just go full Moonfire build, you pull the world, and then you hit Thrash. And Alun's Chosen buffs your Moonfire, it gives you Lunar Beam, which is like a nice, what's it called? What do I do? Where am I throwing this? Oh, into the stew? Okay. And then it also buffs your Thrash damage and makes your Thrash damage deal magic damage, which also makes it Pierce Armor. Alun's Chosen is just insanely stupid busted for leveling. I'd actually say it probably is, like, literally the number 2 leveling build in the entire game, with number 1 probably being Conduit of the Celestials Windwalker. Alun's Chosen and fun don't really go together for you? Well, yeah, I mean, at endgame content, I think Druid of the Claw is more fun, for sure. But also, Druid of the Claw is really, really, really lacking for any sort of, like, Mythic Plus environment. And obviously, in a leveling context, Alun's Chosen is just super broken. So. I do wish... That being said, so, I was gonna say, I wish Alun's Chosen was a little bit more interesting, but we actually are getting a lot of, like, Moonfire-based, like, miniature damage cooldowns next expansion. The, I'm really, really excited for, like, the Moonfire Breath of Sindragosa. It, on paper, that, when I read it, that's how the talent looks. Looks really cool. I'm hoping it works like I'm saying it does. I hope it is, like, Breath of Sindragosa, but it's, you know, fucking Moonfire arcane damage. And it turns Bear into, like, you know, Breath of Sindragosa build. Because I really like resource management builds like that, where, like, the better you are at keeping track of all that shit, you just do crazy damage. Keep the ball in the air, basically. Crazy how slow the first characters are? Yeah, but keep in mind, right? Like, I'm already up to 52% experience increase. And I still have tons of one-time XP sources that I can earn. Right now, like, I'm only 13 levels away, keep in mind. I'm 13 levels away, and I'm 3 hours ahead of my first leveling time in Mop Remix. Mop Remix, which we eventually got down to sub 30. So just keep that in mind if you feel like this is pretty slow. And the XP modifiers that you can get are even higher in Legion Remix than in Mop. Now, that is not to say that the final leveling times will be faster, but now that I'm actually seeing everything in practice, I actually feel reasonably confident that, like, 1 to 2 hour, consistent 1 to 2 hour times for alts will be, like, very doable. With the amount of XP modifiers we get, this does not feel very slow already, and we kind of know it's going to keep getting faster. But just in terms of, like, the raw experience values, there's definitely got to be some way to make this, like, 1 to 2 hours. Once you've gotten all of this stuff stacked up. For the best Breath of Sindragosa build, we need multi-strike back. So true. Man, that was the shit. Breath of Sindragosa Blood DK was so much fun, man. I farmed... So I was not, like, a Mythic Raider back then, because like I said earlier, I mostly got into Mythic raiding in Legion. I did do a few Mythic bosses in Highmaul, in Blackrock Foundry, etc. I, like, dipped my toes into it, but Iron Maidens was one of the, like, the much harder bosses in Blackrock Foundry. But Breath of Sindragosa Blood DK, your best trinket was, what's it called? Let's go to Warlord to Draenor, Raids. Where's Iron Maidens? Yeah. It was all specs. This thing, Vial of Convulsive Shadows. Obviously, multi-strike is gone from the game now, so that now it's just haste. Back in the day, this was on-use multi-strike. So that was insanely good for Breath of Sindragosa Blood. And my challenge mode team helped me set up pug groups for Mythic Blackrock Foundry at the end of the expansion, like when we were well into HFC farm, so that I could get Vial of Convulsive Shadows on my Blood DK. That was... End of WoD was really fun. Obviously, WoD had a lot of problems, but I did really have a lot of fun in WoD, despite all of the issues. Largely because of the people I played with, right? That's really all that matters at the end of the day. If you're with a group of people that you enjoy playing with, that can just make the game. This bonus objective is taking a while. Yeah, I'm gonna go turn in these quests, and it's entirely possible that, like, the follow-up quests will take place within this bonus objective, so I can just do 2 birds at once. It's God King Skullvault. It take the ages for my own. Old and Holy DK and WoD was goated too. Yeah, I didn't really play Unholy that much, but I heard it was really, really fun. I guess, yeah, this bonus objective extends really far, so this probably will give me credit. Look at all the dead bodies here. Look at all the skeletons. So many people ran in here and got instantly blasted. Is he gonna get blasted? Ah, no, he's done the quests. Has this guy done the quests? He has. Okay. I think that guy tried to go in and somehow survived. I too have proved my worth, Odin. I am God King Skullvault. These mortals dare not challenge my claim to the Aegis. I love God King Skullvault. You were in a CE guild and you had to have 4 tanks ready? That was a lot of grinding in early Legion? Oh yeah. Yeah, in Legion, I was gonna say, like, hey, I have 6 tanks ready, but yeah, in Legion, especially in Legion with fucking, Legendary RNG? Yeah, that doesn't sound fun. That does kind of sound miserable. Oh, man. And you just wanted to raid log? I feel that, yeah. That is actually entirely understandable. I know exactly where you're coming from. I mean, even, like, in Mop Classic, I don't even really play that many alts then. Like, the older versions of the game, it is so much harder to have, like, multiple characters ready. These days, like, I'm playing 13 characters at the same time. Just, you know, chilling, running delves, and I'm good to go. It's so much different. No, legendaries are not in this. Honestly, I think it would have been cool if they did add something like that, but maybe it's for the best.
Archive device activated. The record is...
What is the benefit of leveling a second character in Remix? So there is, I don't know if there's transmog exclusive to a class, but there are achievements for leveling all the different classes. Reach level 80 with a monk, reach level 80 with a death knight, etc. Now, somebody in chat earlier said that if you really want those mounts, you don't actually need to level. You can buy those with bronze. So if you just want to keep farming bronze in your main to buy the mounts, apparently that's possible. Take that with a grain of salt. That literally is just like some random guy in chat said that, and I am taking his word for it, because I don't know. But I guess that makes sense, because it does seem extreme to have like an achievement for every single class. But if you're an achievement hunter, you can? Alright. Alright, I trust you. I trust you. I'm saying it. All I'm saying is that, like, I cannot personally 100% validate it. But, like, on a personal level, I believe you. But there are still achievements for getting max level with every single class. So, you know, if you are an achievement hunter, keep that in mind. What am I missing? Learn about the Trial of Valor. I just gotta kill this thing? So I don't think there's anything in Remix that necessarily requires you to have a second character. The reason why I talk so much about, like, second characters is because for a lot of people, Remix isn't just about collecting, it's about leveling characters and getting, like, a million different alts. And the nice thing is, if you want to collect, well, you still get a ton of bronze while leveling all those characters. So you kind of can do both at the same time, which is pretty good. And leveling does get significantly faster from your second character onwards, and it just keeps speeding up and up and up. So if your primary goal from Remix isn't just to collect everything, but is also to level up a bajillion alts, then it's important to start focusing long-term on like getting a bunch of characters ready. And from a farming perspective, I believe this does work the same in Legion as it did in MoP. You will actually be able to get everything easier with multiple characters, because a big chunk of all of the bronze that you earn is from the, like, daily quests. Daily or weekly quests or whatever. They get banked up this time around, which is cool, because it was only daily in MoP. And it seems like that's still the case. So if you want to be really efficient with your time, if you plan on leveling a bunch of characters anyway, then what you should be doing is leveling up all those characters now and just doing all the dailies, and then later on in the event, you can just rotate through those daily quests on a bunch of different characters and just earn obscene amounts of bronze, and all of those, like, YouTube video farming strats that you see about, like, oh, the best grinding spot for bronze, none of that matters, because I can tell you right now, almost certainly the best way to quote-unquote farm bronze is to just level more characters. Not everybody will want to do that. Some people will just want to play one character and farm as much bronze as they can on that character. But if your goal is to obtain as much bronze as you possibly can in the shortest amount of time, it is highly likely that getting a bunch of alts leveled up and then just doing the dailies on them throughout the entire event will just be the most time-effective way to get every single item in this event. That's what I did back in MoP Remix. I managed to get every single collectible. And obviously, I leveled a ton of characters to test the leveling guides. And then every day, I just go do dailies on, like, 5 of them. And I had more bronze than I could possibly spend with. I ended the event with, like, hundreds of thousands of bronze beyond what I actually needed. So, yeah, that's probably going to be the way to play it. Imagine playing just one character. Is it, like, 2004? Yeah. Yeah. I mean, like I said, whenever I play Classic, I do primarily focus on one character, but yeah, it is really, these days, it is kind of assumed that you level alts. It is funny how that mentality has shifted. Grandmaster Jackus sells the class mounts on the special island thing outside of Dalaran. Gotcha. Without actually completing the first class quest? It sounds like it, based on what everybody's saying. Y'all know about Druid? Yeah. Everybody is losing their minds over the Druid bug. That has spread like wildfire, for sure. Okay, I'm not sure if there's breadcrumb quest that's sending up into that bonus objective, but I want to do it. So I'm going to grab these, and I think they might overlap. And we'll do that for the Sojourner achievement. Chaos Forged Necklace. It's not rare, or epic, so... let's see, this is speed. Very nice. We like speed. Yeah, apparently the Druid Mage Tower appearances are bugged or something like that. Oh, nice. Got another Infinite Knowledge achievement. Let's grab that. I can also... yeah, I want Soul Scar at this point, because we're about to get Eldrazi. So my Throw Glaives are about to pop off. And let's go do those side quests. Go. We've got an insider. Their next task is accidentally allowing people to purchase elite PvP recolors. That's good. Yeah, I would really love for the PvP recolors to be more accessible. There was actually an appearance this season that I was looking at, and I'm like, oh, I wonder where I get that, and I see it's fucking elite PvP. It's like, fuck. One of the shields. Looks really cool, but I'm never gonna bother doing that. I cannot be fucking bothered. No, thank you. It does suck, though, because, like, they really do need to make it so there's some way to get PvP things, at least later on. It's just so lame that, like, PvE rewards are exclusive for a limited time, which, like, I don't really like the idea of exclusive rewards anyway. I don't give a shit if people are able to get, like, all these same appearances that I have. I think it should just be easier to get. I just want people to be able to make cool outfits. I want to make cool outfits. But, you know, the stuff that I'm able to get, because I play endgame PvE, I get, like, limited time unique appearances, and in the next expansion, everybody can just farm it. But for all the cool PvP shit that I want, I can never get it. It's just permanently off limits. That's kind of lame. Don't really like that. Specifically, the part about me not being able to get the cool stuff. Other people should be able to get my cool stuff, too. In case that wasn't obvious. You also hate it? It's one of those things where, like, I don't think anybody outside of, like, the super-duper hardcore PvPers actually likes the system being like that. So then you have to wonder, why is it still like that? And is it just because, like, they think that the PvP players will quit if they don't get special toys? I don't know. I feel like that's the only logical reason, but that's kind of a stupid reason. Okay, I need a few more feathers. Let's scroll up and see if I missed anything in chat. Base Bear is really boring and a Loon's Chosen doesn't really do anything to fix that. Yeah, I mean, that's kind of the thing, right? Like, a Loon's Chosen builds upon, like, the pretty standard Bear playstyle. Though I would argue it has more to do with, like, they've stripped away a lot of the alternate playstyles that Bear used to have, and now it really is just, like, Moonfire and Cat Weaving, which is represented in the hero talents. And that's kind of why I'm really excited about the upcoming Midnight changes. It seems like they're giving Bear a lot more identity, which is great. Love that. What do I think about the Season 3 tier set? Seems like they define builds too much. Very much hit or miss. I think... It's a complicated question, because obviously some of the tier sets I like, some of the tier sets I don't, and you are absolutely correct that they do very heavily influence your playstyle. Like, the Master of Harmony tier set fundamentally changes how you play Brewmaster. So it definitely is a major difference. Is that a bad thing? Well, in the case of Master of Harmony Brew, I like it. So for me, no. But then is the question, do I think that fundamentally from like a design perspective, we should be encouraging tier sets to completely alter your playstyle? And in that case, there have been times in history where there were really impactful tier sets. But then if you go all the way back to like Mists of Pandaria, for instance, there are situations in like Kata and Mop where you, Am I doing this right? I have absolutely no idea if this is working. I guess I failed. Okay. Wave, spin, and flap. Alright. Caw. I think that's wave? Okay, yes. Alright, I completed the quest? I guess? Oh, right, it's this one. I remember this now. What's it called? Yeah, so, like, the problem with tier sets in Kata and Mop, where they're just extremely minor modifiers to one or two abilities, is in many cases you don't even run them. It's actually better to have, like, more well-itemized gear than to even run your tier set bonus. And I think that's kind of why, over time, Blizzard shifted to making more, like, spec-defining tier sets, so that you wouldn't end up in a situation where people just don't even really care if they get it or not. Because that does kind of suck. And if I have to pick between one or two, the reality is that Blizzard fundamentally changes how specs work all the time. If we were in a world where, like, without the inclusion of tier sets, all specs would be exactly the same, and you would get to play, like, the one spec that you enjoyed all the time, but it's all the pesky tier sets that keep changing up spec design, I would agree. But they change that stuff all the time, no matter what. Really, tier sets are just yet another tuning knob that they use to change and balance specs. And oftentimes, if a tier set is really impactful, and people really like how it impacts the class, it gets baked into the regular playstyle. A good example of this is a lot of those Season 3 tier sets are actually being added to the hero talent trees, because all the hero talent trees... Can I just, like... I don't even need to do this. I can just pull them up. But a lot of the... Or all of the hero talent trees are getting a new row, or a new column. I was confused the two. New column, so 3 new abilities, and out of the ones that have been added so far, a lot of the new column abilities are just, like, reworked versions of the stuff that you get from the tier set. Like, the Sand Lane stuff is literally the tier set bonus, spread across 3 different nodes. So, like, they are kind of integrating that. I don't really hate that, right? Like, a lot of the... They haven't added the Master of Harmony stuff, but I really like how Harmonic Surge works. I actually think that Master of Harmony without the tier set bonus is kind of meh. It's just not that interesting. The only reason I preferred it at the start of the expansion over Shadowpan is because Shadowpan is actively annoying to manage. It's super RNG heavy. It feels really bullshit when you don't get the right procs. Notably, they are actually removing the entirety of the RNG stuff in Midnight, so that's good. Shadowpan will now just be completely passive damage procs with, like, no RNG whatsoever, which, at that point, it's like, why does it even exist? It adds nothing to your class. So that kind of sucks, but at least it's not actively terrible. But I hated Shadowpan because it just did nothing, and it was super RNG and really annoying. And then at the very least, it was kind of interesting to manage the Master of Harmony stuff. And then they added Harmonic Surges, which completely changes the dynamic. And now, using your brews is actually like an offensive damage increase. So, brew CDR becomes a very important part of like min-maxing brew's offensive capabilities in addition to its survivability. That's really cool. I really like that. I love how Brewmaster plays right now. So, I really hope that they include a lot of that stuff from the tier set bonus in the new column for Master of Harmony, because otherwise Master of Harmony is going to go back to just being like, you get a second charge of Celestial Brew and that's about it, and the rest of it's passive. All of the stuff that actually makes it change your playstyle in a fun way, that's the tier set bonus. So, that's why I said, like, I'm kind of biased, and it depends. I think if the tier set influences your spec in a fun way, I don't give a shit. If it's fun to play, who cares? I don't care where it comes from. If it makes my spec more enjoyable, I'm happy for it. The only downside is that they, in the past, have sometimes had tier set bonuses that are really fun to play, that they then don't re-add, and that is kind of a bummer, but it takes a while. Like, a lot of the stuff that made Blood DK Sepulchre bonus really fun, we're finally getting kind of a miniature version of that in the Midnight Talents. That's cool. And now everybody gets to go, oh yeah, I loved Blood DK and Sepulchre. We're getting like a dancing rune weapon-centric thing? Fuck yeah, I love that. So, I don't know. Do I have a Brewmaster guide? No. Class guides are kind of weird because, like, you could be, like, literally the best person in the game at your class. I'm not necessarily saying I am. I am very, very, very good at Brewmaster. I'm definitely one of the best Brewmasters in the world. Am I the number one? Probably not. There's a lot of other good Brewmasters, many of whom I'm friends with, and some of them have guides, and they're good guides, but they don't really have that many views. Just because super detailed high-level class guides are just not really something that a lot of people are looking for. A lot of times, you know, it's... The stuff that performs well from, like, a YouTube perspective is, like, beginner entry-level guides teaching you the basics. And, well, obviously I could do that. There's also tons of other people who could teach you the very basics of Brewmaster. And so it's kind of oversaturated, right? Like, the market for beginner class guides is so extremely oversaturated. There's like a million people out there who frankly shouldn't be making class guides who are. And then out of the people who are really good at it and make really good class guides, a lot of times it just doesn't perform well. And it's also a topic that requires an insane amount of research and just care in terms of making it, like, really easy to understand. And as much as I would love to make a Brewmaster guide, you know, this is a job. And, you know, if you ask me a question while I'm streaming about Brewmaster, I'll answer it. I will talk about Brewmaster for, like, hours. I fucking love the spec, and I'm more than happy to, you know, discuss it. But there's a difference between me, like, just sitting here on a stream yapping about my favorite tank, and me carefully scripting a detailed guide on Brewmaster that is intended to cover, like, all of the super duper important details of the spec to help somebody learn it from scratch. I feel like there's like a much larger duty of care, I guess is maybe the right word to put it. If I do something like that, and if I did make a class guide, I would want to put a ton of effort into it. And I already know the amount of effort I would need to put into it would not be reflected in the view count, just because of how niche of a subject it is. So, it's just kind of difficult that way. Something that people have suggested to me, and I've been, like, mulling over the idea, like, in midnight. I might do this. If I have a little bit of free time, making, like, a not heavily edited, kind of just, like, 2-hour-long info dump of I just sit here and I just tell you every single thing that I know about Brewmaster. Something like that, maybe. And that way, even if it doesn't do well, honestly, 2 hours to just sit there and yap, more than happy to do that. And in practice, right, it's actually not that much. Like, the amount of time it takes to make a really well-crafted video is, like, you know, an immense amount of time. Like, probably close to 100 hours for a video like that. But 2 hours to just sit there and just info dump, and then if people want to watch the entire thing, they can. I'd consider it, but it really entirely depends on what my schedule's looking like in Midnight. Whether I feel like I have the time to do that still. Because I still want to make sure it's good. And I might, like, maybe while I'm just kind of yapping, I forget to mention something, then I have to go in and, like, edit it in and be like, oh yeah, this is another really important thing that I forgot to mention, etc., etc., etc. How to set up the one-button rotation optimal talents. Oh boy. Yeah, that's maybe not, something I would want to make, personally. Brewmaster equals kick-smashing forehead? Yeah. Something that I may consider, especially in Midnight, is a Vengeance Demon Hunter thing, because I'm really excited about that. Like, Brewmaster also hasn't really changed a whole lot for a while now. Master of Harmony obviously changed it a lot, like, this season, but the amount of people who would care enough about, like, how min-maxing Master of Harmony affects the rotation is, like, so infinitesimally small that it would not really be worth covering. But Vengeance getting, like, a full-on rework would be maybe interesting to cover, because back when I used to play Vengeance a lot, it was a much less popular tank. People did not really like Vengeance back then. And now we've kind of reached a point where Vengeance has grown to be a fairly popular tank because it was meta in Mythic Plus for quite a while. And the playstyle that they're kind of re-adding to Vengeance is much more similar to when I played it. And is closer to what I prefer. So, whenever I get access to Alpha, Beta, whatever, Vengeance is the very first thing that I am going to test. And I am very, very, very excited for it. So if I'm feeling particularly motivated, maybe I make a video about Vengeance. We'll see. How's Mana Forge Omega been for you? Did you kill Big Dimmy? No, I've not killed Nexus King or Dementius yet, but hopefully not too much longer. But overall, I've liked the raid. It has been fun. And I've heard really good things about Dementius, so I am looking forward to it. Make that for Patreons. You'll get compensation and interesting people get quality content. See, I get what you're saying, right? And that is an interesting solution. Obviously, it's easier said than done, right? Obviously, you have to have people interested in a Patreon first. And the problem with that, right, is obviously, yes, there are a lot of people who have been watching my channel for a while and know how experienced I am with Brewmaster, but I haven't made a Brewmaster guide. Right? So unless you already know that I'm like a high-level Brewmaster player and I happen to put out a guide on my Patreon, you're like, oh, I'm curious to hear what he thinks. You know, it's easier said than done. I am generally very against paywalling information. The way that I see it is if I'm going to go through the effort of making a really detailed guide that I think people would actually benefit from, I'd rather it just be available to everybody. I'd rather it just help more people get into playing Brewmaster mode, because I love Brewmaster. It's not necessarily just a case of like, oh, you know, I don't have like the time to justify doing all this editing work. I'm just very limited on time in general. I spend a ton of time working on videos and shit. And like I said, right now my long-term goal is to make the add-on really good. And I have no idea how long it's going to take to get that into a state where I'm like really, really, really happy with it. Even when I have like a finished version of the leveling add-on, I'm probably still going to want to make improvements to it, and I'll probably still spend a lot of time in Midnight tweaking it, trying to add things that I think would make it better. And I should note, by the way, the add-on, obviously, completely free. I have kind of thought it over, and I do think that I will probably have to make a Patreon just because the amount of work that's going to go into that is just kind of ridiculous, and, you know, unlike a YouTube video where, hey, at least I make, like, ad revenue, I would basically be making nothing off the add-on. So I'll probably set up like a Patreon as a way of being like, hey, if you, I don't know, want to like get early access to help test the add-on when it's still in like the alpha stage, you know, you can get updates early. So if like a new patch is coming out and I'm making a new version of the guide, you could like see it early or something like that. But basically it would just be a way to say like, hey, thank you for making this kind of thing. But I explicitly have said for many, 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 many years, if I ever do develop an add-on, I will never, ever, ever charge for it. I'm standing by that. I refuse to charge for it. So. What way did I go on my artifact weapon? The Everdisk. Everdisk is very, very, very good. The only other one that I could see being worth it is you either go Everdisk or you go Tempest's Wrath. Because, especially if you're a caster, you pretty much definitely go Tempest's Wrath. Because you can get, you may move while casting over here, which is extremely powerful. This is stupidly broken, but I don't need that as a Havoc Demon Hunter, and the Everdisk I think is just generally better in a vacuum.
Even now, we break the dragons to serve us. Only I possess the power of the Thorin.
The Fellcaster guy feels so good for Vengeance DH. Or, like, the Infernal thing. The problem with this is... So, this is specifically for leveling, right? At endgame, there might be more viable builds. The thing with the Everdisk is it's just exactly what you want for leveling, which is upfront burst damage. Just the way that the damage of that ability is dealt, it cannot be better for leveling than the Everdisk. Because most things are just going to die. Like, whenever I use the Everdisk on a pack of mobs, they all just get completely erased, and then I press, like, Blade Dance once, and I move on to the next pull. You're just not really worried about sustained AoE in a leveling environment. And Everdisk is entirely burst AoE, so it's just good. Tempest's Wrath is also burst AoE. It's a little bit more, like, over 9 seconds, right? But it's still relatively front-loaded, whereas this is, like, it lasts 30 seconds. And this is... I've looked at the tree in detail. This entire tree is built a lot on, like, internal synergies and percentage damage. So, the Fell stuff could end up being very good for Mythic Plus. Oh, shit. It's at the bottom of the tower. We're all sitting up here waiting. But yeah, a lot of the damage from the Fell thing is percentage, so for really high Mythic Plus, you're probably going to start shredding, because most of the other stuff is not percentage-based. But for leveling, percentage-based doesn't mean shit. If you just hit a mob for 100% its health because, like, the damage is tuned to be really good, nothing else matters. What zones do you do first? Pretty much, you'll definitely want to do Val'sharah and High Mountain first. After that, honestly, it's your pick between Azuna and Stormheim. I like Stormheim, which is why I'm doing it. But Val'sharah and High Mountain are definitely the better of the two. Or better of the, I guess, 4. Why High Mountain? High Mountain's just, it's a good zone. Not much to say. It is just a very efficient zone. There's, compared to, like, the other stuff in Legion, there's a lot of, like, bonus objectives that overlap with the quests. The general campaign does not take super long. There's decent quest density. I don't know what to say other than just the zone is designed well. Val'sharah is only designed ever so slightly better. And I would actually say probably the entirety of the zone, I think High Mountain actually might be better. The early parts of Val'sharah are very, very, very fast, but Val'sharah slows down a lot at the end. High Mountain is pretty consistently fast throughout the entire thing. There's a few slow side quest hubs, but you can just ignore that. It's fine. Why pick the 5% max HP dot damage when you can pick the 100% instant death button? Exactly. You just said the thing that I was trying to say. That is exactly the logic for leveling. But like I said, endgame Mythic Plus, when things have tons of health, percentage damage, very strong. So, I feel that there is actually a place for every single one of these trees. The only one that I think is really weak is the Holy Tree. I really don't see a place for the Holy Tree. The only reason I think it exists, well, I'll show after this, there is, like, one particular trait that I think, like, the rest of the tree is really weak because the developer was probably really worried that that one tree or trait would be very, very strong, but I really think they're overestimating how good it'll be. But all of the other stuff seems like it has a place, but for leveling, it's pretty much just the Tempest one if you need the castle moving, or just run the Everdisk and just blast everything. I'm fucking terrible. I'm fucking dumb. I'm so fucking dumb. And definitely not Heroic World Tier. Yeah, Heroic World Tier is really slow. I even tested it earlier just to demonstrate. That being said, there are some quests that send you into Heroic World Tier. And when I tested it out earlier, there's like some vehicle stuff that you can do to get the kills needed for the quest. And then you just get the big chunk of XP and then switch back to normal. I'll probably try to figure out multiple different vehicle quests that you could potentially do to recommend in the guide. Because obviously the specific world quest I used might not be up at all times. But that felt pretty broken, so that definitely seems like the way you'll want to do it. I think I do that. Yeah. That, yep. Yeah, I'm on North America.
I have many lucky doos you like.
Let's see. Harldan, I assume you're going to speed level again once you get the max buffs from Remix? Yeah, I mean, that's the goal, right? The main thing I'm doing here is just doing the campaigns to get all the buffs. The thing is, it's like, why rush to do a speed run day one when, like, everything's invalidated the moment we have the maxed out stuff? So right now, my goal, I'm still trying to level relatively efficiently. Right? I'm not just, like, you know, sitting here picking my ass, but I am trying to efficiently do the achievements while leveling my first character, so that when I level my second character, it'll be 52% faster. Etc., etc., right? And then by the end of the event, there is, I believe, a cap. I forget what they said it is, like, I think 300% for the modifier. So eventually you will hit the cap. And then, yeah, later on in the event, once we've hit the cap, once we've tested out a lot of different methods, and, like, I've gotten all the maxed out stuff on my account, and we know, like, the fastest leveling method, yeah, I'll probably speedrun a bit. Whether or not I try to do something absolutely crazy like the Mop Remix sub 30 entirely depends on how I'm feeling. If I'm enjoying Legion and I want to keep min-maxing it, and I guess assuming it requires other people, right? Like, obviously, I don't necessarily know if the fastest run will require the help of 13 people again. But if it does, and people want to help, then I'm open to the idea. But it's not something where I'm like, oh yeah, I'm 100% going to do that. Just kind of playing it by ear right now. The leveling guide is still the top priority. Always will be. You read Val and Stormheim because you can quad dip in achievements because of the raids, and you can gain the infinite power faster. Because the raid. Well, I mean, you could still queue for the raids, if that's what you're saying. Like, you can do LFR without even being in Val'sharah, right? There are... The other thing is, like, I don't think... At least I did Val'sharah, and I didn't get any breadcrumbs that sent me to the Emerald Nightmare. I'm pretty sure that you get that once you hit level 80. Could be wrong. I did get, like, 1 or 2 infinite research quests that sent me to Emerald Nightmare, but it was a choice. And I would have been offered that regardless of whether I picked Val'sharah or not, so... I don't necessarily think that's a factor. Obviously, you will want to do those eventually for the achievements, but choosing those leveling zones doesn't make that any easier. You'll want to unlock every single zone's bonus eventually. The reason I picked Val'sharah is because you got to do Val'sharah eventually, and Val'sharah is just a faster leveling zone. So I have chosen leveling zones here that I think are generally good. You could maybe argue that Azuna would have been slightly better here, but it's close enough that I'm going to pick Stormheim, which I just really like Stormheim. Stormheim is a fucking vibe, man. How bad is Dungeon Spam? I have not tested it. I am fairly certain that it will be slower than it was in Mop Remix, so do not expect Dungeon Spam to be quite as fast as it was before, for a variety of factors. I discussed those earlier. I don't think it'll be slow, though. I think once people really figure out how to optimize it, it may end up being pretty fast. But it'll take time, I feel. Any plans for a European guild community? Not really. I mean, definitely not a guild, right? Like, I don't even have... I don't have North American guilds. And I'll be honest, like, I have a community on BNet. I figure it works for EU people too, but like barely anybody uses it. I created it many, many years ago because a bunch of people asked me to, and then like nobody actually uses Battle.net communities. I have a Discord server, which obviously is welcome to all regions, and that's pretty active, so if you like discussing leveling, you're welcome to join that. But like anything specific to Europe, I don't see why it would need to be specific to Europe. And definitely not a guild. I mean, like, I'm in a guild on North America, but I'm not, like, the type of person to, like, run my own guild. I've tried that in the past. It's old, man. Leading a guild is a fucking pain in the ass. I'd rather just be a cog in a machine and just do my own thing. Way more trouble than it's worth. Looking forward to speedrunning house building videos. Oh, man. I've had a few people make jokes about, like, you know, how are you gonna min-max, like, housing and stuff like that. Honestly, like, I'll check it out. I'm not opposed to the idea of housing. I've mentioned this before, but, like, when I was a kid, my mom was obsessed with HGTV. And she would watch that all the time. So I've seen, like, a shitload of episodes of Love It or List It. I do like, you know, home decor stuff. So I probably will enjoy housing, but it's definitely not, like, the reason I'm playing this game, even remotely. But it could be fun. Housing is the end game for you? Yeah, I think a lot of people really like it. Where's that dragon? Is it in the cave, or... Yeah. I guess, like, in the meantime, I'll just keep killing mobs. Min-maxing millimeter placement. Hey Harldan, hope you're doing well. Will there be a written guide on your site in time? For what? For Legion Remix? Or for Midnight? We have housing at home as garrisons? Yep. Oh, shit. Was reading chat and didn't kick. I'm still making good time? I mean, I'm happy with my leveling speed. Like I said, I didn't go into this trying to be like, oh, world first or whatever. I'm vibing, man. I feel like it hasn't taken me an excessively long time. The more important thing is I'm not exhausted, right? The main issue when I did my very first Mop Remix leveling run is I was so tired by the end of it, because it was 9 hours long. And I was kind of bored by the end of that run, to be honest. I was so ready for it to be over. So I was just, like, insanely burnt out, ready for it to be done. And, we're only 7 hours in. We're presumably close to the end. Only 7 levels to go. It doesn't feel like I'm gaining experience really slowly. Wounded Query, that's like the funnel thing. I guess I should probably... Yeah, I probably want to get through all the fight, so I think my next 2 points will just go towards that. Do you have to do your Order Hall campaign? Not the entire thing. There are a few missions, but a lot of them you just kind of skip. Like the mission board stuff, the game will skip for you. It just insta-completes the quest. That's kind of nice. Let's see. Just asking, is it recommended to level 1 alt at a time once you get all of them to level 80 so you can start doing dailies? You're still a bit confused on what to do at all times. So, from what I can tell, the like, infinite research quests are daily, but they bank up to 6 times. Now, I've gotten a ton of them so far during this leveling run, which makes me think that you start off with, like, 6 in the chamber. I don't know if that's exactly what's happening, or if there's just, like, a bunch that you get for free while leveling up. but I have so many of them. So I think that I start off with like 6 of them, and then from here on out, I'm only going to get one new one every day, which would, in theory, mean that the best way to do it is to just make a bunch of characters and get your first one done. But it's not entirely clear, so I don't really know for sure. I wouldn't really stress about it too much. It seems forgiving enough that I really don't think there's really anything you can do wrong. It's one of those things where, like, as long as you're playing the game, you're kind of fine. Okay, this is just the demon one. But a lot of the, like, daily quest things, you kind of just pick them up and you do them as you level. So, definitely, I would say get one character to 80 first before you worry about alts, just because there's a lot of stuff that I believe gets a lot easier from your second character onwards, like restrictions are loosened. So, get your first character to 80, do what you gotta do, and after that, it's kind of up to you. What I'm probably going to do is I think I'm going to spend a little bit of time at max level just farming some of the achievements that give me account-wide experience, personally. But whether or not you do that, or you choose to start working on other alts, why am I dying? What is just murdering me here? I don't think I was standing in any of that fell stuff. Oh, just a dot. Okay, so that's like a scaling issue. It put a dot on me that just started shredding my health bar. Yep, that sounds about right. But yeah, I would say what you choose to do after your first character kind of depends on what your goals are. If you're looking to farm as much bronze as possible, then probably just get started on a bunch of characters immediately so you can begin farming those daily quests, because they're really good sources of bronze. If you're looking to level up a million different characters, then obviously I think investing the time now and like doing what I'm doing and just getting all the achievements done so that when you level character number 2, 3, etc., it's really fast. That's probably your best bet. If you only want to level like 2 or 3 characters, then you know, maybe just do them one at a time and just get started in them in sequence. But I really don't think it'll make that much of a difference. It's kind of personal preference. Can you use the auction house? I do not think so. No.
The Drekkajar have upset our ancient pact. It is time they face the consequences.
You don't want to stress over getting multiple alts, but you want to assure that you start off making an alt for each armor type? Yeah. I mean, you can collect everything regardless of armor type now, if that's the concern.
My children, even as someone not of this land, you chose to save us from a wretched fate.
Can we use the 1-button rotation? I believe so. I don't see why you wouldn't be able to. Yeah, there you go. Single button assistant. It's there. Ooh, ah, shit. It's a bad necklace. Epic necklace, but it's a really shit effect. I think I take the boots, right? Yeah, big item level. Huge item level, actually. Take that. Yeah.
Hear the call. Take wing with Bethir, friend, and show these Vrykul the true fury of the storm.
Are the Legion reps in the warband system? I believe they are, yes. I'm fairly sure they are. Don't quote me on that, though. I haven't really checked, but I think so? They aren't! Okay. That's kind of lame. Yeah. Well, there you go. There's your answer. They aren't. Kind of lame from Blizzard. You were planning on doing Blood DK first because it looks to be one of the few classes to be able to do everything. I think most classes with enough investment will be able to. Anything that has a tank spec, rest assured it could probably do everything. Demon Hunter, Death Knight, Warrior probably even, Monk for sure. With enough investment, literally any character will be able to do, like, all the content. It's just some classes may need a little bit more time to get ready and, like, farm than others. Blood is a good choice, though, don't get me wrong. Let's play the game 4-hit. Yeah. Is there any point in being the heroic world tier while leveling? Not really. There are some quests that you get that you can just quickly do the quest for experience and then leave. But actually, like, staying in Heroic World Tier is a waste of time, currently. That might change later in the event. Right now is just a waste of time. The written guide question was about Remix. I don't know. So, keep in mind, right, I don't have a video guide for Remix, right? Like, the entire point is, we didn't really get that much time to test them in the PTR. The best leveling strategies aren't set in stone yet. If you missed my announcement posts and stuff, the current plan is I'm going to have, like, a week 1 video guide a week from now. So next Tuesday, I'm going to have a video out that just summarizes all of the really important stuff that we know about, like, efficient leveling from the first week of play. So it'll cover a lot of, like, how to efficiently get through your first character and do the campaign stuff, basically what I'm doing here. And then, obviously, over the next few days, I'm going to test out different alt leveling strategies. I'll keep an eye on what other people have found and see if there's, like, a clear best strategy. And all of that information I'll include in that week 1 guide. But this is an ongoing process. The best strategies in Mop Remix weren't found until, like, deep into the event. So I'm going to post that week 1 guide, and then I'm going to keep testing, and then whenever I feel that we have found the best strategy, and, like, this is an ironclad leveling guide, I don't think that this will get any better, then I'm going to post a really good main channel video again. In the meantime, if there's anything really important that happens that I feel, you know, people should know about, I will make just, like, an unscripted, you know, kind of like this, you know, like I do on streams, just kind of yapping about whatever important topic it is, and I will post that on my secondary channels, Lenara or Harldan Stream Archive. Whatever I feel like. So that's the current plan. So I don't even have a video guide right now for... Oh, wait, Memento of... I guess just I got big artifact power. Cool, sure. So I don't even have a video guide yet for Legion Remix. So I definitely don't have a written guide. As for whether or not I will make one, very much TBD. The written guides take a lot more work to, like, keep updated. Because obviously I have to, like, do all the website shit. Whereas, like, the video guide, I make it... That's kind of the solution. I'm making, like, a mini video and then a big video. But whenever I make the written guide, I try to keep it relatively up to date. And... I never made a written guide for Mop Remix, but Mop Remix was weird, because Mop Remix, the fastest leveling strategy wasn't really like a route, which is kind of the point of the written guide, right? It's to explain the route in, you know, more detail and more like step-by-step instructions rather than like visual examples and explanations. That's the video. But Mop Remix was very much like this is a method that you have to use. It's not like a route. There was no good leveling route. It's set up your level 20 character and then boost yourself through dungeons is what the ultimate Mop strategy was. So, if it's kind of like that in Legion, then it would also be kind of weird to just have kind of a very short leveling guide, and especially something like that actually works much better in video format, because the Mop guide, I was explaining like how to get this set up, and it's a lot more like, I guess, feely crafty. There's like more like examples that I'm giving rather than like step-by-step instructions. So the Mop strategy just did not lend itself to a written guide, a route, like the regular stuff does. So I never made one. But still TBD on how things will work out in Legion, but I'm also like, I'm not going to make a super detailed first character campaign leveling guide. Because it almost like doesn't matter what you do. It's not necessarily about like optimizing a few hours of time. You're just trying to like get all the stuff done so that when you level your alts with whatever strategy that may end up being, it's faster. I hope that makes sense. But yeah, it's a bit of a weird situation. It's also why I might make like a very early test version of my add-on to work for Legion Remix, but depending on how like the leveling ends up looking, it could actually be a bit of a challenge to make it work. Because it might end up being kind of like a weird non-linear leveling route. I guess these side quests did eventually overlap with that bonus objective. Good to know. Do achievements boost your ult somehow? Yes. A lot of the achievements will give you tokens that give you 10% warband experience. So, in total, I'm up to plus 52% XP gain, and that's for my entire account. I think this will summon it. Nice. Thanks for the answer, no problem. Weird how Remix expires in 103 days. What are we going to do until midnight? Is it really going to be early February? The, like, data mining / speculation I've seen about midnight suggests it's going to be end of February. But, I mean, they could always change things. They haven't officially announced it yet, so who knows? Man, I'm really Furi starved right now, huh? Gotta kill some goats. Wrath Remix, possibly. We train to fight Titans in Ulduar. That could be kind of cool. Actually, not a bad idea. They're gonna do another remix. Oh, I see. Oxara said that, and then Hennedy said would be a good idea. Yeah, honestly, good concept. I think that would work. Do remix characters start with large bags? Yeah. You automatically get full 36 slot bags. So bag space is never an issue. Remix Classic would be hilarious. That would definitely be interesting. First will be Tank Paladin after the rest of the tanks, and then comes damage dealers. Starting with tanks is definitely a good idea, yeah. Really good for a lot of soloing stuff. Ooh, that's not good. Okay, where are the goats? Those are not goats. Those are fat goats. There we go. Alright, that quest is done. What's the remix at the end of midnight? Be fair, Shadowlands. I don't know. I wouldn't be really terribly interested in any remix beyond Legion. I do think that, yeah, if you were going to do another remix, something earlier would be cool. Shadowlands remix would be, like, nice from a collection standpoint. I know a lot of people were asking about that, because, like, there's so much garbage to collect in Shadowlands. But I feel like it wouldn't be as fun. I don't know. I also just, I mean, I was going to say I don't really like Shadowlands, but who does?
Don't be so sure. Oh, hey there, friend.
Power jump with every single item you get. It's crazy at this point. Other quests. Havoc's really fun when everything comes together. I need to make sure I'm picking these up, though, because I have a quest to grab the flying motes. WoD or Wrath Remix would make the most sense. Yeah, WoD is another one that... Like, back when MoP was current, I think somebody asked me what would I want to see. I'm pretty sure I said WAD Remix. I stand by that. I do, like, now that it's been brought up, Wrath Remix does sound pretty cool, but I think I personally would just... I love WAD. I love the stuff they did add in WAD. The expansion was obviously very flawed, but it was a lot of fun. I have good memories there. The poor soul doing expansion-locked content for Shadowlands. Yeah. That does not sound fun. BFA Remix would be dope. Retail sucked because of the systems. The zones and dungeons were cool. I guess it would be interesting to see how they handled it. I feel like it could be cool if they did it like a cross-faction thing, where you basically get to play as kind of like a neutral character who's just like a mercenary traveling between Kulturas and Zandalar. That would be kind of an interesting spin on it if they did something like that. What's the toon limit per account? I'm not actually sure what the number is. Do you get hero talents at max level? You get hero talents at 70, just like you do normally. It's exactly the same as it is in retail. Yeah, so why run Everdisk over the other ones? That's why. Because all you gotta do is press it once, and everything dies. Their achievement. Okay, still need more of those yaks. Best way to pick alts is to know the world boss rotation to get the hidden artifact appearances. Ooh. Yeah, I guess that is still kind of a consideration, huh? I don't know if they've added any way to farm that. When do I think Moth Classic will end? The developers said something to the effect of they think that the original runtime of Moth Classic was close to perfect, so go find out, like, however long original Moth lasted, and extrapolate from there. Assuming they don't change their stance, that's probably what it'll be. Oh, evaded. Hopefully tanks can deal some beefy damage too, rather than being a beefy walking fortress. I mean, yeah, especially in this game mode, tanks can definitely dish out a lot of damage. So much of your damage is behind, like, a lot of these proc effects anyway, so I think DPS will always end up being a little bit higher in the end, but it's a lot closer than it is in retail. And I mean, to be fair, tanks in retail, if you know what you're doing, can still put out a lot of damage. You should know. Speaking of early content, you're stoked about Pit of Sauron for Mythic Plus? True, yeah. I actually think they could do a really good job with that if they revamp it properly. It's definitely interesting. They haven't done anything in Wrath before. But I think, out of all of the Wrath dungeons, Pit of Sauron may be the best one. I think because, like, really what they're doing is they're taking the actual instance, the location, and then building a new dungeon around it. And I think, in that sense, Pit of Sauron probably has the best bones for, like, a new-ish dungeon. I'm trying to think of one that would work better. Honestly, yeah. Halls of Lightning you could maybe make something interesting out of, but yeah, Pit of Sauron's really good.
They're starting to smell. Think we should move? I'll get the job done.
Put it all on red. What's this? All the way over there. I think that overlaps pretty cleanly with some other quests in the east, so I'll just do that then.
You're here at last. In house law,
Wailing Caverns Mythic Plus. That would be interesting. You'd like a Wrath remix, but they need to make quest items instant, because they have a lot longer cooldowns, which can make it a slog to level in. If they really wanted to put in the effort, it could be interesting to do something like that. Wrath remix, that is. Because then it would kind of force them to go back and do a mini revamp on a lot of those quests. And then they could take those things and apply it to just the baseline version of Wrath quests, and then if anybody, for whatever reason, decides they want to level there outside of Remix, it would ideally be easier. But yeah, I know what you're talking about for sure. Control click on a thing on ability or artifact you can't afford gives you the animation. I'm not sure what that means. How do I get rid of this stuff? I'm going to hold on to this because I can't remember if there's any actual use for it. I think there's a level 80 quest where I need this stuff. But I don't remember.
Walk with Holions. Heliath has been building an army, stealing the souls of fallen Vrykul to oppose.
There's not that much to collect in WoD Remix, says who? They could always just add a bunch of new collectibles. A crap load of the stuff that you collect in Remix is like brand new recolors or mounts or whatever that they've added that wasn't available originally.
We need champions like you to stop our advances. Helia must be stopped. The time has come for our reckoning.
I think this is the Trial of Valor quest. Nice. I think... Do I want to... Yeah, let's do this over the Terror from Below one. God, I love Stormheim music. It's so good. I'm gonna do the rest of that stuff later, though, and I'm gonna make sure I finish the Stormheim campaign first. If everything is in, like, relative close proximity, I'll just focus on that.
Dying roots, twisted leaves, the rune stones.
You know, Warrior fans want to get their hands on Varian's sword? Yeah. Ooh, ooh. Somebody rounded up a ton of mobs. Juicy. Did the work for me. Let's see. Oh, the European servers are up. Nice. Well, there you go, guys. I feel like we're gonna have a big drop in viewership now as all the people who are just, like, anxiously watching me level go and start their own leveling journey. Godspeed. How much of an XP buff do I have? 52%. Storm the shores.
Must break free. I can almost feel my leaves.
Wanderers? Hell yeah. Yeah, overall, I mean, the first character leveling process here has been relatively straightforward, so... nothing too crazy. Don't care about that. You also have me on in the background? Nice. Original mop had a notoriously long Siege of Orgrimmar patch? Yeah. What was the context for that? Sorry. You said Utgard Tower. Are we saying, like, dungeons that you could adapt into Mythic Plus well? I could definitely see that, yeah. I think both Utgard Keep and Pinnacle could be interesting. Though Utgard Keep has a lot of running built into it. Pinnacle could be cool. 100 druids near the barber shop on your server. Does it work? What's the final verdict? Because I know a lot of European people were like, I swear to God, if they fix it before our servers go live. So did they? You had me on since servers went live. Currently level 66 on your Magcar Monk. Nice. Making good time. I should probably check Wowhead again to see if there's any, like... Any, new updates. I don't think there's... Yeah, there hasn't been any new Wowhead posts. I'm gonna check Reddit again, because the last time I looked at Reddit, there was a good post that gave me helpful information, so you never know. K-pop Demon Hunters transmogs and people complaining about Amani trolls is all I'm seeing on Reddit right now. But I respect that. I also, right now, on my Demon Hunter, have a K-pop Demon Hunter transmog. So I feel called out, because this, like, top post on Reddit says, when you let your 6-year-old niece make your remix hero, and I'm just like, wait, I have the same outfit on my Demon Hunter right now. Not like this one, but like my live server Demon Hunter, the one that I made. It's a good fucking movie, man. I actually, like, I told my dad that he should watch it, because my dad likes a lot of stuff like that. So, when he was like, oh, I hear a lot of people talking about it. Is it really good? And I'm like, yeah, you should watch it. And my dad, to give you an idea of how much my dad liked K-pop Demon Hunters, he bought a plushie of the, like, whatever that, like, little magical beast thing is from the movie. So he actually bought a K-pop Demon Hunters plushie. Brought Warrior or Havoc for remix leveling? Both are good choices. I would say Havoc, because, like, that's what I'm playing, right? But you can't go wrong with either one. I think, Brought Warrior would maybe be a little bit better early on, just because, like, most tanks start off really strong. And Havoc feels a little bit clunky in the early levels, but... I mean, I've been just slaughtering stuff with Havoc for, like, the last 50 levels, pretty much. Havoc before and after Fellblade is just a game changer. You're just so Fury starved before that point. And then you just keep getting insane talents that just make leveling a breeze. I guess, yeah, I should turn this stuff in. Got here and have a real question. The best way to level is quests and dungeon queuing. Whether you want a dungeon queue, that's up to you. I don't necessarily know if dungeons will be really fast right now. Keep in mind, dungeons were really good in Mop Remix because you had people who were already super geared boosting them. Day one, I expect dungeons will probably be a bit slow. But questing, you can't go wrong, and questing you're gonna have to do eventually to get the account-wide upgrades. So if you want to level a bunch of characters, start collecting those XP bonuses. And, like, technically speaking, you can, like, I think there are achievements tied to dungeons, but once you get a geared max-level character, you should be able to just steamroll every single dungeon on normal really quickly to get those achievements. The campaign is going to take a relatively fixed amount of time, no matter when you do it. Create Druid, Time Runner, log in, log out, go to your main, happy bear form. Nice. Well, I'm glad to hear it works for you guys, too. Came here this morning when you were getting started, and I was level 14. Nice job getting to level 75 in under 8 hours. I don't know if it's like a major accomplishment. I feel like I'm going I don't know if I'd say this is slow. This is kind of like a bog standard campaign pace. But I'm having fun. That's what matters. Having fun and getting upgrades for future runs. Oh yeah, I need to do this. Do they have to be dead? Or I guess they still have to be alive, even though they're, like, kind of dead. Is there a cap and bonus warband XP? I want to say it's 300%, but I don't remember the exact number. It's pretty high. So, there definitely is a cap. I just don't remember exactly if it's 300% or something different, but it's up there. Your dream of having a Worgen Druid rocking this form finally came true? Very nice. This is kind of an interesting turning point for Blizzard, though. What do they do now? Because the entire community seems to be really excited about this. For good reason. And they were pretty stern on their whole, like, we're not doing the Mage Tower stuff. So now, they've accidentally given it to people. Now it's not just, oh, we're not going to add it. They have to actively rip it away from people. That's a tough one. That is really tough. If they're smart, they'll just take the L, and they will go back on their decision and let people do the Mage Tower. Honestly, that would be a massive PR win for them. But it's Blizzard, so, like... who fucking knows? Are monks second on mobility? Honestly, monks might be number one on mobility. In terms of, like, the mobility that matters for leveling, monks are absolutely crazy. It's, probably a close tie between Demon Hunter and Monk. Especially because with, the only thing is, like, Demon Hunter has kind of more, like, I guess, vertical mobility, if that makes sense. Like, they're able to cross, like, large cliffs and stuff better early on. But the moment Monk gets to, like, the 60s and picks up, whatever that talent is, where it's, like, you can dash midair, if you know how to use that correctly, you can actually, like, flick yourself through the air and get, like, massive speed and cross, like, large gaps with it. That is an insanely powerful mobility tool for monks. They don't get it while leveling until, like, towards the end. But once you have that, you're honestly as mobile as a Demon Hunter, if not more mobile. It is pretty crazy. Ooh. Okay, that's a good one. That's a very good one. Does this give me... I should... Yeah, come to think about it, I should have gone and turned this in. I've had this sitting here for a while. I forgot this actually gives a XP buff. You get better gear and more XP on hard mode. Better gear are debatable, right? You replace gear so frequently here that getting quote-unquote better gear, like, means fuck all. You level up and then all your gear is outdated. So, that, not really. And as for more XP, yes, you get more experience, but everything takes longer to kill. So, if the only thing that experience matters is it helps you reach max level faster. But if everything takes longer to kill, well then you're leveling up slower, and you're not reaching max level as fast. More experience doesn't always mean faster leveling, if there is a downside. Currently, the downside outweighs the upside. You're welcome to test it on your own, be my guest, but I have already tested it. And I do not think it is faster.
Time is set in sand, not stone.
Okay. Grab that. This doesn't... Just, there's no damage from that. I'm not gonna use that. Avoidance, crit mastery. I guess I'll do this because it's better stats. Scroll the wilds. Is that... I think that's it. Yeah. My god, how many quests are there, man? Jeez. There's so many infinite research quests. Okay, so these quests require you to pick, like, one of the different power-ups. Storm Runner. So this requires you to run, I guess, the Tempest thing. Enemy slain with Tempest Wrath active. I guess I can test that out. Because that one I actually don't think is bad. So I really have to individually click on all of these? Alright. Sure. And there's another quest. Fell Runner. I think I'm just gonna take the Tormented Guardians one because there's no way I finish this before max level anyways. So I'll just do LFR at some point. And then yeah, I guess I just go back and continue questing. Check Discord? What am I trying to see in Discord? Oh. Oh. Yeah, okay, I got that too, just now. I see. So that's how they did the buff. Oh. Well, so remember when I said that they did a hotfix where they made it easier to level from 70 to 80? The way they did that is that at level 70, you have to manually go to the quest giver and pick up this buff that gives you 250% experience for the last 10 levels. That's kind of dumb that it doesn't give it to you automatically, but, like, that makes sense. It honestly didn't even feel that slow. But, so the last 6 levels, I could have been doing it 250% faster. Now I know, right? So for the next run, but, keep that in mind. If you are not level 70 yet, the moment you hit 70, go and get this buff for obvious reasons. Oh, goodness gracious. Thank you, D1, though. Oh boy. Could be 80 already. Oh, yeah. Now we're done, right? I'm already, like, 3.5 levels away, and I just got a 250% XP buff. Like, I guess I'll just go finish it now. That is such a weird way to implement it, though. What the heck? Band-Aid fixes? Yeah. Shukaduk said, "Yo, dog, I was thinking about how long it's been since you last checked in on you guys because of Leatrix. How are we doing? What route am I going with so far?" Right now, I'm just doing campaign stuff because you get account-wide bonuses when you do one of the zone campaigns. So I don't have, like, a super-duper optimized route yet. My goal right now is to just get all the account-wide unlocks, and then, you know, over time, we'll keep testing things, and presumably a really fast route will kind of emerge. And then by the time that really fast route has emerged, I will have gotten all of my XP unlocks, and it'll be time to level up a bunch of vaults. And that's what I'd recommend everybody else do, too. That's like the, you know, long-term strat.
You again? Do you really think to beat me with the Legion at my side? Give up, fool!
You literally found out by chance? Yeah. I'm glad you pointed it out, because I just grabbed that buff, but I probably would have reached max level without realizing. And I would have thought, like, oh, wow, that was really fast. I wonder why these quests that I randomly did now were just so much faster than the others. Without realizing they had 250% modifiers on them. Well, that's good to know. That also explains why that person in chat earlier was saying that they felt like it was still really slow. Because Blizzard did not communicate that properly. Honestly, I feel like if you're going to do something like that, that's the kind of quest that you need to have, like, you know when you finish Chromie time, and Chromie's like, you've had fun in the past, but we need you back in the present. Terrible Chromie voice, I know, but, like, you get the idea. And it, like, does a big pop-up and stuff like that, and it grabs your attention. Do something like that. Be like, hey, do you want to level 250% faster? Then get the fuck back to Dalaran. Or, ideally, just automatically enable the buff. Can't be that hard. Oh, well. First timeline would be Blizzard rolls back Legion launch and does a second launch on the weekends. They could not do that. That would be a completely self-inflicted PR disaster. Can you imagine? There's no way. Oh, sorry, we were too generous with players, therefore, fuck everybody. No, absolutely not. Do I just kill mobs? I guess, yeah. Just gotta kill 15 mobs. Just join what buff? So when you hit level 70, there is a quest in Dalaran that gives you 250% additional experience. That's basically Blizzard's solution for balancing the fact that, like, the final 10 levels scale, like, much slower because it's meant to be, you know, current expansion stuff. So their solution to that was to just give you a temporary buff that gives you that much more experience. Which is an absolutely insane Band-Aid fix. But yeah, I guess. How did I do it? Pure questing, pretty much, yeah. I did Xavius LFR purely because one of the daily quests that I was offered, all of the choices were kind of crap except the Xavius LFR one. So that's the only group content I did. I haven't done a single dungeon so far. That's not because dungeons are bad, just because in this particular run, we're testing that. Eventually, I'll probably do a run that is only dungeons, and then we can get a feel for how fast dungeons are, etc., etc. But it's better to test all that stuff in isolation. One more mob. Let's see. I haven't read Twitch chat in a little bit. Sorry, Twitch chat. Let me scroll up. Let's see. Any tips for Legion leveling so far? Hopefully I accidentally answered that question with all the other questions I've been answering. If you have any follow-up questions that I did not cover in like my 30 minutes of rambling or however long it's been since I've checked Twitch chat, please let me know, and I will do my best to answer. What changes did I talk about in Midnight that you really like, Oxara? I forget what I was discussing when you sent that message. Oh, I think, was that when I was talking about Guardian Druid? Oh, yeah, that was Guardian. I didn't see the new Red Moon talent. That's cool. You thought it might make Bear a lot more fun even without cat weaving, but only one ability on a CD extends it, so pretty far from breath. Yeah, I mean, I don't expect them to make anything as complicated as, like, WoD Breath of Sindragosa, but just the fact that they have something kind of like that is still pretty cool. I'm excited about it. Is 110 max for level? No, it's still level 80. It's still retail leveling. It's not like it was back in original Legion.
Defile the old base mystic. The God King is not worthy of the halls of valor.
People were unlocking the tower stuff with old keys they kept recently? Really? Interesting.
Champion, destroy this sister. Tower champion, destroy it.
I don't think I need to bother pressing meta here. Yeah.
No! This power! It's too strong!
If you watch Severance, you just did the thing from Mop Remix to Legion Remix. I have watched Severance, but I don't understand what Severance has to do from the thing from Mop Remix to Legion Remix. I'm not sure I understand. Good show, by the way, Severance, obviously. Another good show. I just finished this past morning watching Black Rabbit on Netflix. If you have seen Ozark, if you like Ozark, obviously amazing show. Obviously, if you haven't seen Ozark, watch Ozark. But if you have watched Ozark and you liked it, you will love Black Rabbit. It also has Jason Bateman. Really, 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 really good. It's also only one season. It tells a self-contained story. It's like it's slow to get started, but once it gets going, oh my god, amazing show. And Jason Bateman is just fucking crazy good. Not recommended enough. It's that haste mastery, flat mastery. Definitely take the flat mastery. You appeared from Mop to Legion, not playing in between. Oh, I see. You're basically saying you shut your brain off from, you know, between the two. Gotcha. And yeah, I have seen the Druid form unlock bug. Yep. Everybody's losing their minds over that. You're stuck in a loading screen? If you're on Europe, I'd imagine everybody's kind of busy trying to log in right now. Is it enough to just make a druid and log in to get the bear form? Seems like it. Wait, so it's only the bear forms? Oh, that's weird. When you guys were saying that you got the bear forms, I kind of figured it was a case of, like, everybody was really excited about the bear forms, and that was the main thing that they were all, like, hyped about. I didn't realize it was literally only the bear forms? That's so weird. So why would it not unlock everything else? Crazy spaghetti code. The cat form is 50-50. Your guildie got them, but you didn't? Huh. That is so weird. Maybe it's, like, tied to what you did back in Original Legion or something? You created a druid and it didn't work. Probably need to finish the Legion campaign to have the bug. Yeah, if it's working differently from person to person, then there must be some weird thing going on in, like, the back-end code. Where there's, like, some prerequisite achievement that's just not flagging correctly, I guess? Tempest's Wrath does good damage overall. As I thought, but I still prefer the Everdisc Beast for leveling. You didn't get any forms? It's so weird. I wonder, I mean, they might have just, like, panic fixed it now. Hopefully not. That would be really bad. I also think it's interesting, there hasn't been, like, a Wowhead article about it. I don't even see anything on Reddit about it. I wonder if everybody's just trying to be, like, super hush-hush so that Blizzard doesn't talk about it. You suspected it was tied to killing the boss on a different class? You did Agatha as Furi, which Feral shares the fight with. Interesting. Not a bad theory. I definitely would have thought the same thing. But that's a shame if you've debunked it. Oh, crap. Isn't there a Wowhead article that links to a Reddit article right now? Let me check. Maybe I haven't looked. What are we talking about? Oh, I'm blind. I am completely blind. You guys are right. Okay, never mind. I'm stupid. Yeah. Man, they posted it a while ago. I completely missed that. So, in my defense, they titled the fucking article, Players Earning Sparkle Kitty. I figured they would say Mage Tower. It does say Mage Tower later on. But, like, I was reading the fucking Wowhead post, I saw Sparkle Kitty, and my, like, eyes glazed over, I think. And I just assumed it was Wowhead talking about, like, some dumb cosmetic, like, store pack shit. I've never heard Sparkle Kitty. Werebear I have seen people say that. I've never heard anybody call it Sparkle Kitty before. I just kind of assumed, like, oh, Blizzard added some new shit to the store, apparently. Some new battle pet or whatever. It's Wowhead. I get brain damage every time I fucking open that site these days. In that case, I'm actually more surprised that they wrote an article 6 hours ago, and Blizzard actually didn't fix it. Normally, when Wowhead posts an article, that's kind of like the kiss of death. Maybe the Wowhead title is to prevent Blizzard's AI from detecting the bug? Oh no. Does my brain function like Blizzard's AI? Am I cooked? Wowhead editor has a screenshot with a light theme on? Oh god, no. That is crazy. I think this bonus objective extends across the entire area of Helheim, so I could probably just continue with these quests and then I'll finish it eventually. Bell Barrages. Really does not like that crab in particular. It'll be fixed and removed anyway. I mean, if they do that, people are going to be pissed. Honestly, Blizzard needs to think really carefully about what they do next. If they remove it now, like I said, the best option for them, take the L, say, well, we fucked up. You know, we'll just let you guys have the appearances and revert our stance of, like, the Mage Tower stuff. Because, to be honest, their stance about the Mage Tower stuff, it's really stupid anyway. Oh, fuck.
Disgusting. This plan better work, spirit.
Oops.
Disgusting. This plan better work, spirit.
I didn't expect it to literally one-shot me, or I would have started running. This plan better work, spirit. Okay. I'm gonna back away so I don't, like, don't accidentally pull that. When aren't people pissed? I mean, like, you're not wrong, but... Look. Sometimes you need to weaponize outrage to get Blizzard to do what you want. What? Oh, come on! What the hell? How am I supposed to sneak past Gorm? Just... Is it just gonna keep spamming this voice line at me? Oh my god. God. Shut up, game. This is so stupid. Why is it? Dude, this is so fucking stupid. Oh, man. Well, we got past Gwar. It took a little longer than I had hoped.
Do not dare cross me.
Europe is so laggy you can't even turn in the first quest? Yeah. Dalaran was super laggy in North America, too.
You must not languish here. The Aegis cannot fall into enemy hands.
The Aegis.
The future of the Horde depends on you and me. Find your way back to Stormheim. I will be waiting.
What are we talking about? We were talking about the druid class forms.
You will kneel before addressing
There's a bug that lets people get them. But it's kind of weird.
Have fun with my pet, outsider. I will enjoy watching him break you.
You're doing Monk on Remix. I hope it's good. Yeah, I mean, Monk is never a bad choice. Honestly, Monk may end up being the best option for leveling, like at least solo leveling. In Mop, it's mostly what I played. But Mop, I didn't mind playing it, because like, I always play Monk for my speedruns. It is just very good. I didn't pick it this time around, because I wanted to play Demon Hunter. But Monk is definitely a consistently good choice. What am I doing? Okay, I need to pick up a quest. He's a fat panda monk. Nice.
Your spirit feels weaker. What has she done?
Do I just kill stuff, I guess? How many? I'm at 62 out of 100 for killing mobs with that buff active. What do I need to do? Helheim Waylay. I guess I'll head over there. I think there's a mob in the water? This guy, Soul Thirster. Alright. It's kind of spooky under here. The visibility is like really low. This is better. Oh yeah, I never spent my other talent points. Let's do Vengeful Retreat recast. Hey, out of range. Ah. Europe is live? Yep. They take it away, we'll pull the classic shut down the Discord trick? True. I mean, the Ret Paladins seem to think it worked for them, so... It's not a bug, according to Druids. I think the Druids might be biased. I don't know. Something tells me they might not be the most reliable people to ask. Carl Dementia. Where's this rare mob? Okay, well there's an invisible wall, so it's clearly not there. Is there a cave? Am I blind? I don't see a cave. Europe is definitely not live? Are you sure? A bunch of people have been saying it is. Where is this rare mob? Jorhild the Trusted. Is there, like, not a cave and this dude's just clipped into the floor? I think, actually, yeah, I think that is what happened. I think he's just clipped into the ground. See any cave? Where the fuck? Wait. Oh, it's literally called Damp Cave. Okay, well, cave is at water level, thank you. That, okay, that is actually really hard to spot. I feel less bad now. God damn. What was the first 8K node I took? I went for the Everdisk. Right now I'm running this, the Tempest to Wrath, because I have a quest to kill mobs with it active. And I do think this is like the second best. If you are a caster, this is the best simply because it lets you cast while moving. And they're both relatively comparable, but I think the Everdisk is better. It just does so much upfront burst damage. It's... For leveling, it is very much a pick between the two of them. The other ones are just not even close. Yeah, I'm also Demon Hunter. Mysterious level 70 XP buff plot thickens. The moment you hit 70 was automatically applied, but you haven't turned in the quest yet. So maybe I have had it this entire time and I just didn't notice. I'm gonna have to go back and check my footage to see. I didn't notice it getting applied to me. But we'll see. Pretty easy to figure out just by rewinding, so I'll check that later. When should you go into Heroic World? You really shouldn't at all. If you're going to go in there, only do the quests. Get the quests completed. Leave Heroic World, turn them in, and then go back to normal. It is not worth leveling in. That may change in the future. Right now, it's just very much not worth it. Mobs have way too much health. Thought I clicked that.
How resourceful you are. You might make a worthwhile...
Dumb bit of trivia, the Trial of Valor ensemble now gives soul fragments from any mob as opposed to just the raid trash. Oh, that's nice. That's a good quality of life thing for farming. Yeah, Naran's Everdisk. That's the arcane one. That's what I would recommend. Do I have the buff now? Yeah, I have the buff. It's this thing. 250%. Basically, what we're trying to figure out is, did this get automatically applied to me the moment I hit level 70? Or was it only applied after I picked up the quest? I'll be honest, my leveling speed hasn't felt 250% faster since grabbing the buff. So I'm inclined to believe that it did automatically apply, but I won't know until I check. Traumatized said 1 to 80 down. Very nice.
Do not think you are close to winning, unworthy one.
I think I'm fully caught up with YouTube. Back to Twitch. Nizal said, good morning. Enjoying Remix so far? Yeah, actually, I think I'm enjoying this more than I did Mop Remix, to be honest. Though, Havoc is just really fun to play. Havoc's just kind of a vibe. Some people got the cat randomly, you didn't. That's weird. Do I think this remix will have twink potential? The mechanic's definitely not dead entirely. It still works in retail. It's really just a question of whether or not Blizzard allows it. A few people told me that they were going to test it, and I haven't heard anything back yet, so that could mean many different things. I will have to see if it works. I'll tell you what, since nobody said anything, after I hit level 80, I will try to do some, like, initial testing just to get a basic idea on, like, if you can use trial accounts. Now, I'm not going to extensively test it, but I will at least double check to see, can you make a trial account? Can you create time runners? And we'll see if that works. And if it does, then presumably you'll at least be able to try to make something happen. Whether or not it will end up being fast, that's hard to say. But the real kicker is, are you able to make time running characters on a trial account? Nobody's confirmed to me yes or no. Which leads me to think, like, you probably can. Because if somebody were to check and say, oh, it's impossible to make characters, then I feel like that would be pretty easy to relay. But there's a very big difference between whether or not it is available and whether or not it is a viable strat. I have a curious definition of sneaking. Yeah. Nazal said, you need to use the leaves next to the quest giver on the ground. Oh, okay. That's good to know for the future.
We have fulfilled your bargain, and we will collect our payment. Such insolence! None will leave Helheim while I rule! What? This cannot be!
Yeah, I can't open this.
Her hold is weakening. She cannot keep us here. No one leaves Helheim! No one!
This is the original Nobody Escapes the Maw.
It seems even you must honor your word.
On rewind footage, it was at least in your buff bar? Okay, yeah. I think that's, in my opinion, that's conclusive enough that I probably had the buff automatically. That's definitely good to know. It would have been really silly if Blizzard didn't automatically apply it. Thank you guys for double-checking and letting me know. What's the question about trial accounts? Just whether or not you're able to make time runners and, you know, reach level 20 and do that stuff.
The trials are won, but your foe remains. His tainted flock bars the halls of the righteous. To sever his head, you must cripple the...
You made a druid on the same account that you used for making twinks and mop? Gotcha. Well, that's good to know. Come to think of it, I need to make a new... Damn. I need to make a new account to try that. Because my second, like, actual WoW account now is the one that I used for level 20 twinking and mop remix. And now it's just, like, an account that I use normally. The priest, my level 20 twink priest is now my actual max level priest, Middens. So, we'll need to do that again.
Ready to fly.
I'll do these quests, and that should get me... Let's do big pull here. Alright, that's good damage. But, like, how much of... A lot of that was Tempest Wrath. It was kind of a combination of a lot of different things, but... Did well. And now I have finished that quest. But I'm not going to go back and turn it now. I'll I'm gonna finish Stormheim, and then I'll turn those quests in, and then we'll test the level 20 stuff. I figure even though, like, you guys are saying it works, I'll at least showcase it. I probably gotta create a... or get that working anyways. For Mop, you need the most recent X-Pack to make a time runner? Gotcha. I mean, if that's the only requirement, then you were able to do it still, as long as it was, like, tied to your account, I guess? So. You made a priest, nice. In theory, it should still be locked at 20. But we'll see. I've not killed Dementius yet.
No mercy for those who take this land.
No. Wonder how often we'll get the +1 total item level with this upgrade system. There's a cap, I think, right? Infinite knowledge. So it caps out at 36. If that's what you're talking about. Unless, if it's something different, I don't know. And a lot of it is from achievements, I believe. What's this? I guess there's... somebody must have killed this, so it hasn't respawned. Or, what the heck? No, it's just bugged and it's sitting in the wall. It's weird. Alright, what was the breakdown there? Yeah! I mean, Tempest Wrath hits hard. I feel like, you know, that Everdisk was still doing comparable damage to that, though. But at the very least, I think it's fair to say Tempest Wrath is, like, about on par with the Everdisk. They're both very good. The gear item level. Oh, yeah, that works. There's, like, some really funky stuff with that. I didn't mess around with it at all in the PTR, but I read up a little bit on how it's supposed to work. It seems very grindy. So, who knows? Okay, 82%. Let's do another big pull. %. Alright. Do this. That should be enough. I don't know if this, like, actually gets me to level up. Probably not. Very close. I turn in these quests and we're done, I think. And... alright. Not too bad. That was definitely faster than Mop Remix. What's this? Ooh. That's a cool recolor. I always did like the Demon Hunter class mount. I might actually use this. Alright. Final point. Probably gonna be fine on Furi. What did I do to level? Just questing. Nothing crazy. Just campaign leveling. It would be funny if Blizzard made it so you can make a time runner, but once you reach 20, the character turns into a regular character. That would be weird. Max number of charge increased to 70? I don't know what that means, sorry. You can't wait to do a dumb 25-minute speedrun this time around? We'll see. About an hour quicker? Yeah. Yeah, I mean, just because the first time leveling is faster than MOP doesn't necessarily mean that, like, the super-duper optimized leveling will be faster. Obviously, right? Like, so much went into that. Still very TBD. Alright, well, that's nice to start off. Create an item belonging to an available raid. Interesting. Bowbearer's bands. Alright, that's crap. One thing I kind of dislike is how many garbage jewelry pieces there are. Like, you're never going to use those. I don't know... Did we... Okay, so, this trait, Touch of Malice. Anybody leveling right now, has anybody found this on any item, necklace, ring, trinket, other than Volatile Chaos Talisman? This particular thing right here. Because this is the only one with this particular trait, Touch of Malice, that I have seen the entire time. And this is going to be mandatory on at least one of your pieces, because getting some source of Touch of Malice, or rather Fell Touched, is kind of mandatory because it buffs your damage by a ton. So many other effects are like, it does double damage if you have Touch of Malice. So, unless you're running the Fell thing, which I don't necessarily think you're going to run this stuff, other than, like I said, extremely high M+, maybe. I think you're probably... Honestly, I think long-term Tempest's Wrath looks like the strongest one for endgame stuff. Outside of, like, you need the exponential thing. The nature ability seems fine. The main reason to use the nature ability is basically you turn into a support and you buff nearby allies. So I could see it being like, oh yeah, you want a few people running the nature ability throughout your party. But the numbers on it are just not great compared to everything else. The main issue that the Everdisk has is that the later upgrades are terrible. It kind of doesn't matter at the start here, so for leveling, this is as far as we got. And the Everdisk itself, very good. The immediate upgrade Volatile Magics is just pretty good, right? 3 damage. Can't hurt. But this is terrible. This is absolutely awful. Absorb Shield. This is also terrible. Some, like, situational Thorns damage. And then this is okay. But this requires you to fully bounce the shield. And then if you successfully bounce the shield 3 times, you get 30% haste for 10 seconds. Keep in mind that not even the final upgrade of the Tempest's Wrath gives you stacking haste and movement speed for the amount of targets hit by this ability. And the final upgrade lets you extend the duration. So this actually is more damage in most cases and a more potent damage amp, or like a stat buff, than Everdisk is, even at the end. So Everdisk is really good early, but I think it falls off kind of hard in the end game, unfortunately. You're exhausted after level 35? I feel that, yeah. What remix could I see coming? Hard to say, but I think a lot of other people were kind of cooking with Wrath remix. I think that's a neat idea. You think spamming normal is faster? I mean, it's to be determined, right? Who knows? You were just memeing? Yeah, fair enough. There's a list of rings and trinkets and what buff they give. There were 2 sources for every buff. Gotcha. That's good, because if you had to run that particular trinket, that would be kind of annoying. But if there's 2 sources, then maybe I just got unlucky. I didn't find it. The max number of characters increased to 70? Oh, possibly. They did give us 5 new character slots this time around, but I don't know exactly how many. Did I get the achievement for Campaign Stormhard? The disc is good, but impossible to see and manage during raids. I could see that, yeah. Yeah, like I said, I think for endgame content, you're probably not going to run the disc anyway. It falls off hard with the later upgrades, but for leveling, I mean, it's good. It's really good. Oh, I still have one more quest to do. So we'll finish this up. I'll get the 10% buff. Wrath Remix with M+ added would be so good. That would take a lot of work on their part. I don't know if they do that. You get 36 slots bags for each character? Yeah. And I guess now, if you want to just start like an allied race or something, you can just create them in Remix, immediately copy them over to retail, and then you just start off with like better gear and bags and all that fun stuff. Honestly, like, if you have leftover character slots by the end of this event, you should probably just fill them all up with level 10s of whatever you think you might want to do in the future. That way, if you ever do get around to leveling that character, it would probably be easier later on. Something that I might do, kind of in a similar vein, is I might make, like, a bunch of Evokers and Demon Hunters, and just, like, have, like, an army of level 10 Evokers and DHs. That way, I can use them for testing purposes in the future, so that I have, like, an easy-to-compare way to do a 10 to 80 speedrun outside of the context of Remix. So for tier lists and stuff, I can actually compare it one-to-one without anything else getting in the way. That could be cool. Oh shit, I'm facing the wrong way. In EU, you can't get past Khadgar at the very start. Is it just lagging too badly?
A great battle. A greater champion. Yes.
Oh, do I have to... You actually need to finish Halls of Valor to get credit for the quest.
Enter the halls of valor, champion. The greatest of glory awaits.
Alright. You were surprised at the level 45 to 60 range the XP is flowing? Yeah. Overall, this felt pretty good. Considering there's, like, way more heavy RP stuff in a lot of Legion stuff, it felt faster first time around than MoP. Because I did a lot of quests during this run that I'm thinking, man, this is not fast. This is, like, really, really, really slow. You gotta do it, obviously, because, you know, the campaign, but... There's something absolutely wrong in Delves. Something one-shot stuff. Don't know what and why, but in Takrathon, your boss died after 10 seconds, 90% to 0. Kaiveza died to 4% after something hit her. Do you have the foot bomb dispenser? So, one time, I happened to get the foot bomb dispenser, and that happened. I one-shot a boss. There's some weird bug with that, where I don't know exactly what causes it, but something causes it to just 100-0 bosses. The Hattering also does a ton of damage, but, like, the Hattering is not going to 100-0 raid bosses, like, or delve bosses like that. Like, quite literally 100-0 it in a single cast. I did, specifically with the automatic foot bomb dispenser, I had one run, I have not been able to replicate it, but I had one run where I had that thing, and somehow my Nazao triggered the automatic foot bomb dispenser and just insta-killed the boss. And in my damage breakdown, my #1 ability, it did like 80% of my overall, was Nazao, and then in parens, automatic foot bomb dispenser. So I don't know if like Nazao stomped on top of one of them and it bugged out and just like an infinite chain cast and one-shot the mob. But there was something weird going on there. And like I said, I could not replicate it. I tried. Nothing special, same gear on brand as last week, but suddenly something explodes? Interesting. Yeah, that is definitely weird. Don't know. Nice. So, your first character, you also just get an additional 20% XP for free. So, I'm already up to 73%. Let's move this shit to a new window. Let's see. I think this should give me... Yeah, this also gives me 10%. So in total, from only my very first run, we're up to 74% XP gain. That's already going to be significantly faster the next time around. And presumably, if I do the rest of these quests, I can get even more. Which I'll kind of... might as well do before I continue. There's even more of these? Holy crap. There's, like, so many infinite research quests. Is this intended? This feels like way more than I would have expected.
May your possibilities be infinite.
Shape a new legends.
We will meet again.
Mass infinite power. Alright. Nice, another purple item. I've gotten a bunch of purple items at max level. Good start. Collects... Okay, so just fly through stuff? Sure. I can do that. Wait, I have yet another one? Complete any campaign zone chapter. Well, I'm gonna be doing that anyway, so... 8.5 hours with decent speedrun tactics seems slow for a remix. Keep in mind, we double-checked. I'll link it again. Is it still in my copy-paste? Yeah, I'm pretty sure this is the run. This was the speedrun recording, or the live stream recording, of my first MOP remix run. It was 9 hours. It was even slower. So, obviously, MOP Remix got incredibly fast, and yet that was my first run. So this is actually faster than my initial MOP Remix run. Now, keep in mind, when, like, because you said, with decent speedrun tactics, I did decent speedrun tactics, yes, but a lot of the stuff that I was leveling through is just slow questing. I did a lot of quests that are just objectively slow. There's only so much you can do to speed up something that's just long and filled with roleplay. But you gotta do this at some point anyways. So I'm just killing two birds with one stone here. But all of that time that I spent, like, it's gonna be hard to get more than this on your first run. I know some people who were doing testing on the PTR said they were at like 20 or 30% total XP gain by the time they finished their first 80. So by targeting all of the specific campaigns, I managed to get a lot of these buffs. So by the time that I'm done doing max level farming for the rest of the achievements, this will be above 100%. So then the second character will be significantly faster. You're also going to get power faster, because you have, like, infinite knowledge, which means your character just grows stronger at a faster rate. And then you'll just get to a point where you're just one-shotting everything. Eternus is acting weird. He just constantly has a new research daily up. Don't say that. Don't say that. I didn't hear anything. La 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 la. Wow, it's so crazy. I didn't realize that there's a... The infinite research quest is this generous. That's so cool. I'm glad that Blizzard is letting us get, so many XP modifiers this early. That's really awesome of them. They're such a generous company, right, guys? I'm glad that that's an intended game design mechanic that they changed. Will there be crazy speedrun stuff with trial accounts? To be determined. To be determined. You only had one or two at a time. Maybe on alts they'll all open up. This is my first character. This is my very first character. And look at my infinite research. I already just turned in a bunch, and I have multiple. I have even more. I currently have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 infinite research quests up at the same time. First character. And it's been like this the entire time. Blizzard farming aura? Yeah. Really cool of them to do this. No, do not enable Heroic World Tier for faster leveling. Right now, it's just slower. You tried a normal dungeon with a level 17 bear and couldn't kill the first pack. Back in MoP, you could start doing dungeons at a fresh level 10. Yes, but keep in mind, right? You know, we gotta not make sure we're not doing some revisionist history shit. Very first day of MoP Remix, I distinctly remember a bunch of people tried to do dungeons and got their teeth kicked in. A lot of those dungeons are tuned around your character having a little bit more power. If you were able to steamroll through it on day one, it would be kind of weird. So, I suspect that Blizzard has intentionally tuned it to be a little bit easier. I distinctly remember day one MoP Remix. I mean, hey, I linked the, I guess I linked it in YouTube chat. So here, for Twitch chat people, that's the YouTube live stream. That was the day one MoP Remix stuff. You're welcome to go back through there, and I'm sure some people in chat probably say something like, man, dungeons are really rough right now, or something like that. I distinctly remember it. What addon am I using for the auto turn-in? Leatrix Plus. You're on a future Twink in the trial account. It works fine. Nice. It's a lot weaker than MoP Remix. I mean, so keep in mind, when we were doing like super efficient level 20s, it felt pretty weak for like the first day or so. They had to buff it a lot later on. And the main thing with like the level 20 Twinks is in order for it to get to a point where you actually felt really strong, you had to go around and unlock like the big thread spools from all the zone achievements, and then start farming daily quests. If you did all of the thread things, then it could be really strong within like a day, which is what I showed in some of those videos. But it did require some knowledge to like get it set up properly. Now, I don't necessarily know how it's going to work this time around, because obviously we can't farm secondary stats, so you won't be able to get like 100% haste, 100% crit, or anything like that very easily like you could in MoP Remix. But if you can farm infinite of these threads, or whatever, at a low level, it is, in theory, possible that you might be able to get really high primary stat relative to your level, and things will be really fast. But it does sound like you might have to grind significantly more to make it worth it. And there is a world in which it just becomes faster to gear up and farm on a max level character instead of wasting time with a level 20 Twink. The main advantage of the level 20 Twink is that after like a day or so of doing your thread farming, you could already have 100% crit, 100% haste, and stuff like that with minimal investment. So, yeah. Hard to say. Back in MoP, you could start doing dungeons at a fresh level 10. Did I read that already? I think I read that already. I guess, are you saying from like a Twink perspective? You definitely could, depending on the spec, but yeah, I don't expect it to be nearly as strong. You're not that far behind then, a wall boss behind, but you're still working on Salad Bar. So keep in mind, I guess on that note, obviously, yes, you aren't that far behind and Salad Bar is a wall boss, but just for some context, I took a month off of raiding. I did not raid at all, basically, for the month of September. So, just to give a little bit of explanation as to why I got to Nexus King, like, at the first week of September, and I still haven't killed him, it's because I haven't been raiding. I'm still going to finish the tier, right? But, you know, that is why I still haven't killed Dimensions. The only difference was the cloak, that we started fresh with some stats. Yeah, exactly. Are they supposed to be one a day? I'm not entirely sure. Heroic dungeons in early MoP were not a steamroll, yeah. You 100% needed the max level cloak buff for alts to feel strong in those? Yep. You just had to grind something for that AP. Tell us what was Legion's Frogs. I've seen a few different suggestions floating around. The important thing to keep in mind is there's a system in place currently where if you farm the same spot for too long, it stops giving any loot whatsoever. So Blizzard has intentionally made it so frog farming will be much harder. They're aware. They do not want a repeat of mob. Now, somebody might find a workaround for that, so I don't want to, like, reveal the potential farming spots yet until somebody has, like, definitively found, like, a workaround for Blizzard's stupid systems and found, like, a really broken farming strategy. At that point, hopefully whoever finds it will share it, but I don't want to be like, oh yeah, this spot looks really promising, and then Blizzard guts it before anybody has a chance to find a workaround for the, I guess, what do you want to call it, like, the Blizzard fix, quote-unquote, for making it so you can't farm one spot. Tried 3 characters and they all get stuck on Khadgar. And then apparently somebody has a fix. Awesome. Happy for the European people. Felt like you were leveling faster in Heroic tier. You spent until 20 in regular mode and 20 to 25 in Heroic, but you're having so much fun, maybe you're mistaken. And that's totally fine, right? If you're having more fun in Heroic World tier, more power to you. But I mean, I messed around with it a little bit, and the numbers were not mathing up, right? It was taking way longer to kill mobs than I was getting experience. I'm just one-shotting everything in normal world tier. Heroic world tier, it takes me like 20 seconds to kill a single mob. Now, it's entirely possible that, like, towards the end of the run, maybe I could have swapped and it would have been fine. My character's power, like, kind of hit a spike at some point, I think around the level 40 to 50 range, where suddenly everything just started evaporating. Maybe at that point it would have been better to switch, but as a rule of thumb, it's definitely not faster. And in the future, like, for maybe on alts when you have, like, a lot of power gains and you're just gaining, like, stats at a much quicker pace, then it's entirely possible it will eventually be worth doing on alts, but right now, I don't see it, personally. You found one, but you'd rather not take a dump in the punch bowl this early? Yeah. A few of the really good ones that I've heard about are actually along the campaign leveling routes, or at least, like, part of some major side quest hubs. So, keep that in mind. Harldan, I have bad news for you. Jewelry traits stack, so most will want Touch of Malice, Neck, and Trinket. Casters want 1 Touch of Malice, 1 Storm Surger. Everyone wants Terror from Below. Well, so, keep in mind, right? I'm aware that it stacks, but what this does is it applies Fell Touch to enemies, right? The fact that this has multiple ranks doesn't matter. I don't care about, like, the relative power of Touch of Malice. All I want is for the ability to apply this debuff to be present on my character somewhere. Fell Touch. Because all of this other stuff, right? Where is it? Naran's Everdisk. Whenever an enemy has Fell Touched, this critically strikes. This does bonus damage to enemy that is Fell Touched. There's definitely other stuff, but I'm trying to see where it is. Is it just those two? I know there's other effects in here where, like, if the enemy is Fell Touched. Yeah, like, I Am My Scars, bonus damage against anything that's Fell Touched. It might just be these two, but obviously Terror from Below is really good. These are just 2, like, flat passive bonuses. So either way, you're going to want to stack these because they do more damage, and then you want some source of Fell Touch somewhere. It doesn't matter how many of these ranks you have. More ranks doesn't increase, like, the duration or the chance of applying it, as far as I know, unless there's, like, something on the back end that I'm unaware of. I'm pretty sure it's a flat chance. It looks like the raw numerical value of the nearby enemies take X% of the damage taken. That's what gets buffed by having more ranks. I don't care about that. That might be good, but that's, like, kind of inconsequential. The main thing that matters is that I have some way to apply this buff so that Volatile Magics, Terror from Below, and maybe that's it? I could have sworn there was something else that got benefited by the enemies being Fell Touched. But either way, I mean, even just those two, the best 2 damage traits. There are, like, other things here, but that's on the Fell tree, right, where you would have it. Maybe it is just that. Yeah, but either way, you want this. Because either you're running the Fell tree anyways, or you want to have at least one source of Touch and Malice on your gear, and then you want to... I'd probably run Terror from Below. This seems to be the best one, especially because, like, the Eagles one does okay upfront damage, but then if you have this effect, then this does a lot of damage. So. Most vids you've seen so far recommend Fel or Light. What video is recommending Light? The only thing that Light does is a cheat death. Where is it? Yeah, you get a cheat death effect. All of the numbers on the Light tree are just lower than the other ones. There's absolutely nothing good here. So unless you're doing extremely high-end content and you think you'll need the cheat death, which in most cases, just outgear it, right? A single cheat death is not going to save you from being undergeared. It's just going to mean that if you hit a mechanic that is just way overtuned and one-taps you, then this will prevent against that. But the odds of there only being one of these and it not being a recurring issue is very low. Fel is a different story because, like, Fel does a lot of percentage damage, like Touch of Malice. It is heavily built around the Fel Touch debuff, which does percent. So in really high-end content, you're going to get a lot of value out of this. This is not good for leveling, right? This is all, like, damage over time, percentage-based damage. As we said earlier, why do percentage-based damage when you could just use Everdisk or Tempest Wrath and one-shot the mobs, right? There's absolutely no reason to run anything other than these two trees for leveling up. But even then, I don't necessarily know if this is, like, numerically going to be the best option. I think Tempest's Wrath could actually just be better for a lot of people. Obviously, the fact that you can cast while moving, you're going to want this either by running this tree or by running one of those bonus effects on your gear. And, what's it called? The actual buffs that you get from Tempest Wrath at the end here of, like, extending the duration and giving you stacking haste are really, 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 really good. So I think for a lot of people, it's going to be a toss-up between Fel and Tempest for endgame content, and then you might have, like, a few people using Nature to give group-wide buffs. Having, like, one person buffing 4 nearby allies could be better in terms of overall damage. Obviously, Arcane falls off really hard at endgame, and I just do not see any situation where Light is worth running. I genuinely could not understand that. It does less damage, and it has a longer cooldown. It's on 1.5-minute cooldown. The final upgrade for the Light thing makes it significantly better, right? So it goes from completely worthless to decent, but it's still lower damage than everything else. All it does is do splash healing, but the reality of healing in this mode is you just have so much passive leech that you're going to be basically topped up. You're either going to be blasted down to, like, 1% and then quickly heal up, or you'll just be constantly out-healing any incoming damage. Random passive healing procs like this are completely worthless. So the only thing that this actually does that's good is the cheat death effect, because one-shots are still a concern. But is that enough to justify running this? Probably not. There are probably going to be very, very, very niche situations where you'll have, like, one person do this, but as a general recommendation, this is not good. It's a good change. Frog farming was the most boring shit ever. Yeah, that's fair. There were a few rares that kept hyper-spawning and were giving 4k XP per kill. Yeah, I did notice that. I don't know why he was doing that. You've been using the Dreadlord JoJo stand for most of your run? That's an interesting way to describe it. And the Arcane Frisbee just dunks on it? Yeah. Did Wowhead actually recommend the Fel stuff as the BIS? Jeez. If so, that is just a very blatant case of, like, we have no idea how leveling actually works in practice. And, you know, we're just looking at numbers without thinking of them in any practical sense. Oh, Wowhead. But yeah, for practical leveling purposes, this is just so much better. They recommend Fel for pretty much everybody. My guess, in that case, my gut instinct of, like, the percent-based damage being really good at endgame is probably correct. And I'm guessing they just, like, they went onto the PTR, they set their, like, power to max, because there was an NPC you could talk to that gave you, like, maximum artifact power. They probably did that, they hit a target dummy for, like, 30 minutes, tested them, and was like, oh yeah, this one does the most damage. Like, no shit. Doesn't mean you should be recommending to everybody, because it's percent. Oh well. I guess that does kind of indicate, though, that long-term, it'll be really good. Another thing, by the way, is that this final upgrade for the Fel thing is very, very, very strong. A lot of the other stuff is kind of whatever. The Fel Spike is a very, very big chunk of burst damage. But you're never going to get this while leveling. I didn't even fully complete this tree while leveling. And even if you somehow got, like, massive amounts of artifact knowledge, like whatever the cap is, 39, you might barely be able to access this if you have, like, way more resource gain, and then you'd still only get it all the way at the very end. So you'd still probably play Everdisc or Tempest Wrath, so I don't know. Mind you, when Icy Veins made a fool of themselves tossing out the 7.0 rec guide with Lil Mao, just use whatever talent stats you want. Oh boy. Yeah. But, like, this is actually kind of a good example as to why I don't necessarily want to make class guides. You know, it's fun to sit around and dunk on Wowhead, but it's entirely possible that there were, like, some crossed wires where, like I said, somebody may have gone onto the PTR and tested it hitting a target dummy, and then somebody else at Wowhead was just like, like, you did that testing, what was the highest damage? And they're like, Fel? Okay, we need to ship out a guide right now and give a recommendation, so if you say that's the most damage, that's what we recommend. And, like, the people making the guide and getting the info were, like, on completely different, you know, trains of thought, I don't know. It's very easy to make, like, little mistakes like that, and, you know, you might mean well when you're doing the researching stuff. I don't know who wrote that Wowhead article, but obviously we all notice, and we're all like, Wowhead, da-da-da-da-da. But it definitely feels bad when you really did try your best, earnestly, and you fucked up, and then everybody's dogpiling you, so. I do not envy being in that position. Shit happens, right? It's not the worst thing ever for them to give the wrong recommendation. So. If it was on a general remix guide, then, like, it's more acceptable, but honestly, if I had to give somebody a general recommendation, I'd say Tempest Wrath. This one just kind of does it all. Big upfront damage, passive stat boosts, and castable moving. If somebody, like, said, I'm not going to tell you what my class or spec is, and I want you to give the recommendation that is statistically most likely to be helpful for me, I would definitely say Tempest Wrath. This just does so much. Compared to this, which is, like, literally just damage. And percentage at that. You can reset the artifact, yeah. Which is also kind of exactly the point of, like, giving a blanket recommendation in general is kind of dumb. If WoW had wanted to really do it well, they would say, like, write about all the different strengths and weaknesses of the different trees, and where you'd want to swap to each one. But, you know, that is one thing that is a very big downside of Wowhead that I don't know why they're so dead set on. They always force their guide writers to give, like, binary recommendations. And I've actually seen class writers basically on sections where every single person is, like, kind of forced to put a binary thing, they'll just put a paragraph. Like, they answer a yes or no question with a paragraph because they're just like, no, fuck you. This literally cannot be answered with a yes or no, so I'm just going to type a paragraph and make you print it anyway. I've seen a few class guide writers do that, and, like, I have a lot of respect for them. Because they could just take the easy way out. They're being asked for a yes or no, and they're going the extra mile. But not everybody's going to do that. If Wowhead just says, yes or no, tell me what is good, then sometimes they'll just be like, fuck it, it's this. Do I have the Inarius as charger mount? Probably not, if that's like a promotion or something. Was that like Diablo 4? Inarius. Charger. Can't spell. Guess not. I have Tyrael's charger, but... If it was anything related to Diablo 4, then I don't have it. Which I'd imagine it is, because Inarius is like the Diablo... or Diablo Angel guy. I haven't played Diablo 4 at all. I refuse to ever touch Diablo 4. That game looks like fucking dog shit. No interest. Thanks for all the content I make? No problem. Does Fel scale off Mastery for Havoc? Well, Havoc's Mastery is Chaos damage, right? Increases your Chaos damage. So, Chaos damage affects everything. So basically, if if whatever effect it is affected by by Havoc's modifier, if it's like part of a spell school and it's affected by modifiers like that, then Havoc's Mastery would affect it. Chaos is everything. But a lot of effects like that are not tied to Havoc's Mastery. Like, you know, if you have a trinket that does elemental damage, like trinkets and stuff like that usually won't interact with your mastery for any class, not just Havoc. So if you have, like, I think, like, what? Rep Paladin is your mastery gives you holy damage or something like that, or radiant damage. And if you have a trinket that does that damage type, it won't get buffed by your mastery. Usually that's how stuff like that works. Now, I'm not sure how it works in this case, because it's technically not like a trinket cantrip effect. It is technically a spell that you're getting. So I don't know. That's something for, like, you know, the simulation people to figure out. But if it does work, in theory, it should benefit everything equally, because chaos damages all elements. How much bronze did I get? Good question. This is how much bronze I got. This includes the one-time achievement rewards, though. So I've gotten a decent amount of achievements along the way. I did a lot of the campaign chapter stuff. So keep that in mind. There you go. Yeah, it's... If you don't, like, actually know exactly what each thing refers to, it's not exactly clear in-game. It's not really communicated what refers to what. Like, radiant damage is holy and fire damage. Holy strike damage, that one's a little bit easier. Holy strike damage is holy physical damage. So if something says it does, like, X amount of holy strike damage, then any physical modifiers you have will apply to it, and any holy modifiers you have will apply to it. When did I go to hard mode? Much earlier on. Whenever I got the quest to go to hard mode, I turned it on, and I found, like, a little spot where I can jump in. I don't know if it still works, but there was a little cannon in Felsoul Hold that I hopped into, and it let me blow up some bats, and I farmed them to get this achievement. I just farmed empowered bats and got this. Come to think of it, I wasted, like, well, quote-unquote wasted 30 to 45 minutes or so just doing that. There is no way that I saved that much time, but obviously the reason I did that is because it's an account-wide bonus, and it does make my character slightly more powerful. So, if I hadn't just sat there in the cannon for like 30 minutes, then the run wouldn't have been even faster. Is that one or Disc best for leveling? Yeah, Tempest or Disc are both really good for leveling. You can't really go wrong with either one. You're kind of new. You're already 34, but your weapon's item level is 76. You're starting to struggle. Okay, so whenever you open boxes, look for, like, little sand piles. You might have those in your bags. You need to manually click those in your bags. Little, like, pouches of sand is the icon. Right-click those, and then it boosts the item level of your weapon. I'd be willing to bet that's what it is, because I found it really annoying. I got to, I think, like, level 15 before I realized, like, wait, I need to actually click these? It's not automatic? It's kind of dumb. The only guide you trust on Icy Veins is Shadow Priest because it's actually made by Public? Yeah. With any guide like that, it's entirely based on who's making it. If you're looking at a Wowhead or Icy Veins guide, look at the author. Written by X. If that's a person who's known as a reputable source, then it doesn't really matter what website it's on, you can probably trust the information. If it's written by, like, Joe Schmo, then maybe don't put too much weight into what it says. You got bronze on a retail character? Huh. Ow. What do you think of Shadowlands Remix, but they fixed the lore? I don't know. Shadowlands did irreparable damage to the lore. I don't know if you can really just go back and fix it up. I'd love if Shadowlands just never existed from a lore perspective, but I don't think it's that easy. That was it? Awesome. It was on the edge of your bag? Yeah, it really does kind of blend in with everything else. But I'm glad I was able to help. Same for you and Arkimteros' Wowhead guides. That guy is warrior in his veins. It's, like, I guess it's kind of blown over at this point. I don't even care. I guarantee you Arkimtaros doesn't remember this, but Arkimtaros tried to get me and my guild blacklisted from Warcraft logs back in Legion. So, I've always had like a tiny bit of bone to pick with the guy. Basically, in Nightholds, a friend of mine figured out that if you ran a certain talent combination and ran 2-piece, 2-piece, the Nighthold 2-piece, and the Hellfire Citadel 2-piece from WoD, it was like actually crazy damage. He like found his own random builds that with that Hellfire Citadel 2-piece was really good. And he didn't get like a rank 1 parse, but he got a 99 parse. Playing that, not even on Mythic by the way, on Heroic Trilliax, he played that build and got a 99 parse. And he posted about it in the Warrior Discord to basically be like, guys, look at this, isn't it cool that like there's a 2-piece from a previous expansion that like does so much damage? And I don't know if Arkimtaros was having a bad day or something, but he was fucking pissed. And he called my friend an exploiter. He said that, you know, this was bannable. He tried to contact the moderators of Warcraft logs to get our entire guild blacklisted for allowing known exploiters on our fucking raid team. They never did anything. Because, like, all they did is they just Blizzard fixed the fucking 2-piece to no longer work. And Warcraft logs, I think, like, flagged the log as ineligible, but they didn't blacklist our guild. But, dude, he went on a fucking crusade. So, at the time, I was not happy with Arkimtaros. I was like, man, what the fuck? Like, what does our guild have to do with it? Just because you don't like that my friend did this little thing? But this was literally original Nighthold. God knows how long ago. At this point, it's been so long, I don't really give a shit. Credit to the guy, like you said, he does write good guides. I cannot disagree on that. He seems like a regular dude. So, I can only imagine that we just caught up on a bad day. But I will never forget that. Especially because, like, I had good parses too. I like parsing. I've always liked parsing. And I'm just like, man, this guy's coming after my fucking Guardian Druid parses. Fuck off. I didn't exploit. I did everything legit. So, you know. Do not fuck with my parses, or I will hate you for the next 6 years, is the moral of that story. Has it been 6 years? Man, it's been longer than... When was Legion? Oh, dear lord, it's been 9 years. Oh, it's been 9 years. Oh, God. Oh, I feel old. That feel when you don't have a life? I mean, honestly, it applies to every single person in that story. Except for my warrior friend, because, like, he has a law degree now. I've been trying to get him back into WoW. Like, every few months, I still talk to him. I'll tell him, like, man, you should check WoW out. Like, you know, there are some cool stuff. And he'll ask me questions, and he's like, yeah, that does sound pretty cool. But then he'll tell me about, like, some legal case he's working on. I'm just like, damn. Yeah, he's got it all figured out. And here I am playing Legion again. But, you know, I don't mind. It's fun. That's what matters. Am I 80 already? Yeah. I mean, I just did, like, campaign stuff. People beat me to 80. Many people beat me to 80. This isn't even, like, a hyper-fast way to do it. Just keep chipping away at the campaign. You get lots of XP modifiers. Like, by the time I hit 80, 74% increased experience gain. Just do the campaigns, get your big 10% tokens, do your infinite research quests as you go through it. And you'll get there before long. Do I think Rep Paladin will be fast for leveling? Yeah, Rep Paladin's always solid. Is it, like, the fastest leveling spec? Not really. But I think, like, in my old tier list, I put it, like, mid-A tier. I'd say, yeah, about the same. Ret's just really good. Nice utility, solid damage, good survivability. Not the best mobility, but that's less of a concern in this. The case your client asks you to go to Mexico to grab the bail money. Well, he actually lives in Brazil, so his cases are a lot more interesting, but kind of in a similar vein. There's an unfortunate amount of corruption in the Brazilian legal system, so, you know. Is what it is. Top tier list, name 3 specs. Guardian Druid, Windwalker Monk, Havoc Demon Hunter. Probably. I'd say Windwalker and Guardian probably better. I picked Havoc because I just like Havoc. I think it's fun, but it is very fast. They should retcon Shadowlands as something that happened entirely inside of N'Zoth's dream. True. Skyhold, the warrior Discord, has always been like that. Parses are lifeblood, the TPS warriors. Yeah. You miss Legion so bad? Me too. Europe opens soon? I think Europe's already open. Pretty sure it is. No Blood Decay? Blood Decay, it's not bad, but it's not fast. Blood Decay doesn't really do that much damage while leveling. It's like a very slow and steady thing. You're never going to die. You can do very big pulls and never have to worry about it, but the same can be said about countless other specs that can also just kill those pulls in half the time. Blood Decay is, it's just kind of slow. Its damage is reliant on like so many different little modifiers that you don't get until much higher level, and even when you get them, you're still not as strong as a lot of other specs. Now, Blood Decay is very good for like endgame stuff in Remix. A lot of people I know played Blood Decay as their first character in MoP Remix, and they used it for farming. And obviously Deathstrike is ridiculously powerful, so while you're still under-geared, trying to farm bronze and stuff, and, you know, taking a crap load of damage doesn't really matter if you just press Deathstrike, so... Blood Decay is never a bad choice, but if we're talking about speed leveling, which is the context, then it's not fast. You're Brazilian, you can tell you it's worse than you think. Well, I am also half Brazilian, so I have a decent idea. Like, my entire dad's side of the family lives in Brazil, and I have friends like my warrior buddy, who, like I said, are, you know, live in Brazil and are lawyers and tell me stories, so... I have a pretty good idea of how fucked it is down there. My dad had literally like my dad had to go to Brazil like I think it was like 2 years ago or so because my grandfather passed away and he has like this big house in the hills in Rio, and they were trying to like him and my uncles and aunts were trying to figure out how to sell it and stuff, and they realized that there's people squatting in the house. And apparently, like, squatting rules in Brazil are, like, completely fucked. So they had to, like, go down there to, like, figure some shit out. I don't know the exact details, but all I know is apparently, like, you know, one of the judges wanted a bribe or something like that. It was fucked. So, yeah. To the point where he literally had to fly down there in person to help his brothers and sister resolve the situation. So yeah, no, I am very well aware of how fucked the legal system can be in Brazil. It's VDH, VDH, and VDH. It's the Legion expansion, so obviously Demon Hunter, and I will not take your slander any longer. Oh boy. I mean, VDH isn't bad, but Havoc is king. The top 2 most popular presidents should be in jail. They literally went to trial and lost, but they're still the most popular. Didn't Bolsonaro get convicted? Did I, like, hallucinate, or did I thought I saw a news article, like, a week or so ago, that he actually got convicted for trying to start a coup. Yeah, it's crazy. Absolutely crazy. Here's not a place to talk about politics. Fair. Yeah. It's easier for me to talk about because, like, I don't like talking about American politics. So maybe it's kind of unfair for me to talk about the politics of a different country, because, like, I don't have any horse in that race. I'm not personally involved. I just get to hear stories. my warrior friend that I mentioned sent me a video of apparently like 2 Brazilian... God, just thinking about it, I'm laughing my ass off. 2 Brazilian politicians were having a debate, and one of them got mad and picked up a chair and just whacked the other over the head with the chair. It's just like, holy shit. I can only imagine if that happened in America. But like, that's just like a thing there. Funny as hell video. I sent that to my dad, and my dad had not seen it before, so he also thought it was hilarious, but, man. Yeah. I'll spare you Brazilian guys any further, you know, political discussion, because I know how it feels when people talk about American politics to me, and I get, like, super annoyed about it. There are known hyperspawns from Legion, but it doesn't mean it'll work in Legion Remix, like Falcosaurus, Cloth, and Saramar. Yeah, exactly. That was for the mayor in Sao Paulo? Really? Damn. And oh god. Yeah. I won't read that out loud, but yeah. 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 At least in Brazil, they only use chairs. You're not wrong. It's a little bit worse here. My country is so fucked. Fun. Alright, what can I do? What do I wanna mess around with? I mean, I'll be honest, the main thing I want is food. So, I'm gonna keep playing, right? I'm not tired, but I probably will now that we finished the run. I think I'm just gonna end stream and, like, go mess around a little bit. What I might do, I think tomorrow I kind of want to do another fresh account run on Europe, just to get a feel for that. But there's also, like, I have raid on Thursday, and I need to make sure that I do at least a good amount of stuff on retail, because I need to make sure that I farm Gilded Crests on my Monk. I need to get the 9% damage buff before raid. So I will need to spend some time doing that. Today was always going to be 100% Legion Remix, but tomorrow I'll probably try to get started on that. And I'm like so close to finishing the part 1 of my classic leveling video, and I am excited for that. I have a feeling that when I post that video, a few people will think it's pretty interesting. But I don't want to show my hand too much on that. But I am very excited for it, and I have like 95% of it recorded, so I might just, like, later tonight or tomorrow get the last bit I need done so that I can post that. But we'll see. All countries are fucked? So true. There's some Shadowlands debate. What can I do? You know what? I'll end this by, I will set up my level 20 account. I'm gonna have to just open up World of Warcraft and, like, go to my Blizzard settings. But I'll hop over, I'll create a character, and I'll just, like, see exactly how it works. Everybody has told me that it does work. I'm gonna take your word for it, but I figure I gotta do that at some point, so then at least we'll have, like, recorded proof that it is working, just so that people can see. So, in case this does end up being a popular strategy again, just as a reminder, for anybody who maybe wasn't around in Legion Remix and forgets or something like that, if you want to create a level 20 character, you go to the World of Warcraft page, you open your account settings, and then you have to go to, I believe it's Games and Subscriptions. Yeah, Games and Subscriptions, and then if you scroll all the way down, you'll see Starter Editions and Public Test Regions, and then there's a button that says Create a Starter Edition account to start playing World of Warcraft, and you press that. I would show you, but I am currently on my account page, and I don't want to, like, accidentally scroll wrong and, like, there's sensitive information. When I included this footage in my video, I, like, blurred out certain sections of it. So, I obviously can't do that right now. But I'm talking you through the process. It's not too hard to figure out. But yeah, all you do is you go there, you press the button, create starter accounts. And now if I go to my Battle.net launcher, and I click the drop-downs, I can see my main account, my European account, my second US account, and then now there's a new WoW 2 US Starter Edition. So I can head over there. And I'll pop this open. Oh dear god, it's 3 a.m.? Man, I forgot. I kind of forgot that Legion Remix started so late today. It's already 3 a.m. Holy fuck. Hold on. Let me scroll, let me scroll up a little bit. So, here to support, if you are on Europe, I don't know if this will work for you, but somebody in chat said they had a similar problem, and they Alt F4'd and logged back in, and it worked. Don't know if that will solve your problem, but a few people earlier were saying they had issues, and that seemed to help them. So, hopefully that works for you. Is there a requirement for the second artifact weapon? No. I picked it up at, like, level 15 or 20. Maybe you need to be, like, level 15 or something. Do, like, some basic introductions, but you get it almost immediately. It's very easy. You tried that, had to create a new character because you couldn't log back in? Damn. Well, that sucks. Let's see. Okay, hold on. Let me switch my OBS over. It's gonna go black for a second. Ah. And this should work. Yeah, there we go. I'm gonna mute my main account real quick just so that audio isn't distracting. Okay, so this is the fresh account, starter edition thing. So I'm gonna, I don't know, go ahead and probably make a demon hunter. Makes sense. It lets me make a demon hunter. And I'll just randomize a little bit until I find something I like. And good enough. That's must be bugged to use because you talked to the guy in the DK order hall, selected the blood weapon, and the dude just disappeared. It's weird. Oh no. My bug sack's gonna start screaming fatality again. Hold on. Speaking of being 3 AM, you officially need to break off. It was nice to see you again. Thanks for the stream. No problem. And yeah, I'll be ending stream soon anyway. I just want to test this a little bit. I don't even know what random server it put me on. What server am I? I don't know. Oh yeah, so I get the skip on this character too. So that's cool. You get to see how the skip works. It put me on Thunderlord. Interesting. I don't know what server Thunderlord even is. Oh boy. Bug sack. Mutes. There we go. And spend talent points. Yeah, I'll figure all that out. Just gives me that. Alright. Skip that. Let's do Altruis. Okay. I have Leatrix Plus, but yeah, none of my stuff is set up. I had to create a few characters because you couldn't return quests or logged out? Damn. What did they fuck up on Europe? There are so many people running into these issues. Oh yeah, so I've shown this in some of the Keystone Hero things, but this is my Hello World add-on. So I just messed around with like showcasing character information on screen, and then just to make it like actually useful for me, I made it so whatever current specialization I am, it gives the recommended stats for that spec. That I did have to like hard code by hand, or like every time it checks the spec and then it gives a like preset recommendation. I'm not like going to, you know, recent sims to get accurate like up-to-date info, but the general stats that I like to build on whatever spec that I'm playing, I have my add-on here. And if I type /Harl test, the add-on goes away. And typing it again causes it to pop up. I can also exit out. Very basic, right? But with any sort of coding thing, you want a basic add-on just to kind of dip your toes into it and get like get a feel for it. Get something working, something out there. So that's what I did. That's my Hello World add-on. Still learning, but I honestly, I have faith that I can get the main leveling guide add-on done in time. I believe in myself. But yeah, obviously it'll take me a while to get all this set up. You can see though, I can skip most of the intro stuff. Presumably the process is going to be exactly the same because it is a starter account. It does share all of my achievements and whatnot. So presumably I would have access to like the 74%. Oh yeah, there you go. Boom. So I have to spend 1 point to get infinite power, but this is what carries over. So the actual like raw primary and stamina stats do not carry over, but I do get the 74% experience gain on this character. So there you go. Get it out in time before midnight comes out, only for midnight to brick your add-on. Well, I am going to make sure that I test it heavily on the beta. So presumably, whatever API changes are implemented, I will already have developed my add-on to account for that because I'll be testing it with the beta. But yeah. Lou is rather approachable and the Blizz API is well described. Yeah. And one thing that my dad told me about, because so my dad teaches coding and shit for Amazon classes and stuff. Like that's his job. And he's also just been doing coding for years and years and years and years. But apparently using ChatGPT and other stuff to find documentation for you and write basic code strings is a big thing now. Apparently everybody who's coding is using AI to do that for them. So instead of having to look through of what is the thing I need to do to call and get information about my character's level or spec or whatever, I just ask it and it's here's all the relevant stuff that you need to call to get that information, and it just does the work for me, right? And the nice thing about, ChatGPT, which AI, I really don't like AI, and it's kind of a slippery slope in terms of creative stuff, but there have been times where it gives you kind of outdated or wrong information, but if you put it into the code and the code fails to run, well, it's wrong, and then you're just hey, ChatGPT, hey, idiot, this thing doesn't work, and then it'll give you the correct line of code. So as far as AI is concerned, it works just fine. But yeah, AI is definitely one of those weird things where I feel awkward using it because AI is just such a problem in so many areas right now, but apparently that is just how people are coding these days. So since it doesn't, since the combat AI or API won't probably be integrated too much into the leveling add-on, I don't think it will matter. Is it worth questing in Heroic World Tier? No, I don't think so. You've worked with ChatGPT when you needed to write plugins for Unreal Engine Editor. It gave info that you can find in their docs or dev forums. Damn. And yeah, it does give you random off-the-wall information. I talked about before, when my dad was trying to show me some AI thing that he was working with for Amazon, he showed me the program and he was ask it a World of Warcraft question. And I asked it because this was a year or so ago. So Cataclysm Classic was current. And I asked it, what is the best tank class in Cataclysm Classic? And it told me that the best tank class in Cataclysm Classic is Tauren, because Tauren has abilities such as Stampede, or Bull Rush or whatever, that makes it good at holding threat. I'm just what the fuck? It turned Tauren into a tanking class somehow. And it just it confidently gives you a list of abilities that the class has that are just Cal-related shit. I'm just if they somehow turned Tauren into a class, I could see this being something that it might have, but this is just fucking nonsense. And it just lists it out confidently. It's crazy shit. It's worth it if you have a pocket healer. I don't even know if it would be worth it from a time efficiency standpoint if you have a pocket healer, but I would imagine it would at least be bearable, because you wouldn't just die to white hits. But yeah. I definitely, though, I want to make sure, I know what's going on in my own code. It's good for fetching information, but I'm going to make sure that I know exactly what's going on, because you can't really troubleshoot the code if you don't actually know what shit you put into it. You logged on to Europe. Any tips? Anything that's broken? I've heard some people are having, like, issues progressing through quests, and Alt F4ing seems to fix it, but that's really all I've seen. I use ChatGPT a lot. You just have to be very thorough looking at what it writes, but it can save you a lot of time. Yeah. I think for anything that's not meant to be like creative or whatever, it's fine. Like, my mom told me that she used it to write a letter to like some apparently like her house taxes got raised or something like that, and she said she used ChatGPT to write like a strongly worded letter to the local like housing board, I think. Is that what it's called? I don't remember the exact name. But she went into like a back and forth, and she would have like ChatGPT clean up her grammar and make it sound like more aggressive and angry, and it worked. They whatever tax changes they made to her house, they apparently undid. So ChatGPT saved her money. But there's a very big difference between doing something like that and using it to script a YouTube video, which there's a lot of AI slop on YouTube these days. So, slippery slope, like with many things. What's going on? Am I waiting for something? No, the run is finished. I'm ending stream in like 5 minutes. So, I'm just kind of yapping, responding to messages in chat before we end stream. Pretty much. You haven't had issues till you got to 70 plus. The scaling gets insane. Yeah. The big issue is that the item level jump is crazy at that point. So the moment that you get like new gear in every single slot after 70, you're fine. But that like instant level is like a switch is pulled, and all of your gear that you're wearing becomes completely dog shit. So going forward, I think one important strat will be like when you get to like 65, hold on to all of your boxes, and then the moment you get to 70, open up a bunch of boxes to just get a brand new set of gear and just replace everything you're wearing, because that item level jump is really big. During Collector's Bounty, you asked ChatGPT what order you should farm mounts in. The first 1 or 2 mounts were accurate. Every mount after that either didn't exist or wasn't a dropped mount. That sounds funny. Yeah. Yeah, it is weird how, like, it gets some stuff right. Like, when I asked it about the Cataclysm tanks... What is... Oh, my JoJo's add-on is making anime noises. But yeah, when I asked it the thing about Cataclysm tanks, it was like, oh yeah, the number 1 tank is Taran, but the number 2 tank is Blood DK. And then it gave a bunch of reasons why Blood DK is really good. Which, Blood DK was the best tank in Cataclysm Classic. So, the number 2 recommendation should have been the number 1 recommendation, and it gave a bunch of legitimate reasons as to why Blood DK was good, but then instead of just stopping there and making that the number 1, it just conjured Taran tank out of thin air. That's the stuff that I'm just like, why? How does it even do that? Massive lag in Europe, unplayable? Yeah, I've seen a lot of people talking about it. Is box loot determined when you get it? I could have sworn I was getting better items, but admittedly, I didn't really look at it carefully. What's the fastest class to level if not Hunter, DH, Druid? Well, DH and Druid are 2 of the fastest classes. Hunter, definitely not. But out of the ones you mentioned, you're missing Monk. Monk is probably the fastest. But DH and Druid, I'd say, are like 2nd and 3rd. Hunter's like 5th? Hunter's more like 6th or 7th fastest. It's not bad, but it's just, it doesn't have the super duper fast, efficient stuff that a lot of the other classes have. How come Monk is so fast? Windwalker is just fucking crazy for leveling. It has a lot of little cooldowns that let you just erase every single pull you do. It has really good mobility. It's unkillable, pretty much. Windwalker is just fucking busted. I would say for something like Legion Remix, it's probably a lot closer, because Windwalker also has, for like standard retail leveling, other advantages, primarily like Transcendence, or what's it called? Zen Pilgrimage is what I'm looking for. The teleport. And that is really good. All monks have that. But that is like a massive advantage for monks. But even still, Windwalker is just an incredibly efficient leveling spec. I would imagine that because Zen Pilgrimage is not a factor, Guardian Druid is probably a lot closer in this mode, but tough to say. Not entirely sure. I'll test both of them out. Maybe one of them presses me more than the other. But yeah, I think I am actually just starving, and I don't really have anything else, like I said, to test. Showcase like a bare, you know, the very beginning of a starter edition account. I will be testing this character further, so I'll get this. I don't know exactly how much I'm going to get done off stream. I don't know if I'm going to stream tomorrow. Honestly, I probably won't stream tomorrow, just because I'm sure that, like, when I wake up tomorrow, I'm going to be exhausted, because I always feel just completely wiped out after, you know, streaming for 10 hours. But we'll see. I will definitely be testing, though. Whether I stream or not, I'm going to be testing this a lot. I will post any updates in my Discord, and then if I think that I have some really important information that I want to share, I will make a second channel video to talk about that. So if you are not subscribed to Lenara or Harldan Stream Archive, the links to that should be either in the description or on my... They're definitely on my channel page, but I think they're also in the stream description. We'll see. But yeah, I'll stop there. Thank you guys for watching. Overall, pretty happy with this first run, and we had no weird technical difficulties like the last time I streamed, so thrilled about that. Random technical issues are always the absolute fucking worst. So this was pretty uneventful, pretty good stream. Happy with it. Thank you all for showing up, and I will see you whenever I decide to stream again.